Stargate Command, Cheyenne Mountain, Colonel Jack O'Neill hated paperwork. Hated it with a passion that bordered on religious fervor. He'd rather face a battalion of Jaffa armed with nothing but a Zat gun and sarcasm than fill out one more mission report. But General George Hammond had been very clear. Colonel, the IOA wants detailed reports. Not your usual we went, we saw, we shot things, we came back summaries. So here he was, in the briefing room, trying to make, we prevented a Goa'uld from using an ancient weapon to destroy a solar system. Sound official and boring enough to satisfy bureaucrats. The rest of SG-1 wasn't helping. Major Samantha Carter was deeply engrossed in some technical specifications, occasionally muttering about Naquadar reactor efficiency ratios. Dr. Daniel Jackson had his nose buried in an ancient text, completely oblivious to the world. And Tilk sat perfectly still, eyes closed, probably meditating on the nature of the universe or whatever Jaffa did when they weren't shooting things. You know, O'Neill said to no one in particular, we could just write mission successful, nobody died, bad guy defeated and call it a day. That would be inadvisable, O'Neill, Tilk said without opening his eyes. Indeed, O'Neill muttered, mimicking his friend's favorite word. The Stargate activated below them, the kawoosh echoing through the mountain. Standard incoming wormhole, probably SG-3 returning from their recon mission. O'Neill was about to return to his torturous paperwork when something felt wrong. The lights flickered. Not a power failure flicker, more like reality itself was hiccuping. Then the air in the middle of the briefing room began to shimmer, sparkle, coalesce into a man. He appeared in a flash of white light that had nothing to do with Asgard beaming technology or Goa'uld ring transporters. One moment empty air, the next. A human male in his apparent 40s, wearing what looked like a Starfleet uniform from... Wait, was that from Star Trek? O'Neill blinked. Okay, I've officially seen everything. The man smiled, a smile that was equal parts charming and insufferable. Hello, primitives, I'm Q, and I've decided you're much more entertaining than Jean-Luc. Before anyone could respond, General Hammond burst into the briefing room, 4 SF guards behind him with P-90s raised. Freeze. Identify yourself. How did you get in here? Q looked at the weapons with mild amusement, as if they were particularly adorable children pointing sticks at him. Who am I? Q said, his voice dripping with theatrical condescension. I'm Q. As for how I got in here, he gestured around, I'm omnipotent. Do keep up, General. This is tedious. Sir, one of the SF guards said nervously. He just appeared. Sensors didn't detect anything. No gate activation, no transport signature, nothing. O'Neill stood, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. Let me guess. Another ascended ancient coming down to lecture us about the rules. Because we've got a whole list of you people, and frankly, you're all kind of annoying. Cutic's eyes widened with delight. Ascended. Ascended. Oh, this is precious. You think I'm one of those, what do you call them, ancients? He laughed, actually laughed. My dear Colonel, O'Neill is it. The ancients are children compared to the Q continuum. They play at godhood. We actually are gods. Well, close enough that the distinction doesn't matter to beings like you. The Q continuum. Daniel had abandoned his book, his academic curiosity overriding his caution. Are you from another dimension, another plane of existence? Oh, the linguist speaks. Yes, Dr. Jackson, something like that. We exist outside your limited four-dimensional understanding. We are eternal, omnipotent, and frankly, quite bored. Tilk had risen to his feet, staff weapon in hand. If you are as powerful as you claim, why appear before us? Excellent question, eyebrow man. I like you already. Very direct. Q snapped his fingers and appeared instantly next to Tilk, examining him like a curious scientist with a new specimen. Jaffa, yes. Carrying a Goa'uld larva. Fascinating. You were enslaved by parasitic aliens and chose freedom. How very. Heroic. Another snap, and Q was back in the center of the room. As for why I'm here, entertainment. I've been observing your little operation for some time. Do you have any idea how delightful you people are? Fighting gods, actual gods, not pretenders like those Goa'uld, with primitive weapons and sheer stubbornness. The Goa'uld are not gods, Teal'c said firmly. No, they're not. They're parasites with delusions of grandeur. But you didn't know that at first, did you? You chose to believe they weren't gods, chose to fight them anyway. That's what makes you interesting. Hammond stepped forward, his military bearing refusing to be intimidated by cosmic entities. Mr. Q, what do you want? Want? I don't want anything, General. I have everything. I can do anything. I can snap my fingers and turn your entire planet into a giant cheese wheel, or make everyone speak in rhyming couplets for a century. Or, please don't, O'Neill interrupted. Or I can give you a gift, which is what I'm here to do. A gift, Carter said skeptically. Why would an omnipotent being give us a gift? Q turned to her, his expression shifting to something almost genuine. Because, Major Carter, I'm bored with the other humans I've been tormenting, testing. Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Starship Enterprise. Wonderful man. Very philosophical. Loves his tea, but he's become predictable. You people, though, you're delightfully unpredictable. You blow up suns to stop bad guys. You ally with your worst enemies when necessary. You stole a spaceship from aliens and made it work with duct tape and determination. You're like the scrappy underdog of the multiverse, and I love it. So you're giving us a gift, O'Neill said slowly, out of the goodness of your heart. Oh, I don't have a heart, or goodness, really, but I'm curious to see what you'll do with it. Will you rise to the challenge? Or will you squander the opportunity? Either way, I'll be entertained. Hammond's patience was wearing thin. What gift? Cutic's smile widened. Something that will change your entire civilization. Something that will make the Goa'uld soil their host bodies in fear. Something that, oh, why am I explaining? It's much more fun to show you. He raised his hand, preparing to snap his fingers. Wait, Daniel called out. If you're really omnipotent, why do you need to snap your fingers? Isn't that just theatrical? Q paused, genuinely pleased. Oh, I really like you, Dr. Jackson. You're absolutely right. The snapping is pure theater. But where's the fun in just willing things into existence? You need the drama, the flair. He snapped his fingers. The briefing room shook. Not earthquake style, but as if the entire mountain had been picked up and set down again by a giant hand. Spectacle, Q finished with a flourish. Now I've brought you a gift. Try not to break it. These things are expensive. Well, not to me, but you know what I mean. What did you do? Hammond demanded. Look up, Q said simply. Or rather, check your sensors. I believe your NORAD friends are having a collective aneurysm right about now. Alarms began blaring throughout the complex. Red lights flashed. And over the intercom, a panicked voice. General Hammond to the control room. Immediately, we have a situation. Q smiled benevolently. I'll let you discover it yourselves. More fun that way. Oh, and you're welcome. I'll be watching. And just like that, he vanished. No flash of light this time, just gone. The room fell silent. Did that just happen? O'Neill asked. Indeed, Teal'c replied. Carter, tell me you got sensor readings on that. Sir, I got nothing. No energy signature, no subspace distortion, nothing. It's like he was never here. But he was here, Daniel said. We all saw him. He said he gave us a gift that would make the Goa'uld afraid. Hammond was already moving toward the door. With me, people. Let's find out what he did before it blows up in our faces. They ran through the corridors of Stargate Command, personnel scrambling in controlled chaos. When they reached the control room, they found it in a state of barely controlled panic. Sir, Major Davis said, his face pale, NORAD is on the line, so is the Pentagon and the President, and, he swallowed, everyone. Sir, there's a spaceship in orbit. A spaceship, Hammond said. The Prometheus isn't scheduled to. Not the Prometheus, sir. A massive spaceship, just appeared in orbit of Earth. No approach trajectory, no energy signature, nothing. It's just there. And sir, every telescope on the planet can see it. Every civilian with a camera phone can see it. We can't hide this. Carter was already at a terminal, pulling up satellite feeds. Oh my God! On the screen, a massive vessel. Sleek, elegant, powerful, saucer section connected to an engineering hull and two massive warp nacelles, gleaming white and grey in the sunlight. O'Neill stared at the screen. Is that? Yes, Daniel breathed. That's the Enterprise. The USS Enterprise, NCC 1701D, from Star Trek, The Next Generation. You've got to be kidding me, O'Neill said. The ship is 641 meters long, Carter reported, her voice full of disbelief. Galaxy-class configuration. It's real. A fictional spaceship is real and in orbit of our planet. Q said he was bored with Jean-Luc Picard, Daniel said slowly. He meant Captain Picard, from the show. Except it's not a show, it's real. Another universe, another timeline, and Q just grabbed the Enterprise and dropped it here. Why? Hammond demanded. Because he's bored, O'Neill said flatly. And apparently, omnipotent beings treat the multiverse like their personal entertainment system. The comm system crackled. General Hammond, we're receiving a hail, audio only. It's coming from the ship. Put it through. A moment of static, then a voice. Cultured. British. Calm despite what must be incredible confusion. This is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. To whom am I speaking? Hammond stepped forward to the microphone. Captain Picard, this is General George Hammond, United States Air Force, Stargate Command. Captain, how did you get here? A pause. Then, with admirable composure. That is an excellent question, General. One I do not have an answer for. USS Enterprise NCC 1701D. Bridge. 2 minutes earlier. Captain Jean-Luc Picard was having a very bad day. The Enterprise had been en route to the Viridian system to rendezvous with the USS Farragut when Tolian Soren, that madman, had launched his trilithium weapon at the Viridian sun. The shock wave was minutes away from destroying the Enterprise, and they were too deep in the gravity well to escape. All hands, this is the captain, Picard said, his voice steady despite knowing these might be his last words. Abandon ship, all hands abandon, and then the universe hiccuped. That was the only way to describe it. One moment they were seconds from destruction. The next, Captain, Data called from Ops, his golden eyes wide with confusion. We are no longer in the Viridian system. What? Picard looked at the viewscreen. Where moments ago there had been a dying star and a devastating shock wave, now there was Earth. Beautiful blue-green Earth hanging in the black of space. Report, Picard commanded, his tactical training overriding his confusion. Sir, Data began, his fingers flying over his console, we appear to be in orbit of Earth, but sensors indicate significant discrepancies with expected readings. What kind of discrepancies? The technology level on the surface is inconsistent with our historical records. There are no warp signatures anywhere in the system, no Federation satellites, no space dock. It is as if we have traveled back in time, but the chronometer indicates otherwise. Commander William Riker stood from his chair, moving to stand beside Picard. Could we be in an alternate timeline? Some kind of temporal anomaly, possibly number one. But how did we get here, and from where? Lieutenant Worf's voice cut through from tactical. Captain, I am detecting unusual energy signatures on the planet's surface. Naquadah, large quantities. Naquadah, Picard frowned. I'm not familiar with that element. Nor am I, sir, Data confirmed. It does not appear in any Federation database. However, its properties suggest it could be used in weapons and power generation. Captain, Worf continued, we are being hailed, audio only. The signal is primitive. Late 20th or early 21st century technology. Picard exchanged a glance with Riker. On screen, audio only. The viewscreen flickered, but no image appeared. Then a voice. Unidentified vessel in Earth orbit. This is NORAD Space Command. Identify yourself immediately and state your intentions. Picard stepped forward. This is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. We mean no harm. We are. experiencing technical difficulties, and are attempting to ascertain our location. A different voice this time, older, with the authority of command. Captain Picard, this is General George Hammond, United States Air Force, Stargate Command. Captain, how did you get here? Picard closed his eyes briefly. That is an excellent question, General, one I do not have an answer for. Stargate Command, Control Room. O'Neill leaned toward the microphone. General, permission to ask Captain Picard a few questions. Hammond nodded. Captain, this is Colonel Jack O'Neill. Quick question, what year do you think it is? A pause. Colonel, according to our chronometer, it is stardate 48,650.1. In your calendar system, that would be late 2371. Right. And in our calendar system, it's 2004. So either you time-traveled backwards, or something really weird is going on. Colonel, Picard's voice carried a note of dry humor. In my experience, something really weird is generally the correct assumption. General Hammond, I would very much like to meet face-to-face and discuss our situation. I believe we both have many questions. Hammond glanced at his team. O'Neill gave a slight nod. Agreed, Captain. I'll send you coordinates for a meeting. General, if I may, we have transporter technology. With your permission, I can beam directly to your facility. It will be faster and more secure than a shuttle. Transporter technology. Carter's eyes lit up. Like in Star Trek. I'm not familiar with that reference, Major, but yes, we can transport individuals via matter-energy conversion. It's quite safe. O'Neill and Hammond exchanged looks. All right, Captain, stand by for coordinates. Enterprise Bridge. 10 minutes later, Picard stood in Transporter Room 3 with Commander Riker, Lieutenant Commander Data, and Lieutenant Worf. All four were armed with phasers, a precaution Worf had insisted upon. I don't like this, Captain, Worf rumbled. We know nothing of these people. This could be a trap. Your concern is noted, Mr. Worf, but we are in orbit of Earth, or a version of it, without knowing how we got here. We need answers, and they appear to be the only ones who can provide them. Sir, Data said, I have analyzed the technology signatures from the facility. They are using a combination of technologies, some quite advanced. There are energy readings consistent with stable wormhole generation. Wormholes, Riker raised an eyebrow. They have wormhole technology, but still use radio communication. It is puzzling, Data agreed. Chief O'Brien stood at the transporter controls. Ready when you are, Captain. Though I have to say, sir, I'm getting some odd readings from down there. There's some kind of energy field, not a shield exactly, but something. The transporter should work, but it might feel a bit strange, noted Chief. Energize. The familiar hum of the transporter filled the room. Picard felt the tingle of molecular disassembly and then reassembly. But O'Brien was right. It felt different, like the pattern buffer had to work harder to put him back together. When the world resolved around him, Picard found himself standing in a large room carved from rock. A massive circular device, easily 10 meters in diameter, dominated one wall. It was made of a dark grey metal, covered in symbols he didn't recognize, and currently inactive but emanating a faint energy signature. And surrounding him, at least 20 armed soldiers, all pointing what appeared to be projectile weapons at him and his away team. Welcome to Earth, Captain Picard, a distinguished-looking man in an Air Force uniform said, stepping forward. I'm General George Hammond. These are members of my primary team, Colonel Jack O'Neill, Major Samantha Carter, Dr. Daniel Jackson, and Tilk. Picard took in the four individuals. O'Neill, clearly military, with eyes that had seen too much and a casual stance that belied readiness. Carter, brilliant, he could tell immediately, her gaze analyzing the away team's equipment with scientific fascination. Jackson, academic, carrying himself like a scholar thrust into military service. And Tilk, your Jaffa, Worf said, his hand moving toward his facer. Indeed, Tilk replied calmly, though I no longer serve false gods. Stand down, Mr. Worf, Picard ordered quietly. He extended his hand to Hammond. General, thank you for agreeing to meet. Hammond shook his hand firmly. Captain, I think we have a lot to talk about. Please follow me. As they walked through the corridors of the mountain facility, Picard noted the security measures, the personnel moving with military precision, the technology that seemed to be a hodgepodge of different sources. General, he said, that device in the gate room, that's the source of the wormhole signatures, isn't it? Smart man, O'Neill muttered. It's called a Stargate, Hammond explained. It creates stable wormholes to thousands of other gates across the galaxy. It's ancient technology, built by a race that existed millions of years ago. Data's eyes brightened with curiosity. Fascinating. The energy requirements for a stable wormhole of that size would be enormous. How is it powered? We'll get to that, Carter said. Captain, if you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Your ship just appeared. No warp signature, no energy trail, nothing. It was just suddenly there. We don't know, Picard admitted. One moment we were in the Viridian system, the next we were here. The transition was instantaneous. They entered a briefing room, and everyone took seats around a table. Hammond gestured to a projection screen. Before we go further, Captain, I need to brief you on our situation. You said you're from 2371. In your timeline, what's Earth like? Earth is the capital of the United Federation of Planets, Picard said. A coalition of over 150 worlds dedicated to peaceful exploration and mutual cooperation. We achieved warp drive in 2063 and made first contact with the Vulcans shortly after. Warp drive, Carter leaned forward. Faster than light travel by warping spacetime around the ship, precisely. We don't have that. We have ships capable of hyperspace travel, but it's not the same principle. Then how? Picard stopped. You said the Stargate connects to thousands of worlds. You've been traveling the galaxy through wormholes, not ships. For the most part, yes, Daniel said. We have a few ships now, reverse-engineered from alien technology, but the gate has been our primary means of exploration. And the aliens you mentioned, Riker asked. These Goa'uld, who are they? The room fell silent. Then Tilk spoke. They are parasitic beings who take human hosts. For thousands of years, they have enslaved humans across the galaxy, posing as the gods of Earth's ancient mythologies. Ra, Apophis, Osiris, all Goa'uld. Worf's hand moved to his facer again. You carry one of these parasites. A symbiote, yes, it sustains my life. But I betrayed the Goa'uld years ago. I fight for the freedom of all Jaffa, all humans enslaved by false gods. Picard held up a hand. Mr. Worf, stand down. I believe him. He turned to Hammond. General, am I to understand that Earth, this Earth, has been fighting a war against parasitic aliens who enslave humans, and you've been doing it with projectile weapons and commandeered alien technology? That's a pretty accurate summary, O'Neill said. For how long? 7 years, Hammond said. Give or take. Picard sat back in his chair, processing. Remarkable. You've survived 7 years against a technologically superior enemy using nothing but resourcefulness and determination. We're good at punching above our weight, O'Neill said with a slight smile. Captain, Data said quietly, I believe I may have an explanation for our presence here. Go on, Mr. Data. Before our displacement, I detected a momentary subspace anomaly. It was unlike anything in our database. Not a transporter signature, not Q-continuum energy, not... Wait, Daniel interrupted. Did you say Q-continuum? Data tilted his head. Yes, the Q are a race of omnipotent beings who exist outside normal spacetime. We have encountered them before. Oh God, O'Neill said, dropping his head into his hands. Q, of course it was Q. You know of the Q? Picard asked, surprised. We met one today, Hammond said grimly. About an hour before your ship appeared. He said he was bored with you, with Jean-Luc, and that he'd decided we were more entertaining. He said he was giving us a gift. Picard felt a familiar headache forming behind his eyes. Oh no, Riker asked. Q has a particular fondness for testing humanity. He views us as interesting specimens. He's transported the Enterprise across time and space before, always with some greater purpose in mind. Picard looked at Hammond. General, I'm afraid Q has made you and us part of one of his experiments. Can we make him take you back? O'Neill asked hopefully. The Q do as they please. If Q brought us here, he did so for a reason. We won't be going home until he's satisfied that reason has been fulfilled. Wonderful, O'Neill muttered. A cosmic being is using us for his personal entertainment. Again. Picard raised an eyebrow. Long story involving a different set of ascended beings. They're also annoying. Carter had been quiet, studying her tablet. Captain, I have a question about your ship. Our sensors show it generating power equivalent to a small star. What kind of reactor are you using? A matter-antimatter reactor, Data answered. It produces approximately 12.75 billion gigawatts at maximum output. Carter nearly dropped her tablet. That's incredible. And your weapons? Phasers and photon torpedoes primarily. The phasers operate on Nadian particle principles, and the torpedoes use matter-antimatter warheads. Your defensive systems. Deflector shields powered by the warp core. They can withstand significant energy weapon fire. Captain Picard, Hammond said carefully, how would your ship fare against Goa'uld Hatak vessels? Picard glanced at Data, who calculated instantly. Based on the specifications Major Carter has provided on Goa'uld technology, the Enterprise would be significantly more powerful. Their shields would not withstand our weapons, and their weapons would be largely ineffective against our shields, which means, O'Neill said slowly, Q just dropped a super-advanced warship into our laps right when we need it most. It also means, Teal'c added, that when the Goa'uld detect your vessel, they will attack immediately. We don't want to fight, Picard said firmly. The Federation has principles. We don't interfere in the development of pre-warp civilizations. We certainly don't act as a military force for one. With respect, Captain, Hammond said, you're here whether you want to be or not. And the Goa'uld don't care about your principles. If they see your ship as a threat, and they will, they'll attack. And Earth is going to be caught in the crossfire. Picard stood, walking to the window that overlooked the gate room, that massive circular device, connecting to thousands of worlds. These people, fighting a war they had no business winning, but winning anyway through sheer determination. Number one, he said quietly, what do you think? Riker joined him at the window. I think Q dropped us in the middle of something significant, and I think these people need help, whether they'll admit it or not. We're not here to fight their war. No, but we're here. And if Q brought us here, he did it for a reason. You know how he operates, he tests us, pushes us, makes us confront moral dilemmas. Maybe this is another test. Maybe, Picard agreed. He turned back to Hammond. General, I won't promise the Enterprise will fight your war. But we won't abandon you either. At minimum, we need to figure out how to get home. And if Q is involved, that means understanding why he brought us here. I can work with that, Hammond said. An alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility. A technician's voice came over the intercom. General Hammond, we're detecting an incoming wormhole. It's not a scheduled arrival. Everyone rushed to the control room. On the screens, the Stargate had activated, the event horizon shimmering. It's a Goa'uld IDC code, Carter reported. Sir, it's Bal. He's hailing us. On screen, a holographic image appeared, a man with cruel eyes and an arrogant smirk. When he spoke, his voice was distorted, layered, unnatural. Tori, your pathetic attempts to hide your new vessel from us have failed. Surrender it to me, or I will turn your planet into a lifeless rock. You have 1 hour. The connection cut. Well, O'Neill said into the silence. That went well. Picard looked at Hammond. General, it appears Q has just made our decision for us. Captain, Hammond said, how fast can you get back to your ship? Instantaneously. Mr. Data. Yes, sir. Take us home, and bring the ship to yellow alert. I believe we're about to have visitors. Indeed, Teal'c said with grim satisfaction. As the away team prepared to transport back to the Enterprise, Picard had one last thought. Q, what have you gotten us into this time? And somewhere, in a dimension beyond space and time, Q smiled. USS Enterprise NCC 1701D. Bridge, 1 hour after initial contact. Captain Picard sat in his ready room, nursing a cup of Earl Grey and staring at the data streaming across his computer terminal. Commander Riker stood nearby, arms crossed, looking equally perplexed. "This doesn't make sense, number one," Picard said quietly. "Data's analysis is conclusive. This is Earth, our Earth. Same continents, same oceans, same moon, but it's not our Earth. No Federation, no first contact, no warp signature anywhere in the system," Riker agreed. "But they have advanced technology. That Stargate device, data says it's generating stable wormholes. That's beyond our capabilities. Yet they communicate with radio waves. They use projectile weapons. Their spacefaring capability is limited to a handful of ships." Picard shook his head. "It's as if someone took Earth's development and scrambled it," the door chimed. "Come." Lieutenant Commander Data entered, his golden eyes bright with curiosity. "Captain, I have completed my analysis of this Earth's timeline." "Go ahead, Mr. Data." "Sir, this appears to be an alternate timeline where Zephram Cochrane's warp flight did not occur as recorded in our history." "Why not?" Riker asked. "Unknown. However, I have detected significant anomalies in Earth's historical development. First, there is evidence of alien visitation dating back thousands of years, far more extensive than in our timeline. Second, there are massive quantities of an element called naquadah present on the surface and in orbital installations. This element does not exist in our periodic table." Picard leaned forward. "Alien visitation? What kind?" "Based on the architectural and cultural evidence I can detect from orbit, it appears multiple alien species have been interacting with Earth for millennia. The Stargate network the General mentioned appears to be responsible for this interaction. So instead of developing in isolation until first contact, this Earth has been part of a galactic community all along." "Not exactly, sir. From what I can determine, this Earth was enslaved. The Goa'uld, the parasitic species General Hammond mentioned, appear to have been using the Stargate to abduct humans for thousands of years. Only recently did this civilization fight back and achieve independence." Riker whistled softly. "They've been fighting an interstellar war for." "How long?" "Approximately 7 years, Commander, with primitive weapons and captured alien technology." "And they are winning," Picard said softly. "My God, the resilience required." "Captain," Data continued, "I must also report that our presence has been detected by the Goa'uld. I am monitoring their communication networks. They are aware of our arrival and are alarmed." "Alarmed?" "Yes, sir. They have never encountered technology like ours. They view us as a significant threat." The intercom beeped. "Captain Picard, this is Commander LaForge." "Sir, you need to see this." Engineering Geordie LaForge stood at a console, his visor processing data streams that would have overwhelmed a normal human. Chief Engineer Miles O'Brien worked beside him, equally concerned. "Captain," Geordie said as Picard and Riker entered, "we've been analyzing the transition that brought us here. It wasn't a transporter, wasn't a tractor beam, wasn't anything in our database." "What was it?" "Best guess. Someone or something grabbed the entire ship, all 4.5 million metric tons of it, and moved us across dimensional barriers, instantaneously. Without inertial effects, without any energy expenditure we can detect." "That's impossible," O'Brien said. "The power required would be infinite," Geordie finished, "which means whoever did this operates outside normal physics." "Q," Picard said grimly. "Sir, an entity we've encountered before. Omnipotent, capricious, fond of testing humanity," Picard sighed. "If Q brought us here, he did so for a reason, and we won't be going home until that reason is satisfied." "Can we contact him?" Riker asked. "Q appears when and where he chooses." "But given what General Hammond said about Q visiting them," Picard tapped his comm badge. "Picard to bridge. Commander Data, send a message to Stargate Command." Tell them we'd like to meet face to face. It's time we understood exactly what situation we've been dropped into. Stargate Command, briefing room 2 hours later. The briefing room was crowded. On one side, General Hammond, SG-1, and several other key SGC personnel. On the other, Captain Picard, Commander Riker, Lieutenant Commander Data, and Lieutenant Worf, who looked distinctly uncomfortable being surrounded by so many armed guards. Daniel Jackson couldn't stop staring at the Enterprise officers. This is incredible. You're from an alternate timeline. An alternate development of human civilization. Do you have any idea how significant this is? Dr. Jackson, Picard said patiently. I assure you we're quite aware. The question is, what do we do about it? Well, that depends, O'Neill said, leaning back in his chair with studied casualness. Are you here to help us? Conquer us? Set up a gift shop? Colonel O'Neill, Picard said, a slight smile touching his lips. I appreciate your directness. The Enterprise is not here to conquer anyone. We're explorers, not conquerors. However, our situation is complicated by the fact that we don't know how to get home, and by the fact that every gold in the galaxy now knows you're here, Tilk added. Worf's head snapped toward the Jaffa. You carry a gold symbiote, yet you sit here free. Explain. I betrayed my false god Apophis 8 years ago, Tilk said calmly. I fight for the freedom of my people and all who have been enslaved by the gold. The symbiote sustains my life, but it does not control me. Worf studied him for a long moment, then gave a slight nod. You chose honor over servitude. That is acceptable. Okay, so we've established that Worf and Tilk are going to get along great, O'Neill said. Can we talk about the elephant in the room? Captain, your ship, how powerful is it? Major Carter leaned forward. Sir, based on the sensor readings we got when you transported down, your ship generates more power than anything we've ever encountered, including ancient technology. Picard glanced at Data, who nodded. Captain, may I? Go ahead, Mr. Data. Data folded his hands on the table. Major Carter is correct. The Enterprise D is powered by a matter-antimatter reactor, generating 12.75 billion gigawatts. We are equipped with phaser arrays, photon torpedoes, and deflector shields. Based on Major Carter's briefing on gold Hatak vessels, the Enterprise could easily defeat multiple Hataks simultaneously. The room fell silent. Define easily, Hammond said carefully. Our shields would absorb their weapons' fire with minimal energy loss. Our phasers would penetrate their shields and disable critical systems. In a one-on-one engagement, the battle would last approximately 45 seconds. Jesus, O'Neill muttered. Which is exactly why the gold will attack, Tilk said. They cannot allow such a powerful vessel to remain in Tory hands. They will view it as an existential threat. They'd be right to, Riker said. Captain, these people are in danger because of us. I'm aware, number one. Picard turned to Hammond. General, I need to understand your situation more completely. You've been fighting the gold for 7 years. How have you survived? Luck, skill, and a lot of alien friends, Hammond said. The Asgard, an advanced race, have been protecting Earth. The Tok'ra, gold rebels, provide intelligence. And we've gotten very good at asymmetric warfare. Asymmetric warfare, Picard repeated. You mean guerrilla tactics? We mean we blow stuff up and run away a lot, O'Neill said. It's not pretty, but it works. Daniel spread out several documents on the table. Captain, I think you need to understand the full scope of what the Goa'uld have done. They've enslaved billions of humans across thousands of worlds. They pose as gods from Earth's ancient mythologies. Ra, Apophis, Baal, Osiris. They demand worship and use their enslaved populations as hosts for their offspring. Picard's expression darkened. That's monstrous. That's the Goa'uld, Carter said. We've been fighting them to free those humans, to stop them from conquering Earth. And honestly, until you arrived, we were barely holding our own. Which brings us back to the question, Hammond said. Captain Picard, will you help us? Picard was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of command. General Hammond, the Federation I serve has a principle called the Prime Directive. We do not interfere in the development of pre-warp civilizations. It's designed to prevent cultural contamination and allow species to develop naturally. We're not pre-warp, O'Neill objected. We've got hyperspace, that's FTL, but not warp drive, and more importantly, you haven't developed these technologies yourselves. You've adapted alien technology, which is different. So you're saying no, Hammond said flatly. I'm saying it's complicated. If we intervene directly in your conflict with the Goa'uld, we could fundamentally alter your civilization's development. The Prime Directive exists for good reasons. Captain, Daniel said, leaning forward, I respect the principle. I really do. But these aren't alien cultures we're talking about. These are human beings, taken from Earth thousands of years ago. They're our ancestors, our cousins, our family. Can you really apply the Prime Directive to humans? Picard met his gaze. That's an excellent question, Dr. Jackson, one I don't have a clear answer to. Data raised a hand slightly. Captain, if I may. The Prime Directive specifically prohibits interference in developing civilizations. However, it could be argued that the Stargate network has already made this civilization part of a larger interstellar community. The cultural contamination has already occurred. By the Goa'uld, Riker added, who are actively enslaving and killing humans. Seems like we'd be counteracting existing interference, not causing new interference. Walking a very fine ethical line there, number one, Picard said. But there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Worf spoke up, his deep voice cutting through the debate. Captain, I understand your concerns, but I have a question for Tilk. How many Jaffa are there? Millions, Tilk replied. Across hundreds of worlds, and they are enslaved by the Goa'uld. Not all. Many have joined the rebellion. But yes, most remain enslaved. Then this is not a matter of the Prime Directive. This is a matter of opposing slavery. The Federation has always stood against slavery. Always, Picard looked at his tactical officer, then back at Hammond. Mr. Worf makes a compelling point. General, I cannot promise the Enterprise will become your warship, but I will not stand by while humans and other sentient beings are enslaved and murdered. We will help. Within the bounds of Federation principles. I'll take it, Hammond said, extending his hand. Picard shook it. Good, O'Neill said, because we're about to have company. An alarm started blaring throughout SGC. A technician burst into the briefing room. General, unscheduled off-world activation. It's a Goa'uld IDC. They're requesting to speak with us. On screen, Hammond ordered. They moved quickly to the control room. On the monitors, a holographic figure appeared, a man with cruel eyes and an arrogant bearing. When he spoke, his voice was doubled, layered, inhuman. Tori, I am Baal. I am aware of the new vessel in your orbit. It is impressive. I want it. You will bring it to me, or I will destroy your pathetic world. O'Neill grabbed the microphone. Baal, hey, buddy, long time no talk. Listen, about the ship. Yeah, not ours. It belongs to these other guys, and they're kind of particular about who drives it. Maybe you could come back later. We're busy right now. Baal's eyes flashed with anger. You mock me, O'Neill. Very well. I will arrive in 1 hour with 3 Hatak vessels. Surrender the ship, or I will turn your planet into a lifeless rock. The transmission cut. Well, Riker said into the silence. That was direct. Picard tapped his comm badge. Picard to Enterprise. Mr. LaForge, bring the ship to yellow alert. We're about to have visitors and they're not friendly. Aye, sir, Geordie's voice responded. Should I charge weapons? Picard looked at Hammond, who nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. LaForge, charge all weapons, and Mr. Worf. Sir, Worf responded from beside him. When we return to the ship, take tactical. We may need to remind the Goa'uld that there are worse things in the universe than system lords. With pleasure, Captain. Data tilted his head. Captain, this will be our first combat engagement with an unknown alien species in this universe. The diplomatic ramifications could be significant. I'm aware, Mr. Data, but sometimes diplomacy fails, and when it does, Picard's expression hardened. We defend ourselves. Meanwhile, across the galaxy Baal's Hatak mothership system, Lord Baal sat on his throne, watching the viewscreen with cold calculation. His first prime, a massive Jaffa named Rachna, stood nearby. "My lord," Rachna said, "we know nothing of this new vessel. Perhaps we should proceed with caution." "Caution," Baal's eyes glowed. "The Tory have hidden this ship from us. They clearly fear its discovery. That means they know it is valuable. I will take it from them and use it against the other system lords. With such a vessel, I will rule supreme. And if the Asgard intervene, the Asgard are spread thin. They cannot protect the Tory forever, and by the time they arrive, the ship will be mine." Baal activated a communication crystal. Holographic images of other system lords appeared. "Lord Yu, Bastet, Svarog." "System lords," Baal said. "I am moving against the Tory. They have acquired a powerful vessel. I intend to claim it. If you wish to assist, you are welcome. If not, stay out of my way." Lord Yu, the oldest of the system lords, studied Baal with ancient eyes. "You move rashly, Baal. The Tory have proven resourceful. They have defeated Apophis. They have defeated Anubis. Anubis was a fool. I am not. Nevertheless, caution would be wise." "I will be cautious," Baal said smoothly, "which is why I'm bringing 3 Hataks against a single primitive planet." Bastet leaned forward. "What makes you so certain this new vessel is not a trap? What if it is Asgard?" "It is not Asgard. The energy signature is completely different, unknown, which makes it valuable," Svarog grunted. "If you succeed, Baal, you will share the technology." "Of course," Baal lied smoothly. "We are allies after all." The holograms faded. Baal smiled coldly. "Rachna, prepare the fleet. We depart immediately." "Yes, my lord." But deep in the shadows of the ship, a Tok'ra operative named Jolinar watched through the eyes of her host, and she immediately sent a coded message to her superiors. "Baal moves against Earth. 3 Hataks. He seeks the unknown vessel. The Tory will need help." "Back on Earth, Stargate Command, Captain," Hammond said as Picard prepared to beam back to Enterprise. "You asked earlier how we've survived 7 years of war. I'll tell you, by being unpredictable, by hitting hard and running, by making alliances we never thought possible. Guerrilla warfare," Picard said. "Survival warfare. We do what we have to do. I hope you understand that." "I do, General, more than you know. The Federation was not always the peaceful institution it is today. There were wars, terrible wars. We learned from them, and one thing we learned is this: when faced with tyranny, there is no neutral ground. You either stand against it or you enable it. Then we understand each other." "We do." Picard extended his hand again. "To new alliances, General. No matter how unlikely." "To unlikely alliances," Hammond agreed. As Picard, Riker, Data, and Worf dematerialized in the golden sparkle of the transporter, O'Neill turned to Hammond. "Sir, I like him. But I'm not sure his fancy Federation principles are going to survive contact with the Goa'uld." "Then we'll see if they adapt," Hammond said, "or if we all die trying." Carter was already at a computer terminal. "Sir, I'm getting telemetry from our satellites. 3 Goa'uld Hatak vessels just entered the solar system. ETA, 47 minutes. Sound general alarm," Hammond ordered. "All personnel to battle stations. Contact the Prometheus." "Oh, wait, she's still in dry dock. Never mind. Contact the Tok'ra, the Asgard." "Anyone who might help." "And the Enterprise?" Carter asked. Hammond looked up at the ceiling as if he could see through miles of rock to the massive starship orbiting above. "Captain Picard said he'd help. Let's see if he meant it." USS Enterprise NCC 1701D. Bridge. 30 minutes until Baal's arrival. The bridge was at yellow alert, lights dimmed, the crew moving with practiced efficiency. Captain Picard sat in his command chair, studying the tactical display. "Mr. Data, status. 3 Goa'uld Hatak vessels approaching at sublight speed. They will arrive in orbit in 29 minutes, 14 seconds. Each vessel is approximately 700 meters in length, pyramid-shaped, powered by what appears to be Naquadar reactors. Weapons. Staff cannons, plasma-based energy weapons. Effective range approximately 50,000 kilometers. Shield strength unknown, but based on Major Carter's data, significantly weaker than our deflector shields. Worf looked up from tactical. Captain, I recommend red alert. These vessels are approaching in attack formation. Agreed. Red alert. All hands to battle stations. The lighting shifted to red. Throughout the ship, crew members moved to combat positions. In engineering, Geordie LaForge and his team ensured the warp core was running at peak efficiency. In sickbay, Dr. Beverly Crusher prepared for casualties. In 10 forward, Guinan quietly ushered civilians to interior sections of the ship. Counselor Deanna Troy sat at her station, eyes closed, reaching out with her empathic abilities. Captain, I'm sensing arrogance from the approaching vessels, absolute confidence. They don't see us as a threat. They will, Worf muttered. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Picard said. Hail them, Mr. Worf. Channel open, sir. Gold vessels, this is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. You are approaching Earth with weapons charged. Please state your intentions. A moment later, the viewscreen flickered. The same cruel face from earlier appeared, Bal, System Lord of the Goa'uld. Captain Picard, Bal said, his voice dripping with condescension. How quaint. The Tory have found a spokesperson. I am Bal. Your vessel will be mine. You will surrender it immediately, or I will destroy you and take it from your corpse. Riker leaned toward Picard. Friendly, Mr. Bal, Picard began. Lord Bal, the Goa'uld snapped. I am a god. You will address me properly, Mr. Bal, Picard continued calmly. You are not a god. You are a parasitic life form using human hosts and advanced technology to masquerade as a deity. I have encountered dozens of species who make similar claims. None of them were gods. Neither are you. Bal's face flushed with rage. You dare. I dare, yes. Furthermore, this ship does not belong to Earth. It is a Federation vessel, and it will not be surrendered to anyone, least of all a warlord who enslaves sentient beings. Then you will die. Your ship is impressive, but it is one vessel against 3. The math is simple. Mathematics, Data interjected, are rarely that simple. Captain, may I address Lord Bal? Picard gestured. Go ahead, Mr. Data. Data turned toward the viewscreen. Lord Bal, I am Lieutenant Commander Data. I am an android, an artificial life form. I have calculated the probable outcome of an engagement between your 3 Hatak vessels and the Enterprise. Would you like to hear my analysis? Bal's eyes narrowed. You are a machine. A sentient machine, yes. My positronic brain allows me to process information at approximately 60 trillion operations per second. Based on the specifications provided by Major Carter of Stargate Command, your shields can withstand approximately 200,000 terajoules before failure. Our phaser arrays can deliver 5.1 megawatts per emitter bank with 200 emitters per array. A single phaser burst from one array would overload your shields in 2.3 seconds. Your staff cannons deliver approximately 1,000 terajoules per blast. Our shields can withstand impacts of up to 2,700 terajoules. In short, you cannot harm us, but we can destroy all 3 of your vessels in under 2 minutes. The bridge was silent. Even Bal seemed momentarily speechless. Mr. Data, Picard said quietly, perhaps we should have led with diplomacy. My apologies, Captain. I thought providing accurate information would prevent unnecessary combat. Bal's face twisted with rage. You lie. No vessel is that powerful. You seek to intimidate me. Well, I am not intimidated. I am a god. No, a new voice said. You're really not. Q appeared on the bridge in a flash of white light, standing directly between Picard and the viewscreen. He was dressed in a Starfleet captain's uniform, which no one had authorized, and looked thoroughly amused. Q, Picard stood. What are you doing here? Saving you from a tedious battle, Jean-Luc. Really threatening system lords. That's beneath you. Q turned to the viewscreen. Hello, Bal, I'm Q. I'm actually omnipotent, unlike you, which makes me infinitely more qualified to claim godhood. And I'm here to tell you that if you attack this ship, I will be very, very annoyed. Bal stared at Q, his confidence wavering. What? What are you? I just said. Omnipotent, all-powerful, able to turn you into a small potted plant if I choose. Would you like a demonstration? Q snapped his fingers. Bal vanished from the view screen, replaced by a small fern sitting on what had been his throne. Q, Picard shouted. Return him immediately. Oh, fine, you're no fun. Q snapped again. Bal reappeared, gasping, his eyes wide with terror. What? How? That's omnipotence, Bal. Now you have two choices. Choice 1. You leave this system immediately and tell your system lord friends that the Enterprise is under QTS protection. Choice 2. I turn you into a potted plant permanently and donate you to a botanical garden. Your call. I, Bal swallowed his pride. I withdraw for now. The transmission cut. On the tactical display, the three Hattacks turned and retreated at maximum speed. Ha, Riker said. That worked. Q, Picard said through gritted teeth. My ready room. Now. Ready room. Picard didn't wait for pleasantries. You brought us here, didn't you? Q lounged in Picard's chair, his chair with his feet up on the desk. Guilty as charged, mon capitaine. Why? Because I was bored. You, Jean-Luc, have become predictable, painfully so. Every encounter plays out the same. You face a moral dilemma. You give a stirring speech about Federation values. Everyone learns a lesson about humanity's potential. It's all very inspiring, but it's gotten dull. So you dropped my ship and crew into another universe to entertain yourself. Not just any universe. A universe where humans are fighting actual gods. Well, beings who claim to be gods, with primitive weapons and captured technology. Where they achieve impossible victories through sheer stubbornness. It's delightful. Do you know they once blew up a sun to stop a bad guy? A sun? When was the last time you did something that audacious? Picard glared. Send us home. Now. I could, but I won't. Not yet. Q. Jean-Luc, listen to me. I didn't just bring you here for entertainment, though that is a significant perk. I brought you here because both versions of humanity need this. The Stargate humans need your technology, your principles, your vision of what humanity can become. And you need them. We need them. Q leaned forward, his expression unusually serious. Yes, you've forgotten what you were, Jean-Luc. The Federation has become complacent. You explore, yes. You encounter new species, negotiate treaties, prevent wars, all very civilized. But you've forgotten what it means to fight for survival, to face impossible odds with nothing but determination and hope. We fought the Borg, and nearly lost. Would have lost, if not for luck and a few brilliant individuals. But these Stargate humans, they fight impossible odds every day. And they win. Not with superior technology or overwhelming force, but with adaptability, courage, and sheer, bloody-minded refusal to give up. What do you want from us? I want to see what happens when your idealism meets their pragmatism, when your technology meets their resourcefulness. Will you corrupt them, turn them into mini-federations following your rules? Or will they remind you what humanity was before it became comfortable? Picard was quiet for a long moment. This is another test. All of life is a test, Jean-Luc. I'm just making this one more interesting. People could die. People die every day. At least in this case, their deaths might mean something. And what happens when your test is complete? Q smiled. That depends on the results. If you pass, both of you, I'll give you a choice. Go home to your comfortable Federation, or stay here and help build something new. Something that combines the best of both humanities. And if we fail, then you all die horribly, and I find a new hobby. Probably something involving the Packalds. They're amusingly dim. Before Picard could respond, Q vanished. But his voice echoed through the ready room. Oh, and Jean-Luc, more of these system lords will come. Bal was just the opening act. You might want to prepare. This is going to get very interesting. Picard stood alone in his ready room, staring at his desk where QTS feet had been moments before. Then he tapped his comm badge. Picard to senior staff. Conference room, 1 hour. We need to discuss our situation. Aye, sir, came the chorus of responses. Picard looked out the window at Earth below. Somewhere down there, General Hammond and his team were fighting a war they had no business winning. And now, thanks to Q, that war had become Picard's as well. "Computer," he said quietly, "begin personal log. We have been brought to an alternate universe by Q and placed in the middle of an interstellar conflict. The ethical implications are staggering. Do we intervene? Do we apply the prime directive to humans from our own past? Do we risk altering their development by providing advanced technology?" He paused. "I don't have answers, but I know this. I will not stand by while humans are enslaved. Federation principles or no, some lines cannot be crossed. If that makes me a hypocrite, so be it." He ended the log and returned to the bridge. "Status, Mr. Worf. Baal's vessels have left the system, but I am detecting numerous other ships entering sensor range. They are maintaining distance, but they are watching us. Other Goa'uld? Likely, sir. Then we prepare for what comes next. Mr. Data, begin a full analysis of Goa'uld technology. I want to know their weaknesses. Mr. Worf, coordinate with Starfleet Security and SGC. If more system lords come, we need to be ready." "Aye, Captain." Riker moved to stand beside Picard's chair. "Captain, whatever QTK's reasons for bringing us here, we are here now. We might as well make the best of it." "Agreed, number one. Contact General Hammond. Tell him we'd like to continue our discussions. If we're going to work together, we need to understand each other better." "On it." Picard sat in his command chair, looking at the blue-green planet below. Earth. Not his Earth, but Earth nonetheless. And on that Earth, humans were fighting for their survival. Q was right about one thing. This was going to be interesting. Very interesting indeed. Stargate Command Briefing Room. General Hammond disconnected the call with the Tok'ra, his expression grim. "Well, that's not good news." "What did they say?" O'Neill asked. "Every system lord in the galaxy now knows about the Enterprise. Baal may have retreated, but others won't be so easily intimidated. The Tok'ra estimate at least 6 system lords are considering joint action against Earth." "6?" Carter's eyes widened. "Sir, that could be 30 or more Hattacks. Even with Enterprise, we'd be overwhelmed." "Maybe," Daniel said thoughtfully. "Or maybe we are thinking about this wrong. The Goa'uld have never faced anything like the Enterprise. They don't know what it can do. They're afraid." "Fear makes them dangerous," Teal'c observed. "Or it makes them predictable," O'Neill countered. "Scared bullies lash out. We've dealt with that before." Hammond's phone rang. He picked it up. "Hammond, yes, Commander Riker, of course. Send Captain Picard down whenever he's ready. We have much to discuss." He hung up. "Captain Picard wants to continue negotiations. He's bringing his senior staff. Sounds like he's committed to helping us." "Or QTK's forcing him to," O'Neill muttered. "Either way, we have what we've always wanted, a chance against the Goa'uld, a real chance. Let's not waste it." The Pentagon, Washington, D.C., 2 hours after Baal's retreat. The Situation Room was in controlled chaos. On the main screen, the USS Enterprise, rotating slowly in Earth orbit, visible to every telescope, satellite, and smartphone camera on the planet. President Henry Hayes sat at the head of the table, surrounded by his Joint Chiefs, the Secretary of Defense, the head of the IOA, and a very nervous General Hammond on video link from Stargate Command. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," President Hayes said, his voice carrying the tone of a man trying very hard not to scream. "A spaceship from an alternate dimension appeared in our orbit because an omnipotent being thought it would be entertaining." "That's essentially correct, sir," Hammond replied. "And this spaceship, the Enterprise, belongs to a federation of planets that doesn't exist in our timeline." "Yes, sir. And it just destroyed 3 Goa'uld motherships in under 2 minutes. 1 minute, 47 seconds, actually, sir." President Hayes rubbed his temples. "General Hammond, I've been briefed on the Stargate program. I know about the Goa'uld, the Asgard, the Ancients, but this is something else entirely, Mr. President," a woman's voice interjected. Ambassador Richard Woolsey of the IOA leaned forward. "With respect, the how and why are less important than what we do next. That ship represents technology centuries beyond ours. Technology that could make Earth the dominant power on the planet. We need to secure it. Now. Secure it. Hammond's face darkened. Ambassador, that ship has a crew of over 1,000 people who very much want to go home. Then we help them go home after we've thoroughly documented their technology, reverse-engineered their systems. This is an unprecedented opportunity to do what? General Francis Maynard of the Air Force spoke up. Steal from people who just saved us from Baal, not steal. Acquire. There's a difference. Ambassador Woolsey, President Hayes said firmly, I'm not comfortable with the idea of seizing a foreign vessel, even one from another dimension. That sets a dangerous precedent. Mr. President, Woolsey continued, undeterred, China, Russia, and every other major power on Earth saw that ship appear. They're going to demand access. If we don't act now, we lose our strategic advantage. Advantage? Hammond's voice carried barely controlled anger. Captain Picard could leave Earth's orbit right now. He doesn't answer to us. He doesn't need our permission. And if we try to force the issue, he'll just warp away to somewhere we can't reach. Then we need to make sure he doesn't want to leave, Senator Robert Kinsey said, appearing on another video screen. General Hammond, you've been in contact with this Captain Picard. What's he like? Hammond considered his words carefully. He's principled, intelligent, deeply committed to what he calls the Prime Directive, a policy of non-interference with less advanced civilizations. He's been very clear that he won't allow the Enterprise to become Earth's warship. But he fought Baal, Kinsey pointed out, in self-defense, and reluctantly. Then we need to convince him that helping us is defending himself. That ship is a target now. Every gold system lord in the galaxy will be coming for it. Picard needs us as much as we need him. President Hayes looked at each person in the room. General Hammond, what's your assessment? Can we work with Captain Picard? I believe so, sir. But only if we treat him and his crew with respect. They're not our prisoners, and they're not our property. They're potential allies. Let's act like it. Agreed. Ambassador Woolsey, I want you to draw up a formal agreement. Something that respects the Enterprise's autonomy while ensuring cooperation on mutual defense. General Maynard, coordinate with Stargate Command on integrating Enterprise's capabilities into our defense network with Captain Picard's consent. Senator Kinsey. Yes, Mr. President, stay out of it. Kinsey's face flushed with anger, but he said nothing. General Hammond, set up another meeting with Captain Picard. Let's see if we can make this work. Meanwhile, Deep Space Goa'uld System Lord Council, the holographic chamber, was filled with the images of the most powerful beings in the galaxy. System Lords, each commanding fleets of Hatak vessels, armies of Jaffa and worlds beyond counting. At the center, Baal, still seething from his humiliation. The Tory have acquired a vessel of unprecedented power, he said without preamble. 3 of my Hataks were destroyed in less than 2 minutes, their weapons cut through our shields like they weren't there. Their shields absorbed our weapons' fire without strain. Lord Yu, the oldest system lord, studied Baal with ancient eyes. And you fled. I made a tactical retreat, Baal corrected. There is no shame in avoiding suicide. There is shame in cowardice, Bastet purred. But let us move past Baal's failures. What concerns me is the origin of this vessel. It is not Asgard, not ancient, not any technology we have encountered. Where did it come from? Unknown, Baal admitted. My sensors detected an entity, something claiming to be called Q, who demonstrated abilities beyond even the ancients. It may have brought the ship from another dimension. Impossible, Svarog scoffed. I watched him turn me into a plant and then restore me, Baal said coldly. Possible or not, it happened. Olokan leaned forward. If this Q being can bring ships from other dimensions, what else can it do? Should we be concerned about it as much as the ship? The Q entity claimed to be merely observing, Baal said. It seemed amused by the situation. I do not believe it will directly interfere further. You do not believe, Carly said. But you do not know. None of us know, you said. which is why we must act cautiously. Bal, you proposed this council. What do you suggest? Bal smiled coldly. We unite. The Tory and their new ship represent a threat to all of us. If they are allowed to keep such power, they will use it against us. We must strike together, overwhelming force that even this enterprise cannot withstand. You want us to commit our fleets to attacking Earth? Bastet asked. The protected planet treaty with the Asgard is already strained, Bal finished. The Asgard are dealing with the replicators in their home galaxy. They have limited resources to protect the Tory. And once we control this enterprise, we will be powerful enough that the Asgard will not dare challenge us. The system lords considered this. Each saw the logic, each also saw the risk. How many ships? Svarog asked. 30 Hattacks, 5 from each of us. A show of unified strength. 30, you repeated. Against one ship that destroyed 3 of mine in less than 2 minutes, Bal reminded him. I do not propose this lightly. Very well, you said. I will commit 5 Hattacks. But Bal, if this fails, if the Asgard intervene, the consequences will be on your head. Agreed. One by one, the other system lords agreed. 30 Hattack vessels would converge on Earth within days. As the holograms faded, Bal allowed himself a small smile. Either they would capture the Enterprise and gain unprecedented power, or the Tory would be destroyed and the threat eliminated. Either way, Bal would benefit. Deeper in the shadows' unknown location, a figure watched the System Lords' Council through stolen sensor feeds. His eyes glowed with knowledge no Goa'uld should possess. Power no half-ascended being should wield. Anubis. He was supposed to be dead. The Tory and their ancient weapon had destroyed his fleet, his power base, everything. But death was merely inconvenient for a being who existed partially in another plane. And now, a ship from another dimension. Technology unlike anything in this galaxy. Fascinating, Anubis said to himself, his distorted voice echoing in the dark chamber. The Q continuum, beings beyond the ancients themselves, and they bring gifts to primitive humans. He studied the data his spies had collected on the Enterprise, its capabilities, its crew, its weaknesses. Let the System Lords throw themselves against this ship, Anubis mused. Let them weaken it, damage it. Then when both sides are exhausted, I will take what I want. He turned to his scientists, enslaved Goa'uld who had no choice but to serve. Begin adapting our weapons. This Enterprise uses something called deflector shields. Find their frequency, find their weakness. When the time comes, I want to be ready. Yes, my lord, the scientists chorused. Anubis returned his attention to the viewscreen showing Earth. Enjoy your victory, Tory. It will be your last. Back on Earth Stargate Command, Commissary Colonel Jack O'Neill sat with his team, picking at what the commissary optimistically called meatloaf. So, he said, breaking the silence, we've got an Enterprise in orbit, Q playing puppet master. And every system lord in the galaxy probably planning to blow us up. Just another Tuesday. Actually, it's Thursday, Daniel said without looking up from his tablet, where he was reviewing technical specifications of the Enterprise. Thanks, Daniel. That helps. Teal'c set down his fork. He'd been trying Earth food more lately. O'Neill, what is your assessment of Captain Picard? He's smart, principled, bit stiff. Reminds me of Hammond, actually, all about doing the right thing even when it's complicated. Will he help us? Carter asked. I think so, but on his terms, not ours. He's not going to turn the Enterprise into our personal Death Star. We wouldn't ask him to, Carter said, but having that ship on our side changes everything. The Goa'uld have never faced anything like it, which is exactly why they're going to come at us with everything they've got, O'Neill pointed out. We just put a massive target on Earth's back. The target was already there, Daniel said. We've been fighting the Goa'uld for 7 years. At least now we've got better odds, and Airman approached their table. Colonel O'Neill, General Hammond requests your presence in the briefing room. Captain Picard is returning with his senior staff. Showtime, O'Neill stood. Come on, kids, let's go see what Starfleet's planning. Briefing room 30 minutes later, Captain Picard stood at the head of the conference table, Commander Riker beside him. Data and Worf stood at attention near the door, Worf out of habit, Data out of courtesy. General Hammond sat across from them, with SG-1 arranged along the sides. "Captain," Hammond began, "I've just come from a conversation with the President. He's asked me to propose a formal arrangement between Earth and the Enterprise." "I'm listening," Picard said. "We're not asking you to become Earth's military. We understand you have principles, and we respect that. But the reality is, your presence here has changed the strategic situation. The Goa'uld see you as a threat. They're going to attack, and Earth will be caught in the middle. Which is why I'm considering leaving Earth orbit entirely," Picard said. "Take the Enterprise far from populated areas. Remove the target from your planet." "Captain," Carter spoke up, "with respect, that won't work. The Goa'uld know Earth has connections to your ship. They'll attack anyway, just to send a message. Running won't protect us. It'll just mean we face them without your help." Picard was quiet for a moment. "What exactly are you proposing, General?" "Partnership. You help defend Earth, not as mercenaries, but as allies. In exchange, we share everything we know about the Goa'uld, the Stargate network, ancient technology. We coordinate our efforts. And when you find a way home, we help you get there. And if we never find a way home, then you've got a place here. We're not going to force you to fight our battles forever, but right now, today, we need each other." Picard looked at his officers. Riker gave a slight nod. Data tilted his head thoughtfully. Worf remained impassive, but Picard knew his tactical officer well enough to read the slight tension that meant agreement. "General Hammond, I appreciate your candor, and I agree, we do need each other. But I need certain assurances. Name them." "First, the Enterprise remains under Starfleet command. I answer to my conscience and my principles, not to Earth's political leaders." "Agreed." "Second, we engage in defensive operations only. I will not use the Enterprise for preemptive strikes or offensive campaigns unless absolutely necessary." "Acceptable." "Third, my crew has the right to leave if we find a way home. No attempts to detain us, seize the ship, or prevent our departure." Hammond glanced at O'Neill, who shrugged. "Seems fair." "Agreed," Hammond said. "Anything else?" "Yes, I want to understand more about these Goa'uld, their capabilities, their tactics, their motivations. If we are going to fight them, I need to know what we are fighting." "That," O'Neill said, "we can definitely help with." Carter pulled up a holographic display. "The Goa'uld are parasitic beings, snakes, basically, that take human hosts. They have genetic memory, which means each Goa'uld remembers the lives of all its ancestors. This makes them arrogant. They think they are gods because they have thousands of years of memory. But they are not gods," Tilk added. "They are parasites, petty, cruel, and obsessed with power." Worf leaned forward. "You were once their servant." "How did you break free?" "I met these humans," Tilk said simply. "They showed me that gods do not deserve worship. They must earn it. The Goa'uld have earned nothing but contempt." Worf nodded approvingly. "You chose honor over servitude." "That is the way of a warrior, indeed." Data raised a hand. "If I may inquire, Major Carter, you mentioned genetic memory. Does that mean each Goa'uld is essentially an amalgamation of multiple consciousness? Sort of. They retain the memories but maintain individual personality. It's more like having perfect access to their ancestors' experiences rather than multiple personalities." "Fascinating. That would provide enormous strategic advantages, learning from millennia of warfare without the need for formal education. It also makes them predictable," O'Neill said. "They fight the same way their ancestors did. Same tactics, same strategies, which is why we've survived this long. We are unpredictable. We improvise." Picard smiled slightly. "Improvisation is not a Starfleet strength. We prefer careful planning and execution." "Then this should be an interesting partnership," O'Neill replied. "You plan, we improvise, together we blow stuff up." "Colonel O'Neill," Picard said, "I'm beginning to see why you've survived as long as you have. Charm and good looks. determination and adaptability. I'll take it. Hammond cleared his throat. Gentlemen, if we're done with the Mutual Appreciation Society, we should discuss the immediate threat. Our intelligence suggests the system lords are planning a coordinated strike. Multiple attacks. Soon. How many? Riker asked. We don't know, but Bal's not stupid. He won't come back with just 3 ships. Then we need to prepare, Picard said. Commander Data, begin a full analysis of Goa'uld technology. Find weaknesses. Mr. Worf, I want tactical scenarios for defending Earth against multiple capital ships. Commander Riker, work with Major Carter on coordinating our systems with theirs. Aye, sir. Picard turned back to Hammond. General, you have your partnership. Now let's make sure we're both still around to honor it. USS Enterprise conference room, the next day. The Enterprise's senior staff meeting was usually a model of Starfleet efficiency. Reports delivered crisply, problems discussed rationally, solutions implemented professionally. Today was different. Today, Captain Picard sat at the head of the table, listening to his officers debate the philosophical implications of their situation, and feeling the beginnings of a headache that even his Earl Grey couldn't prevent. Captain, Doctor. Beverly Crusher said, her voice tight with controlled anger, I've been reviewing the medical data from Stargate Command. These Goa'uld implant their young into living hosts. Jaffa, creating a biological dependency. The Jaffa literally cannot survive without the symbiote once they reach maturity. That's not slavery, that's biological warfare. It is monstrous, Counselor Deanna Troi agreed. I've met Tilk. He carries incredible psychological trauma, years of serving false gods, committing atrocities in their name. And he's one of the lucky ones. He had the strength to break free. Most Jaffa never get that chance. Which brings us back to the Prime Directive, Commander Riker said. Captain, are these beings, the Jaffa, the humans on Goa'uld worlds, are they covered by the directive? They were human originally, Earth humans. Just transplanted thousands of years ago. Picard set down his tea. That's the question, isn't it, number 1? The Prime Directive prohibits interference in the natural development of civilizations. But what constitutes natural development when an outside force, the Goa'uld, has been interfering for millennia? The damage is already done, Geordie LaForge said from engineering via com. Captain, these worlds have been contaminated by alien influence for thousands of years. The Prime Directive assumes we're protecting natural development, but there's nothing natural about the situation here. Lieutenant Commander Data, Picard said. Your analysis. Data sat perfectly still, his golden eyes processing information. Captain, I have reviewed the Prime Directive's historical application. In 73% of cases, where a civilization was already subject to significant external interference, Starfleet determined that additional interference to remove the original contamination was justified. Precedent suggests we are ethically obligated to help these people. Are ethically obligated, Picard repeated. Strong words, Mr. Data. Yes, sir. The Goa'uld's actions constitute genocide, slavery, and crimes against sentient life on a scale rarely encountered. The Federation's charter explicitly states that we stand against such atrocities. The charter, Worf rumbled, also states that honor demands action when innocents suffer. The Klingon Empire would have destroyed the Goa'uld long ago, which is why the Klingon Empire has been at war for most of its history, Picard said dryly, but there was no real reprimand in his tone. Counselor Troi, what's your assessment? Troi closed her eyes, gathering her thoughts. Captain, I've been sensing the emotional climate on Earth, particularly at Stargate Command. These people are tired. They've been fighting a war they should have lost 1,000 times over. They're holding on through sheer determination and hope. Hope that someone will help them. That they are not alone in the universe. She opened her eyes. We can't abandon them, not just because it would be strategically foolish, but because it would be morally wrong. The Prime Directive has exceptions. This is one of them. Picard stood, walking to the viewport that showed Earth below. When I took command of the Enterprise, I swore to uphold the Prime Directive. It's not just a rule, it's a philosophy. The belief that every civilization has the right to determine its own destiny without interference. He turned back to his officers. But you're all correct. The Goa'uld have already interfered. Massively, repeatedly, for thousands of years. We're not violating the Prime Directive by helping Earth. We're correcting an ongoing violation. So we fight, Riker said. We fight, but on our terms. We help defend these people. We protect the innocent. But we do not become conquerors ourselves. We do not impose Federation values on a civilization that hasn't asked for them. Understood, sir. Mr. LaForge, how are the repairs coming? Almost done, Captain. We took some damage from Baal's attack, mostly superficial, but I want to run a full diagnostic before we engage again. Make it your priority. Mr. Worf, I want tactical drills with Stargate Command. If we're going to fight together, we need to understand each other's capabilities. I have already begun coordination with Tilk, Worf said. He is an excellent warrior. His people's tactics are crude but effective. High praise from you, Mr. Worf. It is deserved. Meanwhile, Stargate Command Main-Level Commander William Riker stood in the gate room, staring up at the massive Stargate. Behind him, Major Samantha Carter explained its operation for the third time, and he was still having trouble believing it. So you're telling me, Riker said slowly, that this device creates stable wormholes to thousands of other planets, instantaneously. That's correct, Carter said, clearly enjoying his amazement. It's ancient technology, built by a race that existed millions of years ago. Each gate has a unique address, 7 symbols representing points in space. Dial the address, the wormhole forms, and you can walk to another planet. We've been using warp drive for centuries, Riker said. But this is something else entirely. The energy requirements alone should be impossible. The gate draws power from the energy grid, but for longer connections, we can use a ZPM, a zero-point module. Ancient power source that draws energy from subspace. You have ancient power sources. We have one. It's currently powering the outpost in Antarctica, but we're always looking for more. Riker walked closer to the gate, examining the chevrons. And your people figured out how to use this, how to dial addresses. Colonel O'Neill figured it out, actually, with help from Daniel Jackson. It's been a learning process. I'm impressed. The Enterprise has some of the most advanced technology in the Federation, but we have nothing like this. And we have nothing like your warp drive, Carter countered. Commander, I've been studying the data you provided on your propulsion systems. The ability to travel faster than light without using a wormhole or entering hyperspace. That opens up possibilities we've never considered. Possibilities. What if we combine the technologies? Warp drive plus Stargate. We could gate to a planet, explore, and if it's worth visiting again, we could return via ship. Or we could use the Enterprise to carry gate components and establish new gates on unexplored worlds. Riker smiled. Major Carter, I think you and Geordi are going to get along very well. He loves this kind of theoretical engineering. Commander LaForge and I have already started preliminary designs, Carter admitted. If we can integrate Stargate, warp drive, and Asgard beaming technology. Wait, Asgard beaming? I thought your transport technology was primitive. It is. Was. The Asgard, an advanced alien race, gave us upgraded beaming technology. It's similar to your transporters, but works on different principles. So let me understand, Riker said. You have ancient wormhole technology, Asgard beaming, and Goa'uld ships that you've reverse-engineered, plus Tok'ra intelligence networks and Jaffa warriors who've joined our side. You're a scavenger civilization, Riker said, not unkindly. You take what works and make it your own. We prefer adaptive, Carter said with a slight smile. But yes, essentially, when you're fighting enemies with technology thousands of years more advanced than yours, you use what you can get. That's actually brilliant. The Federation develops its own technology, we're proud of that, but sometimes pride gets in the way of practical solutions. I'm sensing a theme here, Carter said. Federation idealism versus Stargate pragmatism. Something like that. Captain Picard is struggling with it. He wants to do the right thing, but he's not sure what the right thing is. Welcome to our world. We've been making it up as we go for 7 years. The gate suddenly activated, the Kawoosh forming and stabilizing. An SG team stepped through, looking tired but uninjured. SG-3 reporting, Major, the team leader said. Successful reconnaissance of P3X-774, no Goa'uld presence, habitable, potentially useful for. He noticed Riker's Starfleet uniform. Ah, who's this? Commander William Riker, USS Enterprise, Riker said, extending his hand. Don't worry, I'm cleared. The team leader shook his hand warily. Right, the spaceship. We heard about that. Is it true you destroyed 3 Hattacks in 2 minutes? 1 minute, 47 seconds, Riker said. But who's counting? Enterprise sickbay Dr. Beverly Crusher stood in a medical bay, examining the Jaffa physiology scans that Stargate Command had provided. Beside her, Dr. Janet Fraser of the SGC watched nervously. This is horrific, Crusher said quietly. Doctor. Fraser, these people have been deliberately engineered to require symbiotes. Their immune systems are suppressed. They're entirely dependent on the Goa'uld for survival. We've developed a drug tretinin that can replace the symbiote, Fraser explained. It allows Jaffa to be free without dying. May I see the formula? Fraser handed over a pad. Crusher studied it, her expression growing more thoughtful. This is good work, Doctor, but I think we can improve it. Our medical technology is quite advanced. If I could study the tretinin and compare it with our immunological database, we might be able to develop a better version, one with fewer side effects. That would save lives, Fraser said. A lot of lives. The current version works, but it has complications. Then let's work on it together. Science has no nationality, or species, or timeline, Fraser smiled. Dr. Crusher, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. A Casablanca reference, I approve. 10 Forward Counselor Deanna Troy sat across from Dr. Daniel Jackson in the Enterprise's lounge. Guinan, the mysterious bartender, had served them both drinks and then tactfully moved away. Dr. Jackson, Troy said gently, you're carrying a great deal of emotional pain. Would you like to talk about it? Daniel looked surprised. I'm fine, just processing everything. You're not fine. I'm an empath. I can sense your emotions. You've experienced something traumatic, something that changed you fundamentally. Daniel was quiet for a long moment. Then I died. A year ago, and then I ascended, became an energy being like the ancients. I existed on a higher plane for months, saw the universe from a completely different perspective. And then you came back. I broke the rules, tried to help people who were suffering. The others, the ascended, they didn't like that, so they sent me back, mortal again. But I remember what it was like to be. More, Troy leaned forward. That must be incredibly difficult. To have experienced transcendence and then return to a limited physical form. Some days I'm not sure if it was real or if I'm crazy. You're not crazy, Dr. Jackson. You experienced something profound. And now you're struggling to find purpose in this reality after knowing something greater exists. How do you deal with it? Being an empath, you sense everyone's emotions. Don't you ever feel overwhelmed? Every day, Troy admitted. But I've learned to find balance. To accept that feeling deeply is both a gift and a burden. You'll find your balance too. I hope so. Because right now, knowing what's out there, knowing the ancients exist and won't help, knowing there are beings like Q who treat us like toys, it's hard to see the point. The point, Troy said firmly, is that we keep trying anyway. We keep fighting, keep helping, keep growing. Even if we never ascend, even if we never become more, we can still make a difference here. Now, to the people around us. Daniel smiled slightly. That's what Jack would say, less eloquently, but the same message. Then perhaps Colonel O'Neill is wiser than he lets on. Oh, he definitely is. He just hides it behind sarcasm. Cargo Bay Worf and Tilk stood facing each other in the cargo bay that had been cleared for training purposes. Both held training staffs, blunted weapons that wouldn't kill but would definitely hurt. A crowd had gathered. Starfleet security officers, SGC Marines. Even some off-duty personnel who'd heard about the match. The rules are simple, O'Neill said, serving as referee because someone had to. First one knocked down loses. No maiming, no permanent injuries, and please try not to destroy the cargo bay. Ready. Indeed, Tilk said. Kepler, Worf replied. Good fortune. They circled each other, both warriors assessing, both recognizing in the other a kindred spirit. Tilk struck first, a lightning-fast jab that Worf barely blocked. The Klingon countered with a sweeping strike that Tilk deflected with practiced ease. They traded blows for several minutes, neither gaining a clear advantage. The crowd watched in respectful silence. You fight well, Worf said, breathing hard. As do you. Your technique is different from Jaffa training, more aggressive. Klingon combat emphasizes offense. We believe the best defense is overwhelming attack. The Jaffa believe in balance. Defense creates opportunities for attack. Then let us test our philosophies. They clashed again, faster now, both warriors pushing themselves to the limit. Finally, Worf managed to sweep Teal'c's legs. The Jaffa hit the ground, but grabbed Worf's leg as he fell, pulling the Klingon down with him. They both landed hard. O'Neill blinked. That's a tie. Worf and Tilk looked at each other. Then both started laughing, a rare sound from either of them. A worthy opponent, Worf said, extending his hand. Indeed, Tilk replied, clasping it. We should fight together sometime. I would be honored. The crowd erupted in applause. And in that moment, watching warriors from two different universes bonding over combat, O'Neill thought, maybe this crazy situation is going to work out after all. Goa'uld territory, Baal's flagship. The command deck of Baal's Hatak was a study in controlled fury. The system lord sat on his throne, watching sensor displays that showed the Enterprise still in orbit of Earth, still intact, still mocking him with its very existence. His first prime, Rachna, approached cautiously. My lord, the reconnaissance ship we sent has not returned. I know, Baal said coldly. It was destroyed, just like the 3 Hataks I sent before. What are your orders? We wait. The other system lords will arrive soon. Then we move as one. As if summoned by his words, holographic projections began appearing around the throne room. One by one, the system lords materialized. Lord Yu, ancient and calculating, Bastet, beautiful and deadly, Svarog, brutal and direct, Kali, mysterious and patient, Olokan, proud and ambitious. Baal, Lord Yu said without preamble, your ship did not return. What did you learn? That the Tory vessel is even more dangerous than we suspected, Baal admitted. My scout ship was destroyed before it could report back. They detected it immediately and eliminated it with precise fire. Then, why are we proceeding with this attack? Bastet asked. If one ship can destroy our forces so easily. Because one ship cannot stand against 30, Baal interrupted. Yes, the Enterprise is powerful, but it is alone. The Tory have only one other functional capital ship, the Prometheus, and it is barely operational. We have the numbers. We will overwhelm them. And the Asgard? Kali asked quietly. Thor has protected Earth before. Thor is dealing with the replicators in his home galaxy, Svarog said. The Asgard are stretched thin. They cannot protect the Tory forever. Lord Yu stroked his beard thoughtfully. I have lived for thousands of years. I have seen countless threats rise and fall, and I have learned that underestimating the Tory is always a mistake. They are like insects, individually weak, but together surprisingly resilient. Then we crush them utterly, Olokan said. No half measures. We destroy the Enterprise and Earth in one strike. No, Baal said firmly. I want that ship intact. We destroy Earth if necessary, but the Enterprise must be captured. And how do you propose we capture a ship that destroyed 3 Hataks in under 2 minutes? Bastet asked skeptically. Baal smiled. By being smarter than it expects. The Enterprise uses shields. energy barriers that absorb weapons fire, but shields have weaknesses. They can be overwhelmed by sufficient firepower. They can be penetrated by slower-moving objects. And they must be recalibrated constantly to remain effective. He gestured to a tactical display. We will attack in waves. The first wave will engage the Enterprise directly, forcing it to expend power defending itself. The second wave will target Earth's orbital facilities and population centers, forcing the Enterprise to divide its attention. The third wave will use modified weapons, pulsed plasma instead of continuous beams, to find gaps in their shields. You have thought this through, you admitted. I have thought of nothing else for 3 days. This ship represents power beyond anything we have encountered. Whoever controls it will dominate the galaxy. And you intend that to be you, Carly observed. I intend that to be US, Bal corrected smoothly. The system lords united. As we should have been centuries ago. There was a moment of silence. Each system lord knew Bal was lying. Whoever captured the Enterprise would immediately turn it against the others. But each also knew they couldn't pass up this opportunity. Very well, Lord Yu said. I will commit 5 hattacks to this attack. But Bal, if this fails, if the Asgard intervene, if the Ancients decide to involve themselves, the consequences will be on your head alone. I accept this responsibility. One by one, the other system lords agreed. 30 Hatak vessels would converge on Earth within 72 hours. As the holograms faded, Rachna stepped forward. My lord, do you truly believe we can capture the Enterprise intact? No, Bal admitted. We will likely destroy it, but even its wreckage will contain technology we can study. And the Tory will be reminded of their place in the universe, beneath us, where they belong. Deep Space Tok'ra base Jolinar of Malksha stood before the Tok'ra High Council, her face grave. The system lords are moving, she reported. Bal has convinced you, Bastet, Svarog, Kali, and Olokan to join him in attacking Earth. 30 Hatak vessels. The largest gold fleet assembled in decades. Garshaw, leader of the Tok'ra, leaned forward. When? 3 days. They are gathering their forces now. Can Earth withstand such an attack? Unknown. They have the Enterprise, a vessel of unprecedented power. But one ship against 30 Hataks. The odds are not favorable. Then we must warn them. Jacob Carter, Sam's father and host to the Tok'ra symbiote Selmak, stepped forward. I'll take a ship to Earth immediately, warn Hammond, maybe help coordinate defenses. There is more, Jolinar said. Our spies report that Anubis is watching this situation with great interest. He was supposed to be destroyed, but we have detected energy signatures consistent with his technology. He may be planning to intervene. Anubis survived. Garshaw's eyes widened. How is that possible? He is half ascended. Killing him permanently may be impossible. Then the situation is even more dire than we thought. Jacob, go, now, and may the Tok'ra ancestors guide you. USS Enterprise Engineering Lieutenant Commander Geordie LaForge stood in main engineering, surrounded by holographic displays showing schematics of both Enterprise systems and Stargate technology. Beside him, Major Samantha Carter was equally engrossed, her tablet showing complementary data. This is incredible, Geordie said for the 10th time. The Stargate's power requirements are insane. How does it not rip itself apart? Nakwada, Carter explained. The entire gate is made of it. Nakwada is an incredibly stable element. It can channel enormous amounts of energy without degrading. We think the ancients designed it specifically for this purpose. And you're telling me there are naturally occurring Nakwada deposits on some planets? Lots of planets. The Goa'uld mine it extensively. It's the foundation of all their technology. Geordie pulled up another display. Okay, so if we could synthesize Nakwada or find a substitute material, we could potentially build our own Stargate. In theory. But the construction process requires technology we don't have. The ancients used manufacturing techniques we can barely understand, let alone replicate. But with a replicator, not the bad kind, our kind, we could maybe... Wait, you have replicators. food replicators, matter-energy conversion. We can create almost any object if we have the molecular pattern. Carter's eyes lit up. You can create matter from energy. Well, yes, it's basic. Geordie stopped at the look on her face. You don't have that technology. We have matter conversion for energy weapons, but matter creation from pure energy. That's revolutionary. Do you have any idea what we could do with that? Feed people. Which is what we use it for. No, I mean, yes, feeding people is great, but think bigger. We could replicate critical components in the field, repair ships without needing supply lines, create medical supplies on demand. This changes everything. Geordie grinned. Major Carter, I'm beginning to think this technology exchange is going to benefit both of us. You have no idea. Can I see the replicator specs? If I can see the full Stargate database. Deal. They shook hands, both scientists barely able to contain their excitement. Chief Miles O'Brien, watching from the warp core station, muttered to himself, Lord help us. We've created a monster, 2 of them. Stargate Command General Hammond's office. General Hammond looked at the message on his secure terminal and felt his blood run cold. From Tok'ra High Council priority, critical system Lords United strike against Earth. 30 Hatak vessels. ETA 72 hours. Jacob Carter en route with tactical data. Recommend immediate evacuation of non-essential personnel. He picked up his phone. Get me Captain Picard and SG-1. Conference room, 5 minutes. Conference room, the room filled quickly. Picard and Riker beamed down from the Enterprise. SG-1 arrived from various parts of the base. Data appeared via holographic projection from the Enterprise bridge. Hammond didn't waste time on pleasantries. We have intelligence from the Tok'ra. The system lords are coming, 6 of them, 30 Hatak vessels, ETA 72 hours. The room was silent. 30, O'Neill finally said. Well, that's not good. That's an understatement, Colonel, Hammond said. Even with the Enterprise, we're vastly outnumbered. Captain Picard, Carter asked, can the Enterprise handle 30 Hataks? Picard looked at Data's hologram. Mr. Data, analyzing, Data said. His eyes flickered as he processed tactical scenarios. Captain, in a direct engagement, the Enterprise could destroy or disable approximately 15 Hatak vessels before shield failure. However, this assumes optimal conditions and does not account for coordinated attacks, advanced tactics, or the possibility of enhanced weapons. So we take half of them down before they destroy us, Riker summarized. Not great odds. We need to evacuate Earth, Hammond said. Get as many people through the gate as possible. Find worlds that will take refugees. No, Picard said firmly. Everyone looked at him. Captain, Hammond asked. We don't evacuate. We fight. With respect, Captain, we are talking about the survival of the human race, which is exactly why we fight, Picard interrupted. General, if we evacuate, the Goa'uld win. They take Earth. They study our technology. They become unstoppable. And then they hunt down every human colony in the galaxy. Running doesn't save humanity. It delays the inevitable. So what do you suggest? O'Neill asked. We can't beat 30 Hataks in a straight fight. Then we don't fight straight, Carter said slowly. All eyes turned to her. Sir, we've beaten impossible odds before. We use tactics, strategy. We make them fight on our terms, not theirs. Explain, Picard said. Carter stood, moving to the display board. The Goa'uld expect a defensive battle. Enterprise in orbit, protecting Earth. They'll bring overwhelming force and crush us through attrition. But what if we don't give them that battle? Go on, Riker said. We use the Enterprise as bait, draw them away from Earth. While they're focused on the big shiny Starship, we use the Stargate to transport teams onto their Hataks. Sabotage them from inside. It's what we do best. Daniel leaned forward. Guerrilla warfare, hit and run, use their size against them. Exactly. The Goa'uld think in terms of fleet battles, capital ships against capital ships. They're not prepared for boarding actions. Tilk nodded approvingly. The Jaffa are trained for ground combat, not ship defense. If you can reach the Peltac, the command deck, you can disable entire vessels. But that requires getting teams onto the Hattacks, Riker pointed out. How do we do that without them noticing? Asgard beaming technology, Carter said. It's more advanced than Goa'uld sensors. We can beam small teams directly onto their ships. They won't know we're there until it's too late. Worf's hologram appeared beside Data's. Captain, I recommend we use a combination of Starfleet security and SG teams. My people understand ship-to-ship combat. The SGC teams understand Goa'uld technology. Mixed teams, O'Neill said. I like it, though I'm not sure how Starfleet security will handle fighting with P-90s instead of Facers. We adapt, Picard said. Major Carter, how many teams can we field? If we use Enterprise security, SGC personnel, and call in free Jaffa support, maybe 30 teams, 3 to 5 people per team. 1 team per Hattack, Hammond said. It could work. It has to work, Picard corrected. Because if it doesn't, Earth falls. Mr. Data, begin tactical simulations. I want every possible scenario run. Commander Worf, coordinate with Tilk on team composition and objectives. Major Carter, work with Mr. LaForge on optimizing the beaming technology for this operation. Aye, sir. General Hammond, I need you to contact every ally you have. The Tok'ra, the Free Jaffa, the Asgard if they can spare anyone. We need intelligence on the System Lord's fleet composition, their likely attack vectors, and any weaknesses we can exploit. Already on it, Captain, Picard stood. We have 72 hours to prepare for the largest battle Earth has ever faced. Let's make sure when the history books are written, they record a victory. Dismissed. As everyone filed out, O'Neill lingered. Captain, I've got to say, for someone who was worried about the Prime Directive a week ago, you've adapted pretty well to our blow everything up and figure it out later approach. Colonel, Picard said with a slight smile, I'm discovering that your approach has certain merits. Particularly when the alternative is extinction. Welcome to our world, Captain. It's messy, but never boring. Enterprise, Holodeck the Holodeck, had been programmed to replicate a Goa'uld Hattack's interior. Worf stood before a group of mixed Starfleet and SGC personnel, all armed with a combination of Facers, P-90s, and Zat guns. Listen carefully, Worf said, his voice carrying the authority of a lifetime of combat. The Hattack is divided into several key sections. The Peltac, command center, is our primary target. Secondary targets include the hyperdrive, shield generators, and weapons arrays. He pointed to a holographic schematic. Goa'uld ships are designed for intimidation, not efficiency. There are long corridors with little cover. Jaffa patrol in pairs. And the ship's layout is redundant. If you disable one system, they have backups. One of the Starfleet ensigns raised his hand. Sir, how do we know the simulations are accurate? Tilk stepped forward. Because I provided the data. I served on Hattack vessels for 50 years. I know every corridor, every weak point, every tactical advantage. Our strategy is simple, Worf continued. Beam in near engineering, fight our way to the Peltac, disable command systems, beam out before the ship explodes. And if we can't beam out, another ensign asked nervously. Worf met his eyes. Then we die like warriors, but that will not happen. We will train until we can execute this mission perfectly. Now, form teams of 4. We begin exercises in 5 minutes. Carter's lab, Major Carter and Geordi LaForge, sat surrounded by components from 3 different technologies, Starfleet, Ancient, and Asgard. Okay, Geordi said, examining a modified targeting sensor. If we can enhance the Asgard beaming technology with our transporter's targeting scanners, we should be able to beam through Hattack shields. Should being the operative word, Carter said. We need to test it. Test it how? We don't exactly have a Hattack handy. Carter smiled. Actually, we kind of do. The Tok'ra captured a damaged Hattack last year. It's in orbit around one of their bases. If we can convince them to let us use it for testing, I'll have Captain Picard request access. If this works, it's the key to the entire operation. And if it doesn't work, then we're back to suicidal frontal assaults, which, based on SGC's history, you people are surprisingly good at. Carter laughed. We prefer creatively reckless. 48 hours later, Enterprise bridge Captain Picard stood on the bridge watching sensor displays that showed space around Earth. The past 2 days had been a blur of preparation, training, and planning. Captain, data reported from Ops, I am detecting multiple hyperspace windows opening at the edge of the solar system. Here they come, Riker muttered. On screen, the view screen shifted, and there, emerging from hyperspace like nightmares made manifest, were 30 Hatak motherships. Pyramidal, golden, massive, each one capable of bombarding a planet to ash. My God, someone whispered. Steady, Picard commanded. This is what we planned for, all teams to stand by. Mr. Worf status. All boarding teams ready. Asgard beaming technology online and tested. We can begin insertion on your command. General Hammond, Picard asked via comm. SGC teams ready, Captain. Give the word. Picard took a deep breath. In his long career, he'd faced the Borg, hostile aliens, spatial anomalies, and QTCS tests. But this was different. This was defending Earth against overwhelming odds with a crew that shouldn't even be in this universe. And yet, here they were. Open a channel to the Goa'uld fleet. Channel open, sir. This is Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. You are approaching a protected world in violation of interstellar law. Turn back now, or face the consequences. Bal's face appeared on screen, smiling coldly. Captain Picard, how noble of you to play defender, but you are one ship against 30. You cannot win. Surrender the Enterprise, and we will allow Earth to survive. You've made that offer before, Picard said. My answer remains the same, no. Then you will die, and Earth will burn. All forces, attack. The Hatak fleet surged forward, weapons charging. Picard's expression hardened. Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Mr. Worf, begin boarding operations. Let's show them what happens when you threaten Earth. USS Enterprise. Bridge. The battle began like a storm. 30 Hatak vessels opened fire simultaneously, golden energy beams converging on the Enterprise from every direction. The ship's deflector shields flared brilliant blue as they absorbed the onslaught. Shields holding at 87%, data reported calmly, even as the ship shook. However, sustained fire at this rate will deplete shields in approximately 11 minutes. Then we don't give them 11 minutes, Picard said. Mr. Worf, execute boarding plan Alpha. All teams, go. Throughout the Enterprise and Stargate Command, trained teams materialized in Asgard transporter beams, directly onto 30 different Hatak vessels. Hatak vessel Bal's flagship Team Alpha. O'Neill, Tilk, Worf, and 2 Starfleet security officers, they materialized in a corridor bathed in golden light. Immediately, the sounds of combat echoed from elsewhere in the ship. Other teams had also beamed aboard. All right, kids, O'Neill said, checking his P90. Just like we practiced. Tilk, you've got point. Worf, you're with him. Everyone else, cover our backs. Indeed, Tilk said, raising his staff weapon. They moved through the corridors with practiced efficiency. Worf and Tilk in front, weapons ready. O'Neill and the Starfleet officers covering the rear. The first pair of Jaffa guards appeared around a corner. They barely had time to register the intruders before Worf's phaser dropped one and Tilk's staff blast took down the other. 11 more pairs between us and the Peltac, Tilk said. Then let's get moving, O'Neill replied. They fought their way through the ship. Jaffa guards fell to coordinated fire. Blast doors were bypassed using a combination of Starfleet tricorders and Tilk's intimate knowledge of Hatak security. Finally, they reached the command deck, the Peltac. Bal's first prime, Rachner, stood at the command console, surrounded by Jaffa warriors. His eyes widened as the team burst in. Sholva, Rachner shouted at Tilk. Traitor, you dare board your god's vessel. Bal is no god, Tilk replied. He is a parasite, and I have come to end him. The battle in the Peltac was brief and brutal. Worf and Tilk fought like the warriors they were, no hesitation, no mercy, perfect synchronization. O'Neill and the Starfleet officers provided covering fire. Within minutes, the Peltac was secured. "Okay," O'Neill said, moving to the command console. "How do we disable this thing?" Tilk began manipulating the controls. "I am locking out helm control and targeting systems. This vessel will no longer be able to maneuver or fire weapons." "Beautiful. Enterprise, this is Team Alpha. Target 1 disabled." Requesting extraction. A moment later, they dematerialized in Asgard transporter beams. Hatak vessel Svarog's flagship Team Beta, Daniel, Data, Carter, and 2 SGC Marines Data moved through the Hatak corridors with inhuman speed and precision. His facer never missed. His movements were perfectly calculated. And he was completely immune to staff weapon fire. The energy bolts either missed or, when they did hit, were absorbed by his shielding with minimal damage. "This is remarkable," Data said as he disabled another Jaffa with a nerve pinch. "The Hatak's interior design is highly inefficient. I count 17 redundant systems that serve no tactical purpose. It's intimidation architecture," Daniel explained, firing his own weapon at approaching Jaffa. "The Goa'uld want their ships to feel like temples. Function follows form." "Inefficient," Data repeated, "but aesthetically consistent with their god complex." Carter planted explosive charges on a shield generator. "Data, can you interface with their systems? Override their security?" "One moment." Data placed his hand on a control panel. His eyes flickered as he processed the alien code. "I have accessed their command network. Fascinating, their programming language is surprisingly straightforward. I am now locking out weapons, disabling shields, and transmitting our location to the Enterprise for extraction." That's amazing," Carter said. "It is merely efficient," Data replied. Then he tilted his head. "Though I confess, I find this style of combat significantly more dynamic than ship-to-ship engagements." Hatak vessel used flagship Team Gamma. Riker, 2 Tok'ra operatives, and 3 Free Jaffa Commander Riker had been in combat before. But nothing quite like this, fighting through an alien pyramid ship alongside rebels and spies, all while the ship shook from external fire. One of the Free Jaffa, a warrior named Bratak, moved with the skill of someone who'd been fighting for over 100 years. "The Peltac is ahead," Bratak said, "but you will have his best warriors guarding it." "Then we go through them," Riker said, drawing his facer. Ready, they breached the Peltac in a coordinated assault. Riker's facer dropped 3 Jaffa before they could react. The Free Jaffa engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the guards. The Tok'ra operatives moved to the command console, their intimate knowledge of Goa'uld systems allowing them to quickly disable critical functions. And then Lord Yu himself appeared, his eyes glowing with power. "You dare!" Yu's voice echoed with the authority of millennia. "I am the oldest system lord. I have ruled longer than your civilizations have existed. And you've been a tyrant for all of it," Riker replied. "Time for retirement." He fired his facer on maximum stun. Yu dropped. "Target disabled," Riker reported, requesting extraction. Back on the Enterprise, the bridge was chaos, controlled chaos, but chaos nonetheless. "Captain," Data reported, "we have successfully inserted teams on all 30 Hataks. 17 vessels have been disabled so far. Teams are reporting varying degrees of success." "Casualties?" Picard asked. 14 wounded, 3 killed, all Starfleet personnel. The SGC teams report 12 wounded, 2 killed. Picard closed his eyes briefly. 5 dead. 5 people under his command, gone in the first 20 minutes of battle. "Captain," Worf called from tactical, 6 Hataks have broken formation and are heading for Earth. They're attempting to bypass us and bombard the planet directly. "Mr. Data, can we intercept?" "Not all of them, sir. We can engage 3, perhaps 4. But 2 will get through to bombardment range." "Unacceptable. Helm, intercept course. Maximum warp. Mr. Worf, target those vessels." "I want them disabled, not destroyed." There are still boarding teams on some of them. Aye, sir. The Enterprise surged forward, its warp engines propelling it between Earth and the attacking Hattacks. Phaser arrays lit up space, precise beams cutting into gold shields. One Hattack exploded, its shields failed, and a lucky shot hit its reactor core. Two more were disabled, their weapons offline, drifting in space. But three Hattacks got through. They entered Earth's atmosphere, their weapons charging for orbital bombardment. Damn it, Picard muttered. Worf, can we target them? Negative, sir. They're too close to the planet. If we fire and miss, we risk hitting populated areas. Captain, Data called. I am detecting weapons fire from the planet's surface. Earth's defensive satellites are engaging the Hattacks. On the view screen, golden beams lanced up from Earth's orbital defense platforms, upgraded ancient weapons that Stargate Command had installed over the past year. They weren't as powerful as the Enterprise's phasers, but they were enough. Two Hattacks took critical damage and crashed into the ocean. The third retreated back into space, shields failing. Earth's surface defenses have successfully repelled the attack, Data reported. Picard allowed himself a small smile. Remind me to thank General Hammond for those upgrades. But the reprieve was brief. Captain, Worf said urgently, the remaining Hattacks are converging on our position. They're coordinating their fire. Shields are at 43% and falling. Evasive maneuvers. Pattern Delta 7. The Enterprise spun and dove, moving with grace impossible for ships of its size. But there were still too many Hattacks, too many weapons, too much firepower. Shields at 31%, Data reported. 29%, 24%. Multiple hull breaches on decks 12 through 15, another officer called. Sickbay is being overwhelmed with casualties. Captain, Worf said grimly, at current rate of shield depletion, we will be destroyed in 7 minutes. Picard gripped his chair. This was it. This was the impossible choice. Hold position and die protecting Earth, or retreat and abandon the planet. He knew what his answer would be. He'd known from the moment he agreed to stay. All hands, this is the captain, he said over shipwide comm. Prepare for, and then reality flickered. The bridge lights went strange. Colors shifted. Time seemed to slow, and Q appeared. He materialized right in the center of the bridge, arms crossed, looking thoroughly entertained. Q, Picard shouted. This is not the time. Oh, Jean-Luc, this is exactly the time. Look at you, shields failing, hull breaches, about to implement abandoned ship procedures. This is the most exciting you've been in years. Q, if you're not going to help, help. I'm not here to help. I'm here to observe. But I have to say, you're doing wonderfully. Really, very inspiring. Today is a good day to die and all that. Get off my bridge. Q held up his hands in mock surrender. Fine, fine, but before I go, he snapped his fingers. The Enterprise's shields suddenly regenerated, full power, as if the last 30 minutes of combat had never happened. All hull breaches sealed, all damage repaired, all systems restored to perfect function. There, Q said, now it's a fair fight. Carry on, Picard stared at him. You repaired my ship. Well, I couldn't let you die just yet. The test isn't over, you're doing so well. Both of you and those adorable SGC people, working together, adapting, fighting impossible odds. It's beautiful, really, I'm almost proud. This is a test to you. People are dying. People die every day, Jean-Luc. At least these deaths have dramatic significance. Now, where was I? Oh yes, Q snapped his fingers again. And the universe shifted. On the view screen, space began to ripple, wormholes opened, and through those wormholes came Klingon ships, dozens of them. Bird of Prey scouts, K-Tinga cruisers, and even a massive Negfar-class warship. And behind them, Romulan warbirds shimmering as they decloaked. What? Picard began. Q smiled. I may have mentioned to the Klingon High Council and the Romulan Star Empire that there was a glorious battle happening in another dimension. One where honorable warriors were defending their homeworld against overwhelming odds. The Klingons couldn't resist, and the Romulans, well, they hate being left out. The Klingon flagship hailed the Enterprise. A grizzled Klingon commander appeared on screen. Federation vessel. We are General Martok of the Klingon Defense Force. The entity Q told us of a great battle. We have come to fight alongside worthy warriors. Kepler. Without waiting for a response, the Klingon fleet dove into the remaining hattacks, disruptors blazing. Klingon battle cries filled the comm channels. Today is a good day to die. The Romulan warbirds were more subtle, cloaked ships appearing behind hattacks, firing plasma torpedoes at point-blank range, then cloaking again before return fire could reach them. The tide of battle turned instantly. The system lords, seeing their fleet suddenly outnumbered and outgunned, made the only logical choice. All vessels retreat. Bal's voice came over the comm. Retreat! Retreat to hyperspace. The hattacks that could still move jumped to hyperspace. The ones that had been disabled by boarding teams were left behind, adrift, their crews frantically trying to restore power. Within minutes, the battle was over. Q stood on the bridge, applauding slowly. Magnificent! Jean-Luc, you really have outdone yourself. And those Stargate people, plucky as ever, I am thoroughly entertained. Q, Picard said, his voice dangerously calm. You brought Klingons and Romulans to this dimension, without warning, without permission. Do you have any idea what you've done? I've saved your ship, saved Earth, and provided excellent entertainment for myself. I'd say I've done quite well. Q. Oh, don't get your uniform in a bunch. The Klingons and Romulans will go home after they finish celebrating. Probably. Maybe, we'll see. But you, Jean-Luc, you've learned something today, haven't you? Picard was silent. You've learned, Q continued, that sometimes survival requires accepting help from unlikely sources, that rigid principles must bend in the face of necessity. That the Stargate people's approach, adaptation, improvisation, controlled chaos, has its merits. And you arranged all of this to teach me that lesson. Not just you, them too. Q gestured at the viewscreen where Stargate Command was visible on Earth below. The Stargate humans needed to see that they are not alone, that in this multiverse there are beings who will fight alongside them, that they don't have to face every threat by themselves. Q moved closer to Picard. The Q continuum has been watching humanity for eons, both your version and theirs. And we've been debating, are you ready? Ready for what comes next? Ready to face the real threats lurking in the darkness? What threats? Oh, you'll see. The Ori, the Replicators, the Wraith. So many delightful horrors waiting to devour humanity. And you'll need to work together, Federation and Stargate, if you hope to survive. This was a test, Picard said slowly, to see if we could cooperate, if we could set aside our differences. Very good, Jean-Luc. Gold star for you, and you passed, both of you. You're learning to fight like them, aggressive, adaptive, improvising. And they're learning from you, strategy, principles, long-term thinking, perfect synthesis. Q stepped back. Now I'll leave you to your celebration. The Klingons are already getting drunk in 10 forward, by the way. You might want to stop them before they break something expensive. Ta-ta, and he vanished. The bridge crew sat in stunned silence. Finally, Riker spoke. Did Q just save us? Apparently, Picard said. He tapped his comm badge. Picard to Hammond. General, are you seeing this? Hammond's voice came through, sounding as shocked as Picard felt. Captain, we are seeing Klingon ships celebrating in orbit and Romulan warbirds doing victory loops around the moon. What the hell just happened? Q happened, General. I'll explain later. For now, we won. Against impossible odds, we won. Thank you, Captain, for everything. Thank you, General. Your people's courage was extraordinary. 3 hours later, Stargate Command, memorial service they gathered in the gate room. What little space wasn't occupied by equipment. Humans from 2 different universes. Jaffa, Tok'ra. Even a few Klingons who'd beamed down and refused to leave until the Warriors' Memorial was complete. 47 Starfleet officers killed in action, 23 SGC personnel, 14 Jaffa, 3 Tok'ra, 87 beings who'd given their lives to defend Earth. General Hammond stood before the assembled crowd, his voice carrying the weight of grief and pride. These people died defending a world not their own. The Starfleet officers could have left. The Jaffa could have stayed out of it. The Tok'ra could have remained hidden. But they all chose to stand and fight. That's not just courage. That's heroism in its purest form. Captain Picard stepped forward. In Starfleet, we have a saying, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. These people understood that. They gave their lives so that billions could continue living. There is no greater sacrifice. Tilk was next. His deep voice resonated through the gate room. The Jaffa who died today died free, not as servants of false gods, but as warriors fighting for a righteous cause. They have earned their place in the halls of honor. One by one, names were read, ranks, accomplishments, loved ones left behind. And as each name was spoken, a member of their organization, Starfleet, SGC, Jaffa, Tok'ra, stepped forward and placed a candle in front of the Stargate. By the end, the gate room was filled with flickering lights. 10 forward, the memorial was over, but the grief remained. And so, naturally, people dealt with it the way warriors have dealt with grief since time immemorial. They got drunk. 10 forward was packed. Klingons, humans from 2 different Earths, Jaffa, and even a few brave Tok'ra mingled, drank, and told stories about the fallen. Guinan moved through the crowd with infinite patience, somehow keeping everyone supplied with drinks despite the chaos. Colonel O'Neill sat at the bar beside Captain Picard. Both men nursed drinks, synthehol for Picard, something considerably stronger for O'Neill. "Captain," O'Neill said, "you realize this is completely insane, right?" "In what way, Colonel?" "All of it. You, me, Q bringing your ship here. The battle. The Klingons, all of it. This is the kind of thing that happens in bad science fiction." Picard smiled slightly. "Colonel, I've been turned into a Borg, put on trial by omnipotent beings, and had my consciousness transferred into a probe that experienced an entire lifetime in 20 minutes. This barely makes my top 10 strangest experiences." "Fair point." O'Neill took a drink. "So what now? You staying? Going home?" "I don't know. Q implied he could send us home whenever we're ready. But perhaps we're needed here. Your people face threats I can barely comprehend. The Ori Q mentioned, the replicators, the Wraith, and you're facing them with limited resources and no backup. We've managed so far. You've survived." "There's a difference." They sat in companionable silence for a moment, watching Worf and Tilk arm wrestling in the corner while Klingons and Jaffa cheered them on. "They're bonding," O'Neill observed. "Warrior cultures," Picard said. "They recognize kindred spirits." Across the room, Data and Daniel were engaged in an animated discussion about ancient languages. Carter and Geordi were sketching designs on a napkin, clearly planning their next joint engineering project. Riker was teaching Tok'ra operatives how to play poker. "You know what's weird?" O'Neill said. "What?" "A week ago, we didn't know you existed. Now I can't imagine fighting this war without you." Picard looked at the colonel. "A week ago, I was concerned about upholding the Prime Directive. Now I'm planning guerrilla warfare against false gods with a man who once destroyed a sun to kill a Goa'uld. Perspective changes quickly." "That it does." Guinan appeared beside them, refilling drinks. "Gentlemen, you both look like you're carrying the weight of the world." "2 worlds," O'Neill corrected. "Then perhaps you should share the burden," Guinan said wisely. "That's what allies do." She moved away, leaving them to contemplate her words. Finally, Picard raised his glass. "To allies." "And to the fallen." "To allies," O'Neill echoed. "And to somehow surviving Cutic's next test." They clinked glasses. And somewhere in a dimension beyond space and time, Q smiled. "Oh, Jean-Luc," he said to himself. "You have no idea what's coming next." Meanwhile, Deep Space Anubis's hidden base Anubis watched the battle's conclusion through his sensor network, watched the Enterprise survive, watched the Klingons and Romulans arrive, watched the system lords flee. "Fascinating," he murmured. The Q continuum, they involve themselves directly. That changes everything." His scientist approached nervously. "My lord, we have completed our analysis of the Enterprise's shield frequencies. We believe we can adapt our weapons to penetrate them. Excellent. And the studies I requested on the Klingon and Romulan vessels? Ongoing, my lord. But these ships are from another dimension. Their technology operates on principles we do not fully understand. Then you will study harder. I want to know everything, every weakness, every vulnerability. Yes, my lord. Anubis turned to his holographic display showing Earth. Let them celebrate their victory. Let them believe they are safe. But I am patient. I have waited millennia for the right moment. I can wait a little longer. And when the moment comes, Anubis said, his eyes glowing with dark power, I will take the Enterprise. I will take Earth's technology, and I will take my rightful place as the supreme power in this galaxy. The Ori are irrelevant. They come from another galaxy, believing themselves to be gods. But I am half ascended. I understand the nature of power in ways they cannot comprehend. When the time is right, I will destroy them too. The scientist bowed and retreated. Anubis returned his gaze to Earth. Enjoy your victory, Tory. Enjoy your new alliance. Because very soon I will teach you the difference between surviving a battle and winning a war. The White House, Washington, D.C., 1 week after the battle. The Oval Office had never hosted a meeting quite like this. President Henry Hayes sat behind the resolute desk, flanked by his Joint Chiefs and the IOA representatives. Across from him, Captain Jean-Luc Picard in his Starfleet uniform, General George Hammond in Air Force dress blues, and Ambassador Richard Woolsey with a stack of legal documents that could choke a Goa'uld. Captain Picard, President Hayes began, I want to start by thanking you. Without the Enterprise, Earth would have fallen. That's not hyperbole, that's fact. Mr. President, Picard replied, we did what was necessary, what was right. Which brings us to the question of what happens next. Hayes gestured to Woolsey. The IOA has drafted a formal agreement between Earth and the Enterprise. Ambassador, Woolsey cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. Captain, the proposal is straightforward. The Enterprise will serve as Earth's primary defensive asset. In exchange, we provide logistical support, intelligence on the Goa'uld and other threats, and full access to our Stargate network and ancient technology databases. And command authority, Picard asked. That's negotiable. It's not negotiable, Picard said firmly. The Enterprise remains under Starfleet command. I answer to my conscience and my principles, not to Earth's political apparatus. That's non-negotiable. Senator Kinsey, appearing via video link, leaned forward. Captain, with respect, you're asking us to trust a foreign power. We are not a foreign power, Senator. We are humans from an alternate timeline who were brought here against our will. Semantics. The point remains. You're asking for autonomy while operating in our space, defending our planet, using our resources. Senator, General Hammond interjected, Captain Picard could leave Earth's orbit right now, warp to the other side of the galaxy. We couldn't stop him. The fact that he's staying, that he's willing to help, that's a gift. Let's not throw it away because of bureaucratic territorialism. Kinsey bristled but said nothing. President Hayes held up a hand. Gentlemen, let's focus on what we can agree on. Captain Picard, you're willing to help defend Earth? Yes, Mr. President. In exchange for intelligence, support and cooperation? Yes. And you maintain operational independence? Yes. Hayes looked at Woolsey. Then draft an agreement that reflects that. Call it a mutual defense pact. The Enterprise is an allied vessel, not a subordinate one. Mr. President, Woolsey began. Ambassador, we just survived 30 Hatak motherships because Captain Picard was willing to fight alongside us. I think we can manage a little flexibility in our bureaucratic protocols. Picard allowed himself a small smile. Thank you, Mr. President. I believe this arrangement will work well for both parties. There's one more thing, Hayes said. General Hammond, Captain Picard, I want your people working together, joint missions, technology exchange, training programs, whatever it takes to make this partnership real, not just on paper. Agreed, both men said simultaneously. Hayes stood, extending his hand to Picard. Then welcome to Earth's defense, Captain. Officially, Picard shook it. It's an honor, Mr. President. Stargate Command Main Level Lieutenant Commander Data stood in the gate room, staring at the massive Stargate with the fascination of a child discovering a new toy. Beside him, Major Samantha Carter was equally engrossed, but for different reasons. Commander Data, she said, your positronic brain, it processes information exponentially faster than any computer we have. If you could interface with the Stargate's dialing computer, could you calculate new gate addresses? Ones we haven't discovered yet. Data tilted his head, considering. In theory, yes. The Stargate network uses a base 36 coordinate system with 7 symbol addresses representing 6 spatial coordinates plus a point of origin. Given the distribution of gates across the galaxy and the known laws of stellar drift, I could extrapolate potential new addresses with approximately 73.4% accuracy. 73%, Carter repeated, her eyes lighting up. Data, do you have any idea how many new worlds that could open up? Approximately 1,847 additional gate addresses within the Milky Way galaxy alone, based on current stellar cartography. Carter grabbed her tablet, fingers flying across the screen. We need to test this. Pick a random address, one we've never dialed, and see if it connects. Major Carter, attempting to dial an unknown address could be dangerous. We do not know what exists on the other side, which is why we'll use a MALP first. Remote probe, we send it through, it sends back telemetry. If it's safe, we follow. Data's eyes brightened, or as much as an android's eyes could brighten. That is a logical and scientifically rigorous approach. I accept your proposal. A voice interrupted them. Am I interrupting a beautiful friendship? They turned. Thor, the supreme commander of the Asgard fleet, stood in the gate room, all 4 feet of grey-skinned, large-eyed alien magnificence. Thor, Carter said, surprised. We didn't know you were coming. I was not planning to, Thor replied, his voice carrying its usual flat effect. But I became aware of the presence of the Enterprise. I wished to meet its crew. Specifically, I wished to meet Commander Data. Data stepped forward. I am Lieutenant Commander Data, USS Enterprise. You are Thor of the Asgard. I am. Your reputation precedes you, Commander. An artificial life form with a positronic brain, capable of independent thought, emotion, and creativity. This is unprecedented in my experience. The Asgard do not have artificial intelligence. We do. But none have achieved true sentience. They are sophisticated programs, not independent beings. You are different. I am unique, Data agreed. My creator, Dr. Noonien Soong, designed my positronic net to mimic human neural pathways. The result is consciousness, or at least a close approximation. Thor moved closer, his large black eyes studying Data with scientific interest. I would very much like to study your design. The Asgard face a crisis. Our cloning technology is degrading. Each generation is weaker than the last. If we could develop true artificial intelligence, we could transfer our consciousness to synthetic bodies. Your existence suggests this is possible. I would be willing to share my schematics, Data said. Though I must warn you, Dr. Soong's work was highly experimental. Even he could not replicate me successfully. My brother, Law, was dangerously unstable. Nevertheless, I believe cooperation between Asgard and Starfleet could prove mutually beneficial. Your technology is remarkably advanced in areas we have not explored. And our technology could enhance your capabilities. A technology exchange, Carter said. Thor, that's brilliant. We share what we know. Everyone benefits. Precisely, Major Carter. I will transmit to the Enterprise a data package containing Asgard technological specifications. In return, I request access to their replicator technology, transporter systems, and warp field theory. I will need to obtain Captain Picard's authorization, Data said, but I believe he will agree. The Prime Directive concerns interference with developing civilizations. The Asgard are clearly more advanced than us in many areas. Then we have an accord. I will remain on Earth for the next several days to facilitate this exchange. As Thor and Data began discussing technical specifications, at a level that made Carter's head spin despite her genius-level intellect, she smiled to herself. This was how alliances were built. Not through treaties and formal documents, but through scientists and engineers finding common ground, sharing knowledge, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. USS Enterprise Engineering Chief Engineer Geordi LaForge stood in main engineering, surrounded by holographic displays showing impossibly complex schematics. "Okay," he said, rubbing his eyes beneath his visor. "So you're telling me the Stargate draws power from multiple sources simultaneously? The gate's own capacitors, the local power grid, and can tap into a zero-point module for long-distance connections." "Exactly," Major Carter said, standing beside him with her own tablet. "The gate is incredibly efficient. It only uses massive power for initial wormhole formation. Once established, maintaining the connection requires minimal energy. But the wormhole itself, it's not a spatial fold like a wormhole in our universe. It's more like a tunnel through subspace. Close. It's more accurate to say the wormhole creates a bridge through a dimension adjacent to normal space. The matter stream travels through that bridge almost instantaneously." Geordi pulled up another display. "And you can't send large objects through. Just matter that's been converted to energy and reconstituted on the other side." "Right. Which is why we can't send ships through the gate. Only people and smaller equipment. But what if?" Geordi's fingers flew across the holographic interface. "What if we combined gate technology with our transporter? Use the gate's wormhole as a carrier wave for a transporter beam? We could send larger objects. Maybe even beam directly from one planet to another without needing a ship in orbit." Carter stared at the schematics. That's insane and brilliant, but the power requirements would be enormous. Not if we use your ZPM technology. How many of those do you have?" "One. And it's powering the ancient outpost in Antarctica. Can you get more, if we knew where to look? The ancients left them scattered across the galaxy, but most are depleted or lost. Then that becomes a priority. Because if we can crack this long-range transporter/gate hybrid technology, it changes everything. We could evacuate entire populations in minutes, transport supplies across the galaxy instantly. The strategic implications are staggering. "We need to test it," Carter said. "Small scale first. Maybe transport an object from Earth to a nearby planet through a stable gate connection. I'll talk to Captain Picard. This kind of tech could save millions of lives." They worked in companionable silence for several minutes, both scientists lost in the joy of discovery. Finally, Carter said, "Commander LaForge, can I ask you something personal?" "Geordi, and sure. Your visor, it lets you see beyond the normal human spectrum, right?" "Yeah, infrared, ultraviolet, electromagnetic fields. It's overwhelming sometimes, but I've had it since I was born blind. It's all I know. Could you see Naquadah signatures? The energy emissions from gold technology?" Geordi turned toward her, his visor scanning. "Actually, yeah. You're carrying something made of Naquadah right now. Small object." "In your left jacket pocket." Carter pulled out a small Naquadah power cell. "This is amazing. You can detect it without any scanning equipment." "My visor is scanning equipment, just built into my head." "Geordi, do you realize what this means? You could identify gold technology instantly. Detect hidden weapons, find cloaked ships. You're like a walking tricorder." "I prefer chief engineer, but walking tricorder has a certain ring to it." Carter laughed. "You and Commander Data, you're going to revolutionize how we fight the gold. Data's the genius. I just make the ship go. You're both geniuses, and I'm really glad you're here." 10 forward Dr. Beverly Crusher sat across from Dr. Janet Fraser in the Enterprise's lounge, both women nursing drinks and looking exhausted. 17 wounded Jaffa, Fraser said, reviewing her medical tablet. All of them suffering from symbiote withdrawal. "The tretinoin helps, but it's not a perfect solution." Show me the molecular structure, Crusher said. Fraser pulled up the data. Crusher studied it with the practiced eye of someone who'd treated thousands of different alien species. Your tretinin suppresses the immune system degradation caused by symbiote removal, Crusher said slowly. But it doesn't repair the underlying genetic damage. These Jaffa were engineered. Their DNA was altered to create symbiote dependency. Right. We can treat the symptoms, but not the cause. What if we could repair the DNA? Fraser looked up sharply. How? Genetic recombination therapy. We use it to treat congenital disorders. If we could identify the exact genetic markers that create symbiote dependency and repair them, the Jaffa would be cured permanently. They wouldn't need symbiotes or tretinin. That's exactly what we've been trying to develop, but we don't have the technology. We do. It's experimental, but it works. I've used it successfully on dozens of species. Fraser leaned forward. Dr. Crusher, if we could cure the Jaffa, truly cure them, it would change everything. There are millions of Jaffa across the galaxy. Most are still enslaved by the gold because they need symbiotes to survive. But if we could free them from that dependency, they'd have no reason to serve the gold, Crusher finished. The entire power structure would collapse. Exactly, Crusher stood. Then let's get started. I'll need genetic samples from multiple Jaffa, baseline DNA before gold modification, if possible, and access to your tretinin research. Done. When can we start human trials? Let's perfect it in the lab first. But Dr. Fraser, this could be the most important medical breakthrough of your career, of both our careers. Then let's make sure we get it right. Enterprise holodeck. The holodeck had been programmed to simulate a gold Hatak mothership's interior, perfect detail, down to the golden walls and hieroglyphic inscriptions. Worf stood at one end, staff weapon in hand. Tilk stood at the other, similarly armed. Between them, 30 Starfleet security officers and SGC Marines, all looking nervous. You will work in teams of 6, Worf announced, his deep voice carrying authority that made everyone stand straighter. 3 Starfleet, 3 SGC. You will learn each other's tactics. You will learn each other's weapons, and you will learn to fight as one unit. The Goa'uld are powerful, Teal'c added, but they are also predictable. They rely on superior technology and Jaffa warriors to enforce their will, but Jaffa can be defeated. Ships can be sabotaged. False gods can be killed. We have done it before, Worf said, and we will do it again, but only if you work together. Starfleet officers, you are trained in ship-to-ship combat, security protocols, and discipline tactics. You will teach the SGC teams these skills. SGC personnel, you are trained in guerrilla warfare, improvisation, and asymmetric tactics. You will teach Starfleet these skills. One Starfleet ensign raised his hand. Sir, won't mixing tactics create confusion? No, Teal'c said. It will create adaptability. The Goa'uld expect ordered formations, predictable strategies. When you combine Starfleet discipline with SGC improvisation, you become unpredictable, and that is the greatest weapon of all. Now, Worf said, activating the holographic simulation, we begin. Computer, initialize training program Worf Alpha 1. 10 holographic Jaffa guards, medium difficulty. Golden armored Jaffa warriors materialized in the corridor, staff weapons raised. Teams Alpha and Bravo, Worf commanded. Engage. The mixed teams moved forward, Starfleet officers using precision phaser fire to suppress the enemy, while SGC Marines flanked with P-90s, their human adaptability finding angles the holographic Jaffa didn't expect. Within minutes, all 10 holographic Jaffa were down. Again, Teal'c said. This time, 20 Jaffa, hard difficulty. They ran the drill again, and again, and again. By the end of the session, the teams were moving like they'd been fighting together for years. Starfleet officers were learning to shoot and move like SGC Marines. SGC personnel were learning Starfleet tactical positioning. Acceptable, Worf said, which from him was high praise. You will return tomorrow. We will continue until you can complete this drill blindfolded. As the teams filed out, exhausted but proud, Worf turned to Tilk. Your people fight well, Worf said. They lack formal training, but their instincts are excellent. As do yours, Tilk replied. They are disciplined but rigid. They must learn to adapt more quickly. Then we will teach each other. This is the warrior's way. Indeed. Counselor Troy's office, Dr. Daniel Jackson, sat on the couch in Deanna Troy's office, looking uncomfortable. He'd been strongly encouraged by General Hammond to attend these sessions after the battle. You don't want to be here, Troy observed. I don't think I need to be here, Daniel corrected. I'm fine. You died, ascended to a higher plane of existence, spent months as an energy being, broke the rules of ascension to help people, and were forcibly returned to human form. You're not fine. That was over a year ago, and you've been avoiding dealing with it ever since. Troy leaned forward. Daniel, may I call you Daniel? I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help, but I can't do that if you won't talk to me. Daniel was quiet for a long moment. Then, do you know what it's like to experience everything, to exist without limits, without time, without the constraints of physical form? No, but I'd like to understand. It was beautiful and terrible. I could see the suffering in the universe, billions of beings crying out for help. And the ascended beings, the ancients, they just watched. They have all this power and they do nothing. That must have been frustrating. Frustrating. I was furious. I had the power to help people and they kept stopping me, telling me it was against the rules. That I had to let events unfold naturally, even when I could save lives with a thought. So you broke the rules. Of course I did. What else was I supposed to do? And they punished you by making you human again, making me limited again, powerless. Watching people suffer and only being able to help a fraction of them. Troy studied him with her empathic senses. Beneath the anger, she felt profound grief, loss, a sense of having experienced something transcendent and having it ripped away. Daniel, she said gently, you're mourning. Mourning the loss of your ascended form, mourning the cosmic perspective you had, and you're angry at the universe for taking it away. Of course I'm angry. I was more than human. I was. You were still you, Troy interrupted. The Daniel Jackson who cares about people, who wants to help, who can't stand to see suffering. That didn't change with ascension. It's who you are in any form. Daniel stopped processing that. But now, Troy continued, you're back in a form that has limits. That gets tired, gets hurt, can't save everyone. And you're struggling to find purpose in that limitation. How do I do that? How do I accept being less than I was? By realizing you're not less. You're different. You can't help everyone, but you can help someone. You can't end all suffering, but you can ease one person's pain. And that matters. Every life you save, every person you help, it matters. But it's not enough. It never will be. That's the burden of caring. But Daniel, it's better to care and be frustrated than to not care at all. The ancients have all that power, but they don't use it because they've lost the ability to care. You still care. That makes you better than them, not worse. Daniel was silent for a long time. Finally, thank you, counselor. That helps. Will you come back? We should keep talking about this. Yeah, I think I will. 10 forward evening, the lounge was crowded. Starfleet officers mingled with SGC personnel, with Jaffa warriors, even with a few Tok'ra operatives who'd come to Earth for the technology exchange. Colonel Jack O'Neill sat at the bar, watching the organized chaos with amusement. Beside him, Commander Will Riker nursed a drink and grinned. Your people can really drink. 7 years of fighting snake gods will do that to you. Alcohol helps. We have synthehol. All the taste, none of the hangover. What's the point of drinking if you can't get drunk? O'Neill asked, appalled. Fair point. Riker signaled Guinan for another round, real alcohol this time. So, O'Neill said, your captain, he's pretty by the book, huh, Picard? He's principled, thoughtful. Sometimes too thoughtful, he overthinks things. But when it matters, he makes the right call. He's warming up to our way of doing things. I watched him authorize boarding parties to sabotage enemy ships. That's not exactly prime directive material. The prime directive was created for a specific context, Riker said. First contact with pre-warp civilizations, protecting developing cultures from interference. But this is different. You're not a pre-warp civilization. You've been part of an interstellar community, unwillingly, for thousands of years. The Goa'uld already interfered. We're just evening the odds. I like how you think, Commander. You ever consider a career change? SGC could use someone with your tactical experience. Tempting. But I think I'm needed on the Enterprise, at least until we figure out if we're staying or going home. You think Q will actually let you go, eventually. Q-Tik's capricious, but he's not cruel. He's testing us. Picard figured that out. And when the test is over, when we've proven whatever he wants us to prove, he'll give us the option to leave. And will you? Leave? Riker looked around the lounge. At Data explaining something to Daniel, both scientists completely engrossed. At Worf and Tilk comparing battle stories, mutual respect evident. At Geordi and Carter sketching designs on a napkin, laughing at some private joke. Honestly, I don't know. A month ago I'd have said yes without hesitation. But now, we're making a difference here. Real difference. And maybe that's more important than going home. Commander Riker, O'Neill said, raising his glass. You're all right. For a guy from another dimension. You too, Colonel. For a guy who blows up suns. They clinked glasses. Across the room, Captain Picard sat with General Hammond, both men engaged in quiet conversation. General, Picard said, your people have adapted remarkably well to working with Starfleet. I'm impressed. We're good at adapting, Captain. It's how we've survived this long. Still. The cultural differences, the technological gaps, integrating two military organizations this quickly should be impossible. Should be. But we're motivated. The Goa'uld don't care about our differences. They'll kill us all the same. That's a hell of an incentive to get along. Indeed. Picard sipped his tea. General, I want you to know, when I first arrived I was angry, at Q, at the situation, at being trapped here. But now, I'm beginning to see the value in what Q forced us into. Your people and mine, we're stronger together. Agreed. And Captain, thank you for staying, for fighting. You could have left Earth to its fate. You didn't. It was never really an option, General. Starfleet doesn't abandon people in need. Even if those people are in another universe. A flash of white light interrupted their conversation. Q appeared, sitting between them, feet up on the table. Oh, how touching, the human leaders bonding over tea and shared trauma. This is precisely what I was hoping for. Q, Picard said tiredly. Must I what? Observe my favorite experiment. Check in on my adorable human subjects. See if you're learning the lessons I'm so carefully teaching. What lessons? Hammond asked. People died in that battle. 87 beings who had families, friends, futures. What lesson could possibly be worth that cost? Q-Tik's expression became unusually serious. That you're not alone, General. That's the lesson. For 7 years, you've been fighting this war by yourselves. Oh, you had the Asgard occasionally, the Tok'ra sometimes. But fundamentally, you were alone. Earth against the galaxy. And you thought that was normal, that that's how it had to be. He gestured around 10 forward. But look at this. Starfleet and SGC working together. Jaffa and humans sharing drinks. Scientists from 2 universes collaborating on technologies neither could develop alone. This is what real alliance looks like. This is what you could have, should have, had all along. And the Enterprise? Picard asked. Where do we fit in your grand lesson? You, Jean-Luc, needed to remember what you were before you became comfortable. The Federation is magnificent, but it's complacent. You explore, you negotiate, you study, but you've forgotten how to fight for survival. These people, he gestured at Hammond, at the SGC personnel, they remember. They never had the luxury of forgetting. So you brought us together, Picard said slowly, to teach them vision and teach us tenacity. Very good, gold star, and it's working beautifully. Your people are learning to improvise. The people are learning to think long-term. Perfect synthesis, Q stood. Now I'll leave you to your bonding. But fair warning, the real test is coming. The Ori will arrive soon. The replicators are still out there. And dear Anubis is planning something delightfully nasty. You'll need each other to survive. Q, Hammond said. You keep saying this is a test. What happens if we fail? You die, obviously. But you won't fail. You're humans. You're stubborn, adaptable, and annoyingly resistant to extinction. It's your best quality. And with that, Q vanished. Picard and Hammond looked at each other. Did he just give us advance warning? Hammond asked. QTS warnings are never straightforward, but yes, I believe he did. The Ori, the replicators, Anubis. Any of those sound familiar to you? The replicators, yes. Artificial life forms from the Asgard galaxy. Self-replicating, highly aggressive, nearly unstoppable. Thor mentioned they are dealing with a replicator infestation. But the Ori, that's new. I'll have Daniel research ancient texts. If the Ori are coming, we need to know what we are facing. Agreed. And General, whatever these threats are, we'll face them together. Together, Hammond agreed. 3 days later. Captain's log, supplemental. The Enterprise is preparing for its first joint mission with Stargate Command. Our objective: investigate a Goa'uld-controlled world where intelligence suggests slaves are being used for Naquadah mining. If confirmed, we will liberate the world. It's a departure from Federation protocols, but as Commander Riker pointed out, sometimes principles must adapt to reality. Captain Picard stood on the bridge, SG-1 arrayed behind him. It felt strange, having non-Starfleet personnel on his bridge during an active mission. But he was learning to adapt. Mr. Data, status. We are approaching the target system, Captain. ETA, 3 minutes at current warp speed. Sensors detect 1 Goa'uld Hatak in orbit and a substantial ground presence. Life signs. Approximately 50,000 humanoid life forms on the surface. Most concentrated near mining operations. Additionally, I detect 2,000 Jaffa warriors and 1 Goa'uld biosignature. Which system, Lord? O'Neill asked. Data consulted his console. Cross-referencing with SGC database. The biosignature matches Svarog. Oh, good, O'Neill muttered. The Russian god of fire. He's always a charmer. Picard turned to O'Neill. You've encountered Svarog before, couple times. He's got a serious Napoleon complex. Also, he really doesn't like us. Something about us destroying his fleet. Details are fuzzy. Colonel, you destroyed his fleet and you don't remember. Captain, we've destroyed a lot of fleets. They tend to blur together. Picard decided not to pursue that line of inquiry. Commander Riker, tactical analysis. Riker studied the sensor readings. 1 Hatak against the Enterprise. We can take it easily. But there are 2,000 Jaffa on the ground. Even with our security forces and SG teams, we are outnumbered. Not if we evacuate the civilians first, Carter said. She'd been studying the displays intently. Captain, those 50,000 people, they're humans. Kidnapped from Earth thousands of years ago by the Goa'uld. Under Starfleet law, doesn't that make them Federation citizens? Or at least, candidates for Federation protection, Picard considered. An interesting argument, Major. Though technically, they've developed their own culture independent of Earth. The Prime Directive would normally prohibit interference. Captain, Daniel interjected, with respect, these people didn't choose to be transplanted. They didn't choose to develop independently. The Goa'uld kidnapped them. That's not natural cultural development. That's slavery with extra steps. Dr. Jackson makes a valid point, Data said. The Prime Directive assumes non-interference, allows natural cultural evolution. But when an outside force, the Goa'uld, has already interfered extensively, additional interference to correct the original violation is ethically justifiable. I know what we should do, Tilk said quietly. We should free them, as I was freed. Give them the choice the Goa'uld never allowed. Picard looked at his crew, then at SG-1. They were right, all of them. The Prime Directive was designed to protect developing cultures, not to abandon them to slavery. Very well, we liberate the planet, but we do this carefully, Mr. Worf. I want a full tactical plan. Mr. Data, prepare to disable the Hatak's weapons and shields. Major Carter, Colonel O'Neill, coordinate with my security teams on ground operations. Yes, sir, came the chorus. And one more thing, Picard added. Svarog will not surrender quietly. We need to be prepared for combat. Real combat, not a simple disable and retreat. Understood, understood, O'Neill said, checking his P90. Time to kick some gold ass. Again. Planet's surface, Nakwada mining complex. The mining complex was a study in gold excess. Massive pyramidal structures dominated the landscape, built for intimidation rather than function. Humanoid slaves, men, women, even children, worked the mines under the watchful eyes of Jaffa guards. In the main temple, Svarog sat on his throne, reviewing mining reports with growing satisfaction. The Nakwada deposits here were rich, and his slaves were productive. Soon he would have enough refined Nakwada to build new Hataks, expand his territory, and challenge Baal for dominance among the system lords. His first prime approached, bowing. My lord, we are receiving a transmission. From whom? The Tory vessel. The one called Enterprise. Svarog's eyes glowed with anger. The Tory dare to contact me after humiliating our fleets. Put them through. A holographic display activated, showing Captain Picard on the Enterprise bridge. Lord Svarog, Picard said, his tone carrying no deference. I am Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the Federation Starship Enterprise. You are holding approximately 50,000 humans in slavery on this world. I am ordering you to release them immediately. Svarog laughed, a sound like grinding stones. You order me. I am a god. These humans are my property. They mine Nakwada for my glory. I will never release them. Then I will take them by force. You are one ship, Tory. I have 2,000 Jaffa warriors. You cannot defeat us. Svarog, O'Neill's voice came over the comm. Buddy, we've been through this before. Remember that time we destroyed your fleet? This is going to go the same way. Make it easy on yourself. Pack your bags, get your Jaffa and leave. The humans stay. Never. Your call, O'Neill shrugged. Captain, light him up. The transmission cut. Svarog stood furious. All Jaffa. Prepare for battle, defend the complex, kill any Tory who, a golden transporter beam interrupted him. When it faded, 5 figures stood in the throne room, Worf, Tilk, Riker, O'Neill and Daniel. Surrender, Worf said, face drawn. Svarog's response was to activate his personal shield and draw a gold hand device. Energy crackled from his palm, slamming into Worf's shields. Yeah, O'Neill said, he's not a surrender kind of guy. Light him up. Phaser fire and P90 bursts filled the throne room. Svarog's personal shield held, but barely. He dove behind his throne, shouting orders. Jaffa guards poured into the room, staff weapons raised. This, Riker said, ducking behind a column, is why I prefer diplomacy. No, this is after diplomacy failed, O'Neill corrected, firing his P90 in controlled bursts. Totally different. Tilk and Worf fought side by side with the efficiency of warriors who trained together. Worf's phaser dropped Jaffa with precision. Tilk's staff weapon took down multiple enemies per shot. We are pinned, Riker called out. We need backup. Already on it, O'Neill said. He tapped his radio. Carter, we could use that distraction about now. Outside the complex, Major Carter stood with Data and 20 mixed Starfleet SGC personnel. They'd beamed down to the outskirts of the mining facility and were now moving toward the main power generator. There, Carter said, pointing to a massive crystalline structure. That's the power core. It's supplying energy to the shields, the weapons, everything. A single point of failure, Data observed. Inefficient design. The Goa'uld love their single points of failure, makes them easier to sabotage. They approached the generator. Jaffa guards spotted them and opened fire. Data simply walked through the staff weapon blasts, his shields absorbing the energy, and systematically disabled each guard with nerve pinches. I find Jaffa warriors to be highly predictable, Data commented. They rely on overwhelming force rather than tactical innovation. Keep that between us, Carter said, planting explosive charges on the generator. The Jaffa on our side might take offense. A valid concern. I will refrain from further commentary. Carter finished setting the charges. Everyone back, fire in the hole. The explosion was beautiful. The power generator detonated in a cascade of crystal fragments and energy discharge. Throughout the complex, lights flickered and died. Shields dropped. Weapons systems went offline. That's our cue, Carter said. Enterprise, this is Carter. Power grid is down. Begin evacuation. USS Enterprise, acknowledged, Major, Picard said. Mr. Data, begin transport operations. Beam all humanoid civilians directly to Cargo Bay 2. We'll sort them out later. Aye, sir. Throughout the planet's surface, 50,000 confused humans found themselves caught in transporter beams. They materialized on the Enterprise in groups of 20, filling cargo bay after cargo bay. Counselor Troy and Dr. Crusher were there to meet them, with Starfleet security providing assistance. It's all right, Troy said, her empathic abilities broadcasting calm. You're safe. We're here to help you. A woman, dirty, exhausted, clearly a slave laborer, grabbed Troy's arm. Who are you? Where is the god Svarog? Will he punish us for this? Svarog is not a god, Crusher said firmly. He's a parasite who's been lying to you. You're free now, truly free. Mining complex, throne room with the power down, Svarog's personal shield failed. He stood, exposed, surrounded by the joint Starfleet SGC team. You cannot do this, Svarog shouted. I am a god. These humans are mine by right of conquest. You're not a god, Tilk said, stepping forward. You are a false god, a parasite, and your reign ends today. You dare speak to me this way, Shulver. I dare, because unlike you I know what honor means. You have none. Svarog lunged at Tilk with the hand device. Tilk simply sidestepped, brought up his staff weapon, and fired point blank into Svarog's chest. The Goa'uld flew backward, crashing into his throne. His host body, an innocent human stolen centuries ago, lay still, dead. That was for every slave you ever tortured, Tilk said quietly. Worf approached, scanning with his tricorder. The Goa'uld symbiote has expired. Svarog is dead. Throughout the complex, Jaffa warriors felt their god die through their symbiotes. Some continued fighting. Others threw down their weapons, crying out in anguish. And some, a brave few, turned their weapons on their former brothers who still fought. The Free Jaffa rebellion had begun on this world. 1 hour later, the Enterprise remained in orbit, while teams on the ground organized the freed humans. Starfleet security, SGC personnel, and newly freed Jaffa worked together to establish order. Captain Picard stood in Cargo Bay 2, watching Dr. Crusher and her medical team examine the refugees. Malnutrition, injuries, psychological trauma. These people had been enslaved for generations. Daniel Jackson approached, looking troubled. Captain, we have a problem. What kind of problem? Cultural. These people have been slaves their entire lives. Their parents were slaves. Their grandparents were slaves. For them, serving Svarog wasn't just normal, it was their entire identity. Now that he's dead, they don't know what to do. Some are even grieving him. Picard felt a familiar weight settle on his shoulders. Stockholm Syndrome on a civilizational scale. Exactly. We freed them from physical slavery, but mentally, they're still in chains. Then we help them break those chains. Counselor Troy and her team can provide psychological support. And Dr. Jackson, you're uniquely qualified to help with cultural transition. You've spent your career studying cultures and helping civilizations adapt. I'll do what I can, but Captain, this is going to take time. Years, maybe. We can't just beam these people to another planet and wish them good luck. No, Picard agreed. We can't, but we can give them resources. Education, the truth about the Goa'uld, and most importantly, we can give them hope. Riker joined them. Captain, we have a situation. The surviving Jaffa, about 800 of them, are requesting asylum. They want to join the Free Jaffa movement. Granted. Coordinate with Tilk on where they should be relocated. And the Hatak in orbit, it's undamaged. The Jaffa want to know if they can have it. Picard considered. A Hatak mothership was a powerful asset. In the wrong hands, dangerous, but in the hands of the Free Jaffa. Commander, contact Bratak. If the Free Jaffa want the Hatak, they can have it. On one condition, they use it to free other slaves, not for conquest. I'll relay the message. 10 forward that evening the mission was over. Svarog was dead. The slaves were freed. The Jaffa had their ship. And yet the Enterprise crew felt exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical fatigue. Picard sat at the bar, nursing tea and looking thoughtful. Guinan appeared beside him. Difficult day. We killed a Goa'uld system lord, freed 50,000 slaves and started a rebellion. By Federation standards that's complicated, but necessary. Yes, necessary, but complicated. The Prime Directive doesn't account for this situation, Picard finished. I keep telling myself that, but it doesn't make it easier. O'Neill sat down beside him. Captain, you look like someone who just violated his principles. Want to talk about it? Colonel, I'm beginning to understand why your people drink so much. Welcome to the club. First drinks on me, he signaled Guinan. 2 whiskies, real stuff, not the fake stuff. Guinan raised an eyebrow but poured. To violated principles, O'Neill toasted. To necessary compromise, Picard countered. They drank. You did good today, Captain, O'Neill said. Those people, they're free because of you. Yeah, it's messy. Yeah, it's going to be complicated helping them adjust, but they're alive, and they're free. That counts for something. Does it get easier? The moral ambiguity? Nope. 7 years in, and it still keeps me up at night. But you learn to live with it. You learn that sometimes there's no perfect answer, just the least bad option, and you take that option and you deal with the consequences. Picard looked at the Colonel with new understanding. You've been carrying this weight for 7 years. Alone. Well, not alone. I've got my team, Hammond. Carter's brilliant, Daniel keeps us honest, and Tilk is the moral compass we all need. And now you have us, Picard said. The Enterprise, Starfleet, we're in this together now. Yeah, we are, and Captain, I'm glad you're here. Even if Q is an asshole for bringing you, Picard laughed, actually laughed. Colonel O'Neill, you have a way with words. It's my gift. They sat in companionable silence, 2 leaders from different worlds, bonded by shared burden, and somewhere Q watched and smiled. 2 weeks later. Stargate Command Medical Wing. Dr. Beverly Crusher stood in SGC's medical bay, reviewing genetic sequencing data with growing excitement. Beside her, Dr. Janet Fraser looked equally thrilled. We did it, Crusher said softly. We actually did it. The genetic therapy works, Fraser confirmed. We've successfully repaired the DNA damage that creates symbiote dependency. The test subject, Kelter, he's a Free Jaffa volunteer. He no longer requires a symbiote or tretinin. His immune system is functioning normally. How long has it been since we administered the treatment? 72 hours. His vitals are stable. No rejection, no side effects. Beverly, this is the cure we've been searching for. Crusher pulled up a holographic display showing Kelter's genetic structure. The key was using our transporter technology to deliver the gene therapy at the cellular level. Your tretinin provided the template, but the transporter allowed us to target every cell simultaneously. It's elegant. It's revolutionary. If we can administer this to all Free Jaffa, they'll be truly free. No more dependency. No more biological chains. There's more, Crusher said, pulling up another display. I've been studying the Goa'uld symbiotes themselves. They're fascinating organisms, capable of incredible healing, memory storage, even limited telepathy. What if we could remove the controlling aspects but keep the beneficial ones? You want to create. What? A benevolent symbiote. The Tok'ra are already close to that. But yes, imagine a symbiote that provides healing and longevity but doesn't override the host's personality. We could offer it to humans who want it, completely voluntary, completely safe. That's a huge ethical leap. I know, but worth exploring. After all, your people have been coexisting with the Tok'ra for years. Proof that humans and symbiotes can work together as equals. Dr. Fraser considered. We need to present this to the Tok'ra. They are sensitive about symbiote research, too many memories of gold experiments. Then we'll be transparent, full disclosure, no secrets. Science should be collaborative, not clandestine. Agreed. I'll contact Jacob, Sam's father. He's well respected among the Tok'ra. If anyone can help us navigate this, it's him. A voice interrupted. Did someone mention my name? They turned. Jacob Carter stood in the doorway, his eyes glowing briefly, a sign that Selmak, his symbiote, was present. Jacob, Fraser said. Perfect timing. We have something to show you. Enterprise holodeck data stood in a holographic recreation of ancient Egypt, surrounded by hieroglyphics and artifacts. Daniel Jackson was there, nearly vibrating with enthusiasm. Data, you have to understand. This is years of work. Daniel gestured at the walls covered in ancient text. I've been trying to translate the ancient language for most of my career, and you did it in 3 days. 2 days, 17 hours and 43 minutes, Data corrected. I would have completed it sooner, but I found several linguistic patterns that required additional analysis. You found patterns I missed, patterns that completely change our understanding of ancient syntax. Do you have any idea what this means? It means we can now read ancient texts with 99.7% accuracy instead of the 73% accuracy you were previously achieving. It means we can find anything. Lost cities, hidden technology, ancient outposts. The ancients left information scattered across the galaxy, and now we can read IT. Data tilted his head. Your enthusiasm is infectious, Dr. Jackson. I find myself looking forward to our collaboration. Really, that's great. Because I have about 40 different sites I want to analyze and, Dr. Jackson, may I ask a personal question? Daniel stopped, surprised. Of course. Why did you choose to study archaeology? It seems an unusual career path for someone living in a world threatened by hostile aliens. That's exactly why I chose it. The Goa'uld pretend to be gods from Earth's ancient mythologies. Ra, Apophis, Hathor, all of them. Understanding the real history, the real mythology, helps us fight them. Plus, Daniel smiled, I've always believed that understanding the past helps us build a better future. A logical philosophy, and one I find compelling. Data, can I ask you something? What's it like being an android? Do you feel things the way we do? That is a complex question. I do not experience emotions the way humans do. I lack the biochemical reactions that create feelings. But I have what Dr. Soong called an emotion chip that allows me to approximate emotions. Whether these approximations constitute real feelings is unclear. But you want to feel. Really feel, more than anything. Emotions are what make humans human. Without them, I am merely a sophisticated machine. I don't know, Daniel said thoughtfully. You seem pretty human to me. You're curious, you ask questions, you care about doing the right thing. Maybe emotions aren't just biochemistry. Maybe there's something more. Data considered this. An intriguing hypothesis. Perhaps we should. The holodeck door opened. Tilk entered, looking uncharacteristically uncertain. Forgive the interruption. Dr. Jackson, may I speak with you? In private, of course. Daniel turned to Data. We'll continue this later. I look forward to it. Holodeck now empty except for Tilk and Daniel. What's wrong? Daniel asked. I require counsel, Tilk said. The free Jaffa are at a crossroads. We have liberated many warriors from Goa'uld control. We have begun building our own society. But we face a dilemma. What do we become? I don't understand. For thousands of years, Jaffa have been warriors. It is our identity, our purpose. We serve false gods because we know nothing else. But now, with the genetic therapy Dr. Crusher has developed, we need not remain warriors. We could become anything. Daniel sat down, understanding dawning. You're afraid the Jaffa will lose their identity. Yes. If we are not warriors serving gods, what are we? Free. You're free, Tilk, free to choose. Some Jaffa will remain warriors, not because they must, but because they want to. Others will become farmers, scientists, teachers. The Jaffa don't have to be defined by the Goa'ulds' manipulation anymore. But what if we lose what makes us Jaffa? What if, in becoming free, we become nothing? That won't happen. You won't let it. Tilk, you're a leader. The Jaffa look to you for guidance. You'll help them find a new identity, one they choose for themselves. I do not know how to be anything but a warrior. Then learn. That's what freedom means, the chance to grow, to change, to become more than you were. You've already done it once when you turned against Apophis. You can do it again. Tilk was silent for a long moment. Then, thank you, Daniel Jackson. Your words provide clarity. Anytime. That's what friends do. 10 Forward Evening Counselor Deanna Troy sat with Colonel Jack O'Neill in the lounge. Their therapy sessions had become more regular, and O'Neill was, slowly, opening up. You use humor as a defense mechanism, Troy said. It's common among military personnel. Jokes diffuse tension, maintain morale, create distance from trauma. Or maybe I'm just funny, O'Neill countered. You are, but you're also hurt, deeply hurt, and you use humor to avoid dealing with that hurt. O'Neill was quiet. Then, what do you want me to say, counselor? That 7 years of fighting snake gods has messed me up, that I've seen friends die, that I've made choices I regret. Yeah, all of that's true, but I can't afford to fall apart. Too many people depending on me. You don't have to fall apart, but you do have to acknowledge the pain. Otherwise it builds up and eventually it explodes. Yeah, I know, seen it happen to other soldiers, but I'm fine, really. Colonel O'Neill, you lost your son years ago before the Stargate program. That's what started all of this, isn't it? O'Neill's expression closed off. That's not relevant. It's completely relevant. You blame yourself for his death, and you've been trying to make up for it ever since. Every mission, every life you save, you're trying to balance the scales. Stop, but you can't, because Charlie's death wasn't your fault. It was a horrible, tragic accident, and no amount of saving the world will. I said stop. O'Neill stood, his voice hard. You don't know what you're talking about. I know loss, Colonel. I know grief, and I know that carrying it alone will destroy you. O'Neill looked at her for a long moment. Then, I appreciate what you're trying to do, counselor, but some things can't be fixed. Some pain doesn't go away. You just learn to live with it. He left. Troy sat alone, feeling the echoes of his anguish through her empathic senses. O'Neill was right. Some pain never went away. But he didn't have to carry it alone. She'd keep trying. That's what counselors did. Training room 3 days later. Worf stood before a class of SGC Marines, demonstrating Mukbara, a Klingon martial art that combined combat techniques with meditative focus. The key, Worf explained, moving through a complex series of strikes and blocks, is to channel aggression without losing control. Many human martial arts emphasize restraint. Mukbara emphasizes channeling rage into precision. One Marine raised his hand. Sir, isn't that basically what we do already? You react. Mukbara teaches you to act with purpose. Observe. Worf attacked a training dummy with explosive force, each strike perfectly placed, each movement flowing into the next. Within seconds, the dummy was reduced to scrap. Controlled aggression, Worf said. Not rage, not anger, purpose. Tilk entered the training room watching with approval. Worf, your technique has improved since we last trained. As has yours, Tilk. Shall we demonstrate for the students? They faced each other in the center of the training room. The Marines formed a circle, watching with anticipation. For several minutes, Worf and Tilk traded blows, neither using weapons, just hand-to-hand combat. Klingon Mukbara against Jaffa military training, they were perfectly matched. Finally, they broke apart, both breathing hard, both grinning. Excellent, Worf said. I learn much from fighting you. As do I from fighting you. Perhaps we should make this a regular training exercise. Agreed. The students benefit from observing warriors of different cultures. The Marines applauded. They just witnessed a master class in combat from two of the finest warriors in 2 galaxies. Briefing room 1 week later, General Hammond stood before a holographic display showing the Milky Way galaxy. Dozens of red markers indicated gold territories. But now, green markers were appearing, worlds liberated by the Enterprise and SGC working together. In 3 weeks, Hammond said to the assembled leadership, we've freed 17 worlds. That's more than we accomplished in the previous 2 years combined. The Enterprise makes a difference, Carter said. With warp drive, we can reach systems in days that would have taken weeks via Stargate. And the firepower, 1 Galaxy-class Starship equals a dozen Hattacks. But we're also making enemies, O'Neill pointed out. Every world we free, every system lord we kill, the Goa'uld get more desperate. Let them, Picard said. Colonel, for 7 years, Earth has been reactive, defending against Goa'uld attacks, scrambling to stay alive. Now, for the first time, you're on the offensive, you're dictating the terms of engagement. Captain's right, Tilk agreed. The Goa'uld are accustomed to fighting each other. They are not prepared for a sustained offensive by a unified force. We have them off balance, which is exactly when they are most dangerous, Hammond cautioned. Intelligence from the Tok'ra suggests the remaining system lords are planning something. Another coordinated attack, maybe. Or worse. Then we need to be ready, Picard said. Commander Data, how are our joint tactical drills progressing? Extremely well, Captain. Starfleet security and SGC teams now operate with 94% efficiency in combined operations. The remaining 6% is primarily due to different command structures and terminology, which we're working on standardizing, Carter added. I've been developing a unified tactical database, combining Starfleet protocols with SGC field experience. Good. General Hammond, I propose we expand operations. Not just reactive liberation, but active intelligence gathering. Find out what the Goa'uld are planning before they strike. Agreed. Colonel O'Neill, coordinate with Commander Riker. I want SG teams and Starfleet away teams working together on reconnaissance missions. Find out what the system lords are up to. On it, the briefing ended. As people filed out, O'Neill caught Picard's arm. Captain, I know we've had our differences. The prime directive stuff, the protocol clashes, all that. But I want you to know you're all right. For a guy who drinks tea and quotes Shakespeare, Picard smiled. And you're tolerable, Colonel, for someone who treats military regulations as suggestions. See, we're bonding. Give it another month and we'll be finishing each other's sentences. Let's not get carried away. They walked together toward the gate room, 2 leaders from different universes, united by common purpose. And in the shadows, Q watched, invisible, smiling to himself. Perfect, Q whispered. They're learning, both of them. Picard's learning to adapt, to compromise, to fight, and O'Neill's learning to think strategically, to plan long-term, to build instead of just survive. This is going better than I hoped. He vanished, leaving the 2 men to their alliance. But in deep space, something darker watched. Anubis observed through his sensor networks, watched the Enterprise and SGC working together, watched the system lords being defeated one by one, and he prepared. Goa'uld High Council, deep space. The meeting chamber was filled with holograms, projections of system lords from across the galaxy. Bal presided, his expression grim. 17 worlds lost in 3 weeks, Bal said without preamble. 17, Svarog is dead. Kali has lost 3 territories. Even Mighty U has been forced to retreat from his holdings in the Perseus Arm. This is your fault, Bal, Kali hissed. You convinced us the Enterprise was beatable. You said 3 Hattacks would be sufficient. You were wrong. I underestimated their capabilities. I admit this. But dwelling on past failures will not help us now. We must act. Lord Yu, ancient and calculating, leaned forward. What do you propose? A coordinated strike. Not on outlying worlds, but on Earth itself. The Tory are extending themselves, sending the Enterprise to liberate our slaves, spreading their forces thin. We strike at their heart while they are weak. The Asgard will protect Earth, Bastet pointed out. Thor is dealing with the replicators in his home galaxy. The Asgard are stretched thin. They cannot protect the Tory forever. And the Enterprise, Olukan asked. It is the greatest threat. One ship has done more damage than entire Jaffa armies. Which is why we draw it away from Earth, Bal said, displaying a tactical hologram. We stage attacks on multiple worlds simultaneously. The Enterprise cannot be everywhere at once. While it responds to these diversions, our main fleet attacks Earth. How many ships? Carly asked. All of them. Every hatak we can spare. I propose each system lord contribute 5 vessels. With 6 of us present, that is 30 hataks. The largest fleet assembled since the war against Anubis. The system lords considered. 30 hataks was an enormous commitment. It would leave their own territories vulnerable. But the Tory and Enterprise had to be stopped before they liberated the entire galaxy. I agree, Lord You said finally. But Bal, if this fails, the consequences will be yours alone. I accept this responsibility. One by one, the other system lords agreed. Then it is decided, Bal said. We gather our forces. In 3 days we strike Earth. And this time we will not fail. The holograms faded. Bal sat alone in his throne room, contemplating the upcoming battle. The Tory had humiliated him repeatedly. The Enterprise had made a mockery of Goa'uld power. But soon that would change. Soon Earth would burn, and the Enterprise would be his. Meanwhile, in Tok'ra space, Jacob Carter materialized on the bridge of a Tok'ra vessel, his expression urgent. He immediately contacted Earth via long-range transmission. George, we have a problem. The Tok'ra have intercepted Goa'uld communications. The system lords are planning a massive strike on Earth. We're talking 30 hataks, maybe more. General Hammond's face appeared on the screen, his expression hardening. When? 3 days, maybe less. They're moving fast, trying to catch you off guard. Damn it. Jacob, can the Tok'ra help? We'll do what we can. But George, our forces are limited. We can maybe provide intelligence support, maybe a few ships. But this is the biggest Goa'uld fleet in years. You're going to need everything you have. Understood. Thank you, Jacob. Get us whatever intelligence you can. Troop movements, ship positions, attack vectors. Every bit helps. Will do. And George, tell Sam, tell her to be careful. I will. Hammond out. USS Enterprise bridge Captain Picard sat in his ready room, reviewing the intelligence Jacob had provided. The picture was grim. 30 hatak vessels, the largest Goa'uld fleet ever assembled against Earth, and they'd be here in 3 days. The Enterprise could handle a few hataks. Maybe even 10 with support, but 30, the door chimed. Come. Commander Riker entered, followed by Lieutenant Commander Data and Lieutenant Worf. Captain, we've completed tactical analysis, Riker said. It's not good. Data pulled up a holographic display. In a direct engagement, the Enterprise could destroy or disable approximately 12 hataks before shield failure. However, this assumes optimal conditions. In reality, coordinated attacks by 30 vessels would overwhelm our defenses within 7 minutes. 7 minutes, Picard repeated. Not much time to save a planet. There is an alternative strategy, Worf said. We do not engage the fleet directly. We use guerrilla tactics, the SGC's specialty. Board the hataks, sabotage them from inside, turn their numbers against them. That worked in the last battle because Q intervened, Picard pointed out. We cannot count on Q saving us again. No, Riker agreed, but we can count on ourselves. Captain, the Enterprise alone can't win this. But the Enterprise, the SGC, the Free Jaffa, the Tok'ra, all of us working together, we have a chance. Picard stood, walking to the viewport. Earth hung below, blue and beautiful and fragile. Number 1, assemble the senior staff and contact General Hammond. We need to plan this carefully. Because if we fail, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Stargate Command briefing room. 2 hours later, the briefing room was packed. Enterprise senior staff via hologram. SG-1 in person. General Hammond at the head of the table. And Bratak, representing the Free Jaffa, appearing via video link. 30 hataks, Hammond said, displaying the intelligence. ETA, 72 hours. Objective, destroy Earth and capture the Enterprise. We cannot defend Earth with conventional tactics, Tilk said. The Goa'uld have overwhelming numerical superiority. Then we don't fight conventionally, O'Neill said. We use what worked last time, boarding parties, sabotage. Hit them from inside while the Enterprise keeps them busy. Last time, we had Q repairing the Enterprise mid-battle, Riker pointed out, and he brought Klingons and Romulans to help. We won't have that advantage. No, Carter agreed, but we have something better. We have experience. We know their tactics, and we have a whole month of joint training under our belts. She pulled up a tactical display. Here's my proposal. The Enterprise acts as bait, drawing the Hattacks into a specific engagement zone. While they're focused on the Enterprise, we use Asgard beaming technology to insert boarding teams onto every single Hattack. 30 ships, 30 teams. That's 90 to 120 personnel, Hammond said. We have that many trained operatives. Barely, Worf said. We will use every Starfleet security officer, every SGC Marine, and free Jaffa volunteers. Mixed teams of 4, 2 humans, 2 Jaffa. Each team targets a Hattack's Peltac, the command deck. Disable the ship, then extract. That's the plan, O'Neill asked. Board 30 ships simultaneously, fight through hundreds of Jaffa per ship, disable command systems, and get out before the ships explode. Yes, Worf said simply. I love it. It's insane, but I love it. Brattak's hologram spoke. The free Jaffa will contribute warriors. We owe the Tory a debt for our freedom. We will repay it. We also have one more asset, Data said. The Prometheus. I understand it is operational. Barely, Hammond said. She's got one Asgard beam, limited weapons, and a crew that's still learning how to fly her. But yes, she's operational. Then we use her. The Prometheus can provide fire support and additional beaming capacity. Picard stood, walking to the holographic display. This plan is dangerous. We're risking everything on a coordinated operation that requires perfect execution. If even one team fails, if even one Hattack remains operational, it could destroy Earth. Captain, Hammond said quietly, do we have a choice? No, we don't. Picard turned to face the room. Then we make this work. We train for the next 72 hours. We drill until these teams can execute this operation in their sleep. And when the Goa'uld arrive, we show them what happens when they threaten Earth. Agreed, Hammond said. All personnel are hereby on 24-hour alert. Major Carter, coordinate with Commander Data on team assignments and equipment. Colonel O'Neill, Commander Riker, you're responsible for tactical planning. Mr. Worf, Tilk, drill these teams until they are perfect. Yes, sir, came the chorus. One more thing, Picard said. General Hammond, I want to evacuate non-essential personnel from Earth. If this goes wrong, if the Goa'uld break through, we don't evacuate, Captain, we fight. With respect, General, Captain Picard, I understand your concern. But evacuating Earth would create panic. And besides, where would we evacuate to? The Goa'uld control most of the galaxy. We make our stand here. Win or lose, we fight. Picard looked at the general for a long moment, then he nodded. Very well, then we fight, all of us together. 72 hours later, USS Enterprise Bridge, Captain. Sensors detect multiple hyperspace windows opening at the edge of the solar system. Data reported, his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. How many? Picard asked. 30 Hattack vessels, all arming weapons. They are advancing in attack formation. On the viewscreen, the Goa'uld fleet appeared, 30 golden pyramids gleaming in the starlight, each one capable of destroying a planet. My God, Riker whispered. Open a channel, Picard ordered. Bal's face appeared on screen, smiling coldly. Captain Picard, you have cost me dearly, cost all of us dearly. But today that ends. Surrender the Enterprise and I will allow Earth to survive. Refuse and I will turn your planet into ash. Bal, you've made that offer before. My answer remains the same. Then you are a fool. You cannot win. My fleet will. O'Neill's face appeared in a smaller window, interrupting. Bal, hey buddy, listen, we've been over this. You show up with a big fleet, we blow it up, you run away crying. Why don't we skip to the end and save everyone some time? Bal's expression darkened. You mock me for the last time, O'Neill. All ships, attack. The transmission cut. 30 Hattacks surged forward, weapons charging. Red alert, Picard commanded. All hands to battle stations. Mr. Worf, activate the boarding teams. It's time to show the Goa'uld what we've learned. Aye, Captain. Throughout the Enterprise and Stargate Command, 30 teams materialized in transporter rooms, armed and ready. Team Alpha, O'Neill, Tilk, Worf, and a Starfleet ensign named Corus. Team Beta, Daniel, Data, Carter, and a free Jaffa named Mzel. Team Gamma, Riker, 2 SGC Marines, and a free Jaffa warrior named Shanok. And 27 more teams, each assigned to a Hattack, each ready to fight. All teams ready, Worf reported. Then let's do this, O'Neill said over the comm. For Earth, for freedom, and for everyone who's died fighting these assholes. Well said, Colonel, Picard replied. All teams execute. Golden transporter beams filled the Enterprise, and across 30 Goa'uld motherships the impossible began, an invasion from within. The battle for Earth had begun. Space erupted into chaos. 30 Hattack motherships advanced on Earth in a formation designed to overwhelm any defense. Golden hulls gleamed in the starlight, weapons charged with energy that could turn a planet to glass. And standing between them and Earth, one Galaxy-class starship. All hands, this is the captain, Picard said, his voice carrying the calm authority of a man who'd faced impossible odds before. We are engaging 30 Goa'uld vessels. Our objective is simple, protect Earth until our boarding teams can disable the enemy fleet. I have complete faith in every person on this ship. Make it so. Aye, sir, came the chorus from the bridge crew. Mr. Data, status. All 30 Hattacks are advancing in a staggered formation. They will be within weapons range in 90 seconds. Shields are at maximum. All weapons systems are online and ready. Mr. Worf, you may fire when ready. With pleasure, Captain. The Enterprise's facer arrays lit up space, brilliant orange beams lancing across the void. The closest Hattack's shields flared and buckled under the sustained fire. Within seconds, its shields collapsed, and precise facer strikes disabled its weapons and engines. 1 down, Worf reported. 29 to go. But the other Hattacks weren't sitting idle. Golden energy beams converged on the Enterprise from multiple angles, staff cannons firing in coordinated volleys designed to overwhelm the ship's shields. The Enterprise shuddered under the assault. Shields at 92%, Data reported. The Goa'uld are coordinating their fire. Each subsequent volley will be more effective. Evasive maneuvers, Picard ordered. Pattern Delta 7. The Enterprise dove and rolled with impossible grace for a ship of its size. Geordie's modifications to the impulse engines made the massive vessel move like a fighter craft. Hattack weapons fire passed through space where the Enterprise had been moments before. Return fire. Target their shield generators. More facer bursts. 2 Hattacks took critical damage, their shields failing. But there were still 27 fully operational enemy ships, and they were learning. Captain, Data said, the Goa'uld are adapting their tactics. They are now firing in sequence rather than simultaneously, creating a continuous barrage our shields cannot fully deflect. How long until shield failure? At current rate of fire, 11 minutes 37 seconds. 11 minutes. They needed to hold for 11 minutes while the boarding teams did their work. Mr. Worf, deploy quantum torpedoes. Full spread. Aye, sir. Brilliant points of light shot from the Enterprise's torpedo tubes, 12 quantum torpedoes, each one carrying enough destructive force to vaporize a small asteroid. They streaked toward the Hattack formation, weaving through defensive fire. 3 torpedoes were destroyed by staff cannon fire. 9 reached their targets. 3 Hattacks exploded in spectacular fireballs. 2 more were crippled, their engines destroyed, drifting helplessly in space. Direct hits, Worf reported with satisfaction. 5 enemy vessels eliminated or disabled. Shields at 87%, Data added. However, the remaining 25 Hattacks are maintaining formation and coordinating their fire. We cannot sustain this engagement indefinitely. Picard gripped his command chair. 5 down, 25 to go. And they still needed to buy time for the boarding parties. Geordie, he called over the comm, how are those engines holding up? Captain, I'm giving you everything she's got. But if we keep pulling these maneuvers, we're going to stress the structural integrity field. I'd recommend. The ship rocked violently as multiple staff cannon blasts hit simultaneously. Shields at 78%, Data reported. I'd recommend we stop getting hit, Geordie finished. Noted, Commander. Keep those engines running. We're not done yet. Hattack Mothership Team Alpha O'Neill, Tilk, Worf, and Ensign Corris. The Asgard transport beam deposited them in a golden corridor deep within Baal's flagship. Immediately, alarms began blaring. The Goa'uld security systems had detected the intruders. Well, so much for stealth, O'Neill muttered, checking his P90. Tilk, which way to the Peltac? This way, Tilk said, his staff weapon at the ready. We must ascend 3 levels and traverse the primary corridor. We will encounter Jaffa patrols. When don't we? O'Neill replied. All right, kids, weapons free. Let's make Baal regret every life choice that led him here. They moved through the corridors with practiced efficiency. Worf took point, his Klingon training making him a natural vanguard. Tilk covered their rear. O'Neill and Ensign Corris, a young Vulcan security officer, maintained the middle, weapons sweeping for targets. The first Jaffa patrol appeared around a corner. 8 warriors, staff weapons raised. Worf's facer dropped 3 before they could react. Tilk's staff weapon took down 2 more. O'Neill's P90 burst caught another, while Corris's precise Vulcan marksmanship disabled the remaining 2. 7 seconds, Worf said approvingly. Acceptable, acceptable, O'Neill asked. That was beautiful. We're like a well-oiled machine. We are also making a great deal of noise, Corris pointed out. Reinforcements will arrive soon. As if on cue, the corridor ahead filled with Jaffa, at least 30 warriors, all charging toward them with battle cries. Okay, O'Neill said, that's more than I expected. Fall back to the intersection, Worf commanded. Defensive formation. They retreated to a T-junction, taking cover behind the corridor walls. Worf and Tilk held one angle, O'Neill and Corris the other. Staff weapon fire filled the air. The golden energy blast scorched the walls, sending sparks flying. We are pinned, O'Neill shouted over the sound of weapons fire. Then we unpin ourselves, Worf replied. He pulled out a photon grenade, a Starfleet tactical device designed for exactly this situation. Corris, do you have grenades? Affirmative. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. They threw the grenades simultaneously. The photon explosives detonated with brilliant flashes, temporarily blinding the Jaffa and creating a breach in their formation. Go, Worf roared. Team Alpha charged through the gap, firing as they moved. Jaffa fell left and right. Those who didn't were dispatched with brutal efficiency. Worf's facer, Tilk's staff, O'Neill's P90, Corris's precise shots. Within 30 seconds, all 30 Jaffa were down. That, O'Neill panted, was considerably less fun than it looked. We must keep moving, Tilk urged. The Peltac is 2 levels above us. They found a gravity lift, a Goa'uld transport system that moved people between levels using anti-gravity fields. Worf went first, followed by the others. They emerged on the command level. More Jaffa waited, more fighting, more casualties on the Goa'uld side, and finally they reached the Peltac, Baal's command center. The doors were sealed, heavy, designed to withstand assault. Corris, can you override the lock? O'Neill asked. The Vulcan examined the control panel. The security system is sophisticated. I estimate 30 seconds to bypass. We don't have 30 seconds, Worf said, pointing down the corridor. More Jaffa were coming, at least 50. Then we hold them off, Tilk said simply. He planted his staff weapon and began firing. Worf joined him, facer on maximum. O'Neill added his P90 to the barrage. Jaffa fell, but more kept coming, and coming, And coming. Chorus, anytime now, O'Neill shouted. 20 seconds. We don't have 20 seconds. Worf grabbed another photon grenade. Colonel, grab Chorus. Tilk with me. We make a wall. A wall, O'Neill asked. A wall, Worf confirmed. He and Tilk stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder, creating a living barrier between the Jaffa and Chorus. Staff weapon fire slammed into them. Worf's personal shield absorbed the hits, glowing brighter with each impact. Tilk's own shield, provided by Starfleet, did the same. But shields had limits. Shields at 40%, Worf grunted, still firing his phaser. 30, 20, Chorus, O'Neill yelled. 5 seconds, 4, 3, the Peltac doors hissed open. Go, Worf roared. They dove through the doorway as Worf threw his last photon grenade into the corridor. It detonated, collapsing the entrance and sealing them in. Inside the Peltac, Baal's first prime stood at the command console, surrounded by Jaffa guards. Sholva, the first prime shouted at Tilk. You dare board your god's vessel? Baal is no god, Tilk replied. He is a parasite. And his reign ends today. The final battle began. Hatak Mothership Team Beta Daniel, Data, Carter, and Free Jaffa Emzel Team Beta materialized in an engineering section. Unlike Team Alpha's chaotic entry, theirs was almost peaceful. Data had calculated the exact moment when the Gold Guard rotation would leave this area briefly unoccupied. Fascinating, Data said, examining a power conduit. The Hatak's energy distribution network is remarkably inefficient. I estimate a 40% power loss between generation and utilization. That's actually helpful, Carter said, pulling out her scanner. If we overload this conduit, it'll cascade through the entire power grid. The ship will be dead in the water. An apt metaphor, though technically inaccurate as we are in space, Data replied. Data, has anyone ever told you you're very literal? Frequently. I am still uncertain if this is intended as criticism or observation. Little bit of both, Daniel said, keeping watch at the doorway. Guys, can we focus? There are Jaffa coming. How many? Emzel asked, raising his staff weapon. A lot, Data tilted his head, his android hearing picking up the footsteps. 17 Jaffa warriors approaching from Corridor 7. Eta, 45 seconds. Carter, how long to rig the overload? Daniel asked. 3 minutes. We don't have 3 minutes. Then you'll have to buy me some time. Daniel, Data, and Emzel took positions at the corridor entrance. The Jaffa appeared moments later, staff weapons raised. Open fire, the Jaffa commander shouted. Golden energy blasts filled the corridor. Data simply walked into the fire, his personal shields absorbing the hits with ease. He moved with android precision, each step calculated, each movement efficient. This is inadvisable, Daniel shouted after him. On the contrary, Data replied calmly, I am the logical choice for this role. I am immune to staff weapon fire and possess superior physical strength. He reached the first Jaffa and simply grabbed his weapon. With one hand, Data crushed the staff weapon into scrap metal. With the other, he delivered a nerve pinch that dropped the warrior instantly. The other Jaffa stared in shock. What manner of creature is this? One shouted. I am Lieutenant Commander Data, USS Enterprise. You are attacking this vessel unlawfully. I am authorized to use necessary force to stop you. He moved through them like a force of nature. Staff weapons broke in his hands. Warriors fell to precise nerve pinches. Those who tried to flee were stunned by Daniel and Emzel's covering fire. Within 90 seconds, all 17 Jaffa were down. Data returned to the engineering section, his uniform slightly singed, but otherwise undamaged. The corridor is secure. Major Carter, please continue your work. Carter stared at him. Data, that was the most badass thing I've ever seen. I am uncertain what badass means, but I assume it is complimentary. Thank you, Major. She returned to the conduit, her fingers flying over the gold controls. Okay, I'm routing all auxiliary power through the main conduit. When I trigger the overload, it'll fry every system on the ship. But we need to be off this vessel when it happens, or we'll be fried too. How long after you trigger it? Daniel asked. 30 seconds. That's cutting it close. That's why they call it a deadline. Carter finished her work, looked at the team, and took a breath. Everyone ready, they confirmed. Then let's do this. She pressed the final sequence. Alarms blared throughout the Hatak. The lights flickered. Power surged through the conduits, too much power overloading systems throughout the ship. Enterprise, this is Team Beta, Carter called into her radio. Emergency extraction. Now. The Asgard transport beam caught them just as the engineering section exploded behind them. Hatak Mothership Team Gamma Riker, 2 SGC Marine Sergeant Chen and Corporal Williams, and Free Jaffa Shanok Commander Riker had been in combat before. He'd fought Borg, hostile aliens, and rogue Federation officers. But this, boarding an enemy capital ship with a mixed team from 2 different universes, this was new. Sergeant Chen, he said, status. Corridor secured, sir. No hostile contacts. Yet. They'll come, Shanok said. The female Jaffa warrior held her staff weapon with the confidence of someone who'd been fighting her entire life. The Jaffa will defend their vessel. It is our way. Even though they are defending a false god, Corporal Williams asked. Especially then, they do not know the truth. To them, we are the enemy. They moved through the Hatak's corridors, following the route Tilk had provided. The Peltak was 3 levels above them, accessible via a transport ring or gravity lift. Contacts ahead, Riker said, checking his tricorder. 20 life signs. Armed, we go around, Chen suggested. No, Shanok said. They will spread alarm. We must eliminate them quickly and quietly. Quietly, Williams asked. Have you met us? We're not exactly stealthy. Then we must be swift. They rounded the corner. 20 Jaffa guards stood at attention, blocking the path to the gravity lift. Federation warriors, the Jaffa commander shouted. Surrender, and you will be granted a swift death. How about no? Riker replied. Faces on stun, take them down. The battle was brief and brutal. Facer fire stunned half the Jaffa before they could react. Chen and Williams used their P-90s with practiced precision. Shanok's staff weapon took down the Jaffa commander with a single shot. Within 20 seconds, all 20 Jaffa were down. Not exactly quiet, Williams observed. But swift, Shanok said with approval. You fight well for humans. We'll take that as a compliment, Riker replied. They reached the gravity lift and ascended to the command level. The Peltak was just ahead, but between them and it stood the First Prime and his elite guard, 30 of the finest Jaffa warriors in the service of their system lord. Oh, that's not good, Chen muttered. Agreed, Riker said. New plan. Shanok, can you create a distraction? What manner of distraction? The kind that makes them not look at us. Shanok smiled, a rare expression on a Jaffa face. I understand. She stepped forward, her staff weapon lowered. Jaffa, I am Shanok, once First Prime to Apophis. I have killed my false god and walked the path of freedom. You can do the same. Join me. Join the free Jaffa. The elite guards stared at her in shock. Then the First Prime spat. Sholva, traitor. You will die for your blasphemy. While they were focused on Shanok, Riker, Chen, and Williams flanked them from side corridors. Now, Riker shouted. They opened fire from 3 directions. The Jaffa, caught in a crossfire, fell rapidly. Some returned fire, but they were disorganized, panicked. Shanok charged forward, her staff weapon blazing. She moved with deadly grace, each shot perfectly placed. The First Prime tried to engage her in single combat, but she was faster, more skilled, and fighting for something he couldn't understand. Freedom. He fell. The remaining Jaffa, seeing their leader dead, dropped their weapons and surrendered. The Peltak is ahead, Shanok said. We have a choice. Kill these Jaffa or spare them. Riker looked at the surrendered warriors. They were young, scared, indoctrinated from birth to serve false gods. We spare them, he said. Chen, Williams, secure them in a cargo bay. Shanok and I will take the Peltak. Sir, that's against protocol. It's the right thing to do. Move. They secured the prisoners and advanced to the Peltak. The command center was lightly guarded. Most of the Jaffa had been in the corridor. Within minutes, Team Gamma had control. Shinnok began disabling ship systems with practiced efficiency. Weapons offline, shields offline, engines offline. This vessel is dead, she reported. Good work, everyone, Riker said. Enterprise, this is Team Gamma. Target neutralized, requesting extraction. USS Enterprise Bridge Captain, Data reported. I am receiving reports from all boarding teams. 18 Hatak vessels have been successfully disabled. 12 teams are currently engaged in combat aboard their targets. Shield status of Enterprise, 43%. Picard did the math. 18 disabled. 12 in progress. That left 12 Hataks still fully operational and firing on us, he said. Mr. Worf, can we, Captain? Data interrupted. Sensors detect a power surge on Baal's flagship. He is charging a massive energy weapon. What kind of weapon? Unknown. But the energy output is extraordinary. If fired, it will overwhelm our shields and potentially destroy the Enterprise. Time to firing. 30 seconds. Worf, can we target it? Negative, sir. The weapon is internal. We cannot strike it without destroying the entire ship. And Colonel O'Neill's team is still aboard. Picard's mind raced. 30 seconds. Not enough time to extract O'Neill's team. Not enough time to destroy Baal's ship. Not enough time to escape. Captain, Data said quietly, I recommend we implement evacuation procedures. We cannot survive that weapon. Picard looked at his crew, at the view screen showing Earth below, at the tactical display showing 12 Hataks still firing on them. They'd come so far, done so much, but it wasn't enough. All hands, Picard said, his voice heavy. This is the captain. Prepare for, reality flickered. Time seemed to slow, and with a flash of white light, Q appeared on the bridge. Oh, Jean-Luc, Q said, shaking his head dramatically. You're not giving up now, are you? This is the best part. Q, Picard shouted, standing from his command chair. If you're not going to help, get off my bridge. Help, Q said, feigning offense. I'm not here to help. I'm here to observe. You're doing wonderfully, by the way. Very inspiring. The whole noble sacrifice thing. It's very you. Q, we have 10 seconds before Baal's superweapon vaporizes your ship and everyone on it. Yes, I know. I've been watching. It's deliciously dramatic. Then do something. Q considered this, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose I could. But then you wouldn't learn anything. Growth requires struggle, Jean-Luc. You taught me that. Remember all those tedious lectures about Q. Oh, fine. You're no fun anymore. Q snapped his fingers. Instantly, the Enterprise's shields regenerated, from 43% to 100% in the span of a heartbeat. All hull breaches sealed, all damaged systems repaired. The ship was pristine, as if the battle had never happened. There, Q said. Now it's a fair fight. Carry on. Picard stared at him. You repaired my ship. I even the odds. There's a difference. You still have to actually win, Jean-Luc. I'm not going to do it for you. That would be cheating. Captain, Data reported, still processing what had just happened. Baal's weapon is powering down. It appears the weapon itself has been disabled. Internally, Colonel O'Neill's team, Riker said with a grin, they must have reached it. Indeed they have, Q confirmed. Wonderful team that. The Klingon and the Jaffa working together. Glorious. I'm rather fond of them. Picard wanted to be angry. Wanted to rage at Q for turning this into entertainment. But he was also pragmatic. Q had just saved his ship and crew. Again. Thank you, Picard said through gritted teeth. You're welcome. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Q snapped his fingers again. On the view screen, space began to ripple. Wormholes opened, dozens of them. And through those wormholes came ships, Klingon ships, birds of prey, K-Tinga cruisers, Vulture attack cruisers, and at the center, a massive Negfar-class battleship. Behind them, shimmering as they decloaked, Romulan warbirds, sleek, deadly. Silent as death itself. What? Picard began. Oh, I may have mentioned to the Klingon High Council and the Romulan Star Empire that there was a glorious battle happening in another dimension. Q said casually. Something about worthy warriors defending their homeworld against impossible odds. The Klingons couldn't resist, honor and glory and all that, and the Romulans, well, they hate being left out of important events. The Negvar hailed the Enterprise. A grizzled Klingon commander appeared on screen, grinning fiercely. Federation vessel. I am General Martok of the Klingon Defense Force. The entity Q told us of a great battle where warriors fight for their homeworld. We have come to join you. Today is a good day to die. Without waiting for a response, the Klingon fleet surged forward, disruptors blazing. They tore into the remaining Hattaks with gleeful abandon. Kepler, came the battle cry over the comm. For honor, for glory, for Carless. The Romulan warbirds were more subtle. They cloaked immediately after arriving, becoming invisible to Goa'uld sensors. Then they appeared behind Hattaks, fired devastating plasma torpedo spreads at point-blank range, and cloaked again before return fire could reach them. One Hattak exploded, then another, then 3 more. The Goa'uld fleet, already battered by the boarding actions and the Enterprise's assault, couldn't handle this new threat. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered. On Baal's flagship, where Team Alpha had just disabled the super weapon, the System Lord stared at his viewscreen in horror. What are these ships? He screamed. Where did they come from, my lord? His first prime reported. Our sensors cannot identify them. They are unlike any technology we have encountered. They're weapons. An explosion cut him off. A Klingon bird of prey had fired directly at Baal's bridge, destroying the command console. Retreat, Baal shouted. All vessels, retreat to hyperspace. My lord, half our fleet cannot move. They have been disabled by the Tory boarding parties. Then leave them, save who we can. Go. Baal's flagship Team Alpha O'Neill stood in the smoldering ruins of Baal's superweapon, his P-90 smoking, surrounded by unconscious Jaffa. Okay, he said, looking around. I think we got it. The weapon is disabled, Worf confirmed, lowering his facer. Well fought. Indeed, Tilk agreed. This was a glorious battle. Guys, Corus said, pointing at a viewscreen, you might want to see this. They looked. Outside, space was filled with ships they didn't recognize, ships that were tearing through the Goa'uld fleet like wolves through sheep. What the hell is that? O'Neill asked. Klingon vessels, Worf said, his voice filled with something that might have been pride. Birds of prey, K-Tinga cruisers, and that, he pointed at the massive battleship, is a Negvar, the Klingon Empire's most powerful warship. Your people came to help, Tilk asked. Apparently. Though I do not know how they crossed dimensional barriers to arrive here. Q, O'Neill said flatly. It's always Q. On the viewscreen, they watched as the Goa'uld fleet broke and ran. Hattaks that could still move jumped to hyperspace. Those that couldn't were quickly disabled by the combined Klingon-Romulan Enterprise assault. Within minutes, the battle was over. Enterprise, this is Team Alpha, O'Neill called over his radio. The weapon is destroyed. Baal's ship is disabled, and apparently we have Klingons now. What the hell happened? Picard's voice came through, sounding simultaneously relieved and exasperated. Q happened, Colonel. Q happened. USS Enterprise bridge, the battle was won. The Goa'uld fleet was scattered. Earth was safe. But Picard felt no triumph, only exhaustion. Q still stood on the bridge, applauding slowly. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. The boarding actions, the impossible odds, the last-minute cavalry arriving. It's perfect. If I wrote fiction, I couldn't have crafted a better narrative. Q, Picard said wearily, why did you bring the Klingons and Romulans here? Because you needed them. And because they needed this. The Klingons have been at peace too long. They're getting soft. A good battle reminds them what they are, warriors. And the Romulans, they needed to see that there are causes worth fighting for, even in other dimensions. You're playing with civilizations like they're toys. I prefer guiding them. There's a difference. Jean-Luc, the Q Continuum has been watching humanity for eons. We've seen you in countless timelines, countless universes. And you know what we've learned? You're at your best when you work together. Federation and Klingons, humans and Jaffa, Starfleet and SGC. Unity makes you strong. Division makes you weak, and you brought us here to teach us that lesson, among others. But yes, that's the core of it. You, Q pointed at Picard, needed to remember how to fight, to adapt, to compromise your precious principles when necessary. And them, he gestured toward Earth, they needed to learn to think long-term, to build instead of just survive. You're teaching each other. That's beautiful. People died, Q. Good people. 87 in the last battle. More today. People die every day, Jean-Luc. At least these deaths meant something. They died building a bridge between universes, creating an alliance that will save billions. That's not nothing. Picard wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Q was right, infuriating as always, but right. Now, Q said, his tone shifting to cheerful, I'll send the Klingons and Romulans home. They've had their fun. But Jean-Luc, this isn't over. The real test is still coming. Anubis is out there planning. The Ori are waking up. The replicators are spreading. You're going to need everything you've learned to survive what comes next. More tests, more opportunities to prove you're worthy of greatness. Same thing, different perspective. Q started to fade. Oh, and Jean-Luc, I'm proud of you. You've grown, not much, but enough. Keep it up, and he was gone. 1 hour later, space around Earth, the Klingon fleet gathered near the Enterprise. General Martok hailed, his face appearing on the viewscreen. Captain Picard, that was a glorious battle. We have not fought so well in years. The Q was right to bring us here. General Martok, aye. Thank you for your assistance. We could not have won without you. Nonsense. You were winning already. We merely helped you win faster. But Captain, your warriors fought with honor. Especially that Jaffa, Tilk, and your Klingon officer, Worf. They are true warriors. Tell them General Martok of the House of Martok salutes them. I will convey your message, General. Good. Now we must return to our universe. The Q has opened a portal for us. But Captain Picard, if you ever need Klingon assistance again, send word. We will come. You have earned the friendship of the Klingon Empire. That is a great honor, General. Kepler. The Klingon fleet turned as one and flew toward a shimmering portal Q had created. One by one, they vanished, returning to their own universe. The Romulans were more subtle. Their warbirds simply cloaked and disappeared without a word, very Romulan. And then it was quiet. Just the Enterprise, the crippled Hattacks, and Earth below. Mr. Data, Picard said quietly, damage report. Remarkably, we sustained no permanent damage thanks to QTK's intervention. However, 15 Hattack vessels remain in orbit, all disabled by our boarding teams. We also have over 300 Jaffa prisoners. And our people, casualties. Preliminary reports indicate 47 Starfleet officers killed in action, 23 SGC personnel, 14 free Jaffa. Total casualties, 84, less than the last battle but still too many. Prepare for recovery operations, Picard ordered. Beam all surviving personnel back to the Enterprise and SGC, and Mr. Data, prepare the morgue. We have people to honor. Aye, sir. 2 days later. Stargate Command, Memorial Service. The gate room had been transformed. Candles lined the walls, one for each person who died in the battle. 84 lights flickering in the darkness. The crowd was silent. Starfleet officers in dress uniform. SGC personnel in their best. Free Jaffa warriors in ceremonial armor. Even some Tok'ra had come to pay respects. General Hammond stood before them all, his face showing every year of his age. We gather today, he began, his voice carrying through the room, to honor 84 souls who gave everything defending Earth. 47 Starfleet officers who could have gone home, but chose to stay and fight. 23 SGC personnel who've been fighting this war for years and never wavered. 14 free Jaffa who turned against their false gods and paid the ultimate price for freedom. He paused, composing himself. These people died defending a world not their own. The Starfleet officers, they were from another universe, another timeline. They had no obligation to help us. But they did. That's not just courage. That's heroism in its purest form. Captain Picard stepped forward, his dress uniform immaculate, his expression grief-stricken. In Starfleet, Picard said, we have a saying, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. These 47 officers understood that principle intimately. They knew the risks, knew they might not survive, but they went anyway because billions of lives depended on their success. He looked at the names scrolling on a display. Ensign Corris of Vulcan, Lieutenant Morrison of Earth, Commander Z.H. Kara of Andoria, Crewman Telak of Beta Z. Each one a life cut short. Each one a future stolen. Each one a hero. Tilk was next. His deep voice resonated with the weight of centuries of warrior tradition. The Jaffa who died today died free, Tilk said. Not as slaves of false gods, but as warriors fighting for a cause they chose. For millennia, Jaffa died in service to parasites who claimed divinity. But these 14, Shanok, Emzel, Rachner and others, they died in service to freedom. There is no greater death, no greater honor. One by one, names were called, ranks, homeworlds, accomplishments. And as each name was spoken, a member of their organization stepped forward and lit a candle in front of the Stargate. 47 Starfleet candles, 23 SGC candles, 14 free Jaffa candles, 84 lights against the darkness. When the last name was called, when the last candle was lit, the room fell silent. Then, simultaneously from all three groups, voices rose in tribute, Starfleet officers. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. SGC personnel. Greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends. Free Jaffa. Tech Maltech. Honor the fallen, the ceremony ended. People filed out quietly, each lost in their own grief. But in the gate room, the candles continued to burn. 84 lights, 84 lives, 84 reasons to keep fighting. USS Enterprise 10 forward evening, the lounge was subdued. People spoke in quiet voices. Drinks were nursed slowly. Grief hung heavy in the air. Colonel Jack O'Neill sat at the bar with Captain Picard. Both men looked exhausted. 84, O'Neill said, staring into his glass. That's not bad, considering we've lost more in single missions before. That doesn't make it easier, Picard replied. No, it doesn't. They sat in silence for a moment. Your people, O'Neill finally said. They could have left. Q offered. They chose to stay and fight. I don't know how to properly thank them for that. They don't need thanks, Colonel. They did what Starfleet does, protect those who cannot protect themselves. Even in another universe. Especially in another universe. That's what separates us from the Borg, from the Goa'uld, from all the tyrants and conquerors. We believe that sapient life has value. All sapient life. Everywhere. That principle doesn't change just because we're in a different dimension. O'Neill raised his glass. To principles that matter. Picard clinked his teacup against O'Neill's glass. To principles that matter. Across the room, other conversations unfolded, Data and Daniel discussing the philosophical implications of sacrifice. Worf and Tilk sharing warrior stories about the battle. Carter and Geordi already sketching designs for improved defense systems. Dr. Crusher and Dr. Fraser reviewing medical procedures and figuring out how to save more lives next time. Commander Riker and Major Marks playing cards and trying to forget the horror they'd witnessed. Different species. Different backgrounds, different universes, but united in grief, united in purpose, united in determination that those 84 deaths would not be in vain. Washington, D.C. IOA headquarters 3 days after the battle, the IOA conference room was packed. Representatives from every major nation on Earth, all demanding answers. Senator Kinsey stood at the podium, looking smug. Gentlemen and ladies, we need to address the Enterprise situation. This vessel represents technology centuries beyond our own. Technology that could make Earth the dominant power on this planet. Yet it remains under the control of Captain Picard, a foreign officer who answers to no earthly authority. Senator, the Chinese representative said, the Enterprise just saved our planet. Again, Perhaps we should show some gratitude. Gratitude is fine. Control is better. I'm proposing we invoke emergency powers and seize the Enterprise under the authority of the IOA for Earth's security. That's theft, the British representative said bluntly, and it would destroy our alliance with Starfleet. What alliance? They are trapped here. They have nowhere else to go, actually, a new voice said. That's not true. Everyone turned. Q stood in the corner of the room, appearing from nowhere. Who are you? Kinsey demanded. Security. Oh, please, your security can't touch me. I'm Q. I'm the one who brought the Enterprise here. And I'm the one who can send them home. Anytime I want. The room fell silent. You see, Q continued, walking to the center of the room, the Enterprise is here because I chose to put them here. They stay because they choose to help you. But if you try to seize their ship, if you treat them like prisoners or property, I will send them home. Instantly. And you'll be left alone again, facing the Goa'uld, the Ori, the replicators, and all the other horrors lurking in this galaxy. Without the one ship that can actually defend you, you can't threaten us, Kinsey said. I'm not threatening, I'm informing. You have a choice. Treat the Enterprise as allies, as equals, as partners in defending Earth, or lose them forever. What will it be? Q looked at each representative in turn. Choose wisely, because if you choose poorly, Jean-Luc will leave, and I won't bring him back. This is your one chance to do the right thing. Don't waste it. And he vanished. The room erupted in argument. 1 week later, Stargate Command briefing room, Captain Picard stood before General Hammond, reviewing a legal document on a pad. This is the official agreement, Picard asked. Signed by the President and all IOA representatives, Hammond confirmed. The Enterprise is recognized as an allied vessel, not subject to Earth authority. You maintain full operational independence. In exchange, you agree to help defend Earth against extraterrestrial threats. And Senator Kinsey voted against it. Then Q appeared in the IOA meeting and made it very clear what would happen if they tried to seize your ship. Kinsey backed down, quickly. Picard smiled slightly. Q does have his uses. He's still an asshole, but a useful asshole. Agreed. Picard signed the document. Then we have an accord, General. The Enterprise remains Earth's ally, for as long as we're needed. Thank you, Captain, for everything. They shook hands, two leaders from different worlds, united by common cause. Now, Hammond said, pulling up tactical displays, let's talk about what comes next. The Tok'ra are reporting increased activity in Goa'uld territories. Intelligence suggests the system lords are planning something, and there are rumors about something called the Ori that has Daniel worried. The Ori, Picard repeated. Q mentioned them. Said they were coming. Then we need to be ready. The Goa'uld we can handle barely, but if there's something worse out there, then we face it together, as allies. As allies, Hammond agreed. Outside the briefing room, the Enterprise orbited Earth, a symbol of hope and protection. The Goa'uld had been defeated, the system lords scattered, but greater threats loomed, and in the shadows one threat in particular was preparing. Deep space unknown location, Anubis watched the aftermath of the battle through stolen sensor feeds, watched the Enterprise defend Earth, watched the Klingons and Romulans arrive from another dimension, watched the system lords flee in defeat. Fascinating, Anubis said, his distorted voice echoing in his throne room. Q, the Q continuum, beings beyond even the ancients, and they involve themselves in mortal affairs. His scientists stood nearby, trembling. My lord, we have analyzed the Enterprise's shield frequencies during the battle. We believe we can adapt our weapons to penetrate them. Excellent. And the Klingon vessels, their technology operates on similar principles to the Enterprise. We can counter it. Good, very good. Anubis turned to face his scientist. The Goa'uld failed because they were predictable, arrogant. They believed their numbers would overwhelm superior technology, but I know better, my lord. I will not attack until I am certain of victory. I will study the Enterprise, learn its weaknesses, develop weapons specifically designed to destroy it. And when the time comes, When the Tory believe they are safe, when they have grown comfortable with their new ally, I will strike. And the Q, my lord, what if they intervene? Anubis smiled beneath his energy hood. Then I will simply have to move faster than they can react. Q may be omnipotent, but he is not omnipresent. He cannot be everywhere at once. And when I strike, it will be swift, brutal, and final. He turned back to the view screen showing Earth. Enjoy your victory, Tory. Enjoy your alliance with Starfleet. Because I promise you, it will be short-lived. His laughter echoed through the ship, cold and merciless. The Goa'uld were defeated, but Anubis was patient, and his time would come. 3 months later, USS Enterprise, Captain's ready room. Captain Jean-Luc Picard sat at his desk, staring at a cup of Earl Grey that had long since gone cold. The reports on his terminal told a story of success. 17 more worlds liberated, the free Jaffa movement growing stronger every day, Earth's defensive capabilities improving exponentially with each passing week. But Picard felt tired. The door chimed. Come, Commander Will Riker entered, looking concerned. Captain, you asked to see me. Yes, number 1. Please sit. Picard gestured to the chair across from his desk. I wanted to discuss the crew's morale. Riker sat, choosing his words carefully. It's mixed, sir. Some of the crew have adapted well. Data, Worf, Geordi, they love working with the SGC. They've found purpose here. But others are homesick, Picard finished. I know. I can see it in their faces. We've been here 3 months, and every day some of them ask me the same question. When are we going home? And what do you tell them? That I don't know. Because I don't, Will. Q said he brought us here for a reason. But that reason seems to change every time we turn around. First it was to defend Earth from the Goa'uld. Then it was to teach us and the SGC to work together. But now, I'm not sure anymore. Riker leaned forward. Captain, if you could go home, if Q appeared right now and offered, would you take it? Picard was silent for a long moment, staring into his cold tea. A month ago, I would have said yes without hesitation. But now, I look at what we've accomplished here, the alliance we've built, the lives we've saved, and I wonder if leaving would be abandoning people who need us. That's very unprime directive of you, sir. Yes, it is. Picard smiled slightly. Colonel O'Neill would be proud. A calm chirp interrupted them. Bridge to Captain Picard. Picard here. Sir, we're receiving a priority transmission from Dr. Jackson at Stargate Command. He says it's urgent. On my way. Picard stood, Riker following. It's never good when Daniel says something is urgent. Stargate Command, Daniel Jackson's lab. Daniel stood surrounded by ancient texts, holographic displays showing translations that Data had helped him complete. His face was pale, his hands shaking slightly as he input data. General Hammond, O'Neill, Carter, and Tilk crowded around him. Daniel, O'Neill said, you called us here at 0300 hours. This better be good. It's not good, Jack. It's terrifying. Daniel pulled up a holographic display showing an ancient text. This is from an outpost we discovered 2 weeks ago. Data translated it, but I've been analyzing the context, and I found something. Found what? Hammond asked. A prophecy. The ancients wrote about visitors from beyond the veil, bearing the gift of stars. I thought it was metaphorical. But look at this. He highlighted specific passages. They describe a ship unlike any vessel of this realm, brought by a being of infinite power who tests mortals for worthiness. That's the Enterprise. That's Q. The ancients knew Q would bring the Enterprise here, Carter asked, stunned. More than that, they expected it. This text was written millions of years ago, but it describes our current situation almost perfectly. The ancients predicted that at a critical juncture in Earth's development, an outside force would intervene. They even predicted the conflict that would follow. What conflict? Teal'c asked. Daniel pulled up another section. His hands were definitely shaking now. They write about the half-born god who dwells between worlds, who will rise again bearing the knowledge of the ascended. That's Anubis. He's half-ascended. He exists partially in the same plane as the ancients. And according to this text, he's not dead. He survived. The room fell silent. That's impossible, O'Neill said. We killed him. With the ancient weapon, I was there. You destroyed his physical fleet and his power base, Daniel corrected. But Anubis himself, he's partly energy, partly physical. You can't kill something that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Hammond's expression hardened. If Anubis is alive, where is he? Why hasn't he attacked? Because he's learning, Carter said, her mind racing through the tactical implications. He's studying the Enterprise, finding its weaknesses, developing counters to our technology. When he does attack, he'll be ready. Indeed, Tilk agreed. Anubis is many things, but he is not foolish. He will not repeat the System Lord's mistake of attacking before he is certain of victory. There's more, Daniel said. He looked at Hammond. The text says the visitors from beyond will face a choice. Stay and fight, potentially die, or return home and abandon Earth. It's like the ancients knew exactly what Q was planning. Q-Tick's test, Hammond said quietly. This whole thing has been a test. Daniel, does the prophecy say what happens if the Enterprise leaves? Daniel's expression was grim. Earth falls. The Goa'uld, the Ori, the replicators, every threat the ancients foresaw, they all converge on Earth without the Enterprise to defend it. Humanity is wiped out, and if they stay, that part's less clear, but the text implies great sacrifice, many deaths, but ultimately, victory, a new age for humanity. O'Neill slammed his hand on the table. So we're damned if they leave, damned if they stay. Great. Just great. We need to inform Captain Picard, Hammond said. He deserves to know what we're up against. Meanwhile, Deep Space Anubis's hidden facility, the facility existed in a region of space so remote that even the Asgard scanners couldn't detect it. And within that facility, Anubis worked. His form, partially energy, partially physical, hovered over holographic displays showing the Enterprise. Every battle, every tactic, every weakness. My lord, one of his scientists said nervously, we have completed the analysis of the Enterprise's shield harmonics. We can now generate weapons that will penetrate their defenses. Show me. The scientist activated a display showing a modified staff cannon. We have integrated ancient technology with Goa'uld weapons systems. The resulting beam operates on multiple frequencies simultaneously, cycling faster than the Enterprise's shields can adapt. In tests, it penetrated simulated Federation shields in 2.3 seconds. Excellent. How many Hattacks have been upgraded? 50, my lord. All equipped with the new weapons, enhanced shields, and faster hyperdrives. This fleet is 3 times more powerful than any System Lord command. And the Jaffa, loyal, my lord, they serve you willingly, having seen your power. Unlike the System Lords, you do not need to claim godhood. They worship you because they know you are more than a mere Goa'uld. Anubis turned to face his scientist, his energy form pulsing with dark power. The Tory and their Federation allies believe they have won. They celebrate their victories, grow comfortable in their alliance. They do not see the knife approaching their throats. When do we strike, my lord? Soon, when the Enterprise is damaged, when their guard is down, when they least expect it. Anubis returned his attention to the tactical displays. I have waited millennia for ascension. I can wait a few more weeks for the perfect moment to crush the Tory and claim the Enterprise's technology for myself. And Q, my lord, what if the entity interferes? Q is arrogant. He believes he controls this situation. But I know something he does not. The Q continuum has rules. Laws they must follow. Q cannot intervene directly in mortal affairs beyond a certain point. He can nudge, suggest, repair, but he cannot fight our battles for us. When I strike, it will be swift enough that Q cannot react. And by the time he realizes what has happened, the Enterprise will be mine. Anubis's laughter echoed through the facility, cold, calculating, and full of dark promise. 2 weeks later, USS Enterprise Bridge Captain, we are approaching the designated coordinates, data reported from Ops. The Tok'ra intel indicated Anubis may have a facility in this system. Picard stood, straightening his uniform. On screen, the view screen showed a barren system, a dying star surrounded by asteroid fields, perfect place to hide a facility. Sensors, Picard asked. Scanning, I am detecting. Unusual energy signatures, half physical, half subspace. It is similar to readings we encountered when facing Anubis previously. He's here, O'Neill said from his position beside Picard's chair. SG-1 had joined the Enterprise for this reconnaissance mission. Or he was here recently. Mr. Worf, go to yellow alert. I want. Captain, Data interrupted. I am detecting 50 Hatak vessels decloaking, surrounding us. What? Riker spun to tactical. How did they mask themselves from our sensors? Unknown, Commander. Their cloaking technology is not gold standard. It is far more advanced. The view screen shifted, showing the Hatak fleet. And at the center, one vessel larger than the others, pulsing with dark energy. That's Anubis's flagship, Tilk said, his voice tight. I recognize the energy signature. The screen changed again. Anubis appeared, a figure of dark energy contained within a semi-physical form, his voice distorted and echoing. Captain Picard, Colonel O'Neill, how predictable. You come seeking me, and instead you walk into my trap. Anubis, Picard said calmly, you should know that you have superior technology, that your shields and weapons can destroy my fleet. Anubis laughed, a sound like grinding stone. Yes, Captain, I know. That's why I spent 3 months studying your vessel, learning your tactics, developing weapons specifically designed to destroy you. Mr. Worf, Picard said quietly, arm all weapons, raise shields, shields up. Weapons ready. Did you think, Anubis continued, that you were the only ones who could adapt? I am half ascended. I have knowledge of the ancients themselves. Your technology means nothing to me. All Hataks fire. 50 Hataks opened fire simultaneously. But instead of the usual golden energy beams, these weapons were different. Purple-black energy that pulsed with ancient technology, striking the Enterprise's shields from multiple angles. The ship rocked violently. Shields at 73%, Worf reported, alarm clear in his voice. Captain, their weapons are penetrating our shields. They're cycling through frequencies faster than our shields can adapt. Evasive maneuvers. Return fire. The Enterprise's faces lanced out, striking the nearest Hatak. But its shields held, reinforced, adapted, enhanced. Our weapons are only 40% effective against their shields, Data reported. They have analyzed our phaser frequencies and developed countermeasures. Shields at 58%. Photon torpedoes, full spread. 12 torpedoes streaked toward the Hatak formation. Most were intercepted by defensive fire. Those that reached their targets damaged the shields but didn't penetrate. Shields at 41%. Captain, O'Neill said urgently, we need to get out of here. Now, this isn't a fight we can win. Agreed. Helm, get us out of. Sir, the helmsman reported, we cannot achieve warp. Something is disrupting our warp field. They have activated a warp dampening field, Data confirmed. We are trapped. Shields at 29%. The Enterprise shuddered under continued assault. Consoles exploded. Crew members were thrown from their stations. Multiple hull breaches on decks 8 through 12. Another officer called. Emergency containment fields holding, but we have casualties. Picard gripped his command chair, his mind racing through options. They were trapped, outgunned, their shields failing. Captain, Riker said quietly, we need to abandon ship. No, Picard said firmly. We don't abandon ship, we fight. Mr. Data, can you disrupt their warp dampening field? Possibly, but it would require diverting power from shields. We would be defenseless. Shields at 17%. Anubis's voice boomed over the comm. You see, Captain, you are not invincible. Your ship is powerful, but it is merely technology, and technology can be countered. Surrender now, and I will spare your crew. Refuse, and I will take your ship from your corpses, Captain, Carter said. I have an idea. If we overload the warp core and beam the core itself at Anubis's flagship, we destroy our own ship. Geordie's voice came over the comm from engineering. And probably not destroy Anubis. He'd just phase into his energy form and escape. Shields at 9%, Captain, Data called out. Shields are about to fail, Picard stood, his decision made. All hands, this is the captain. Prepare to abandon. The ship lurched suddenly, but not from weapons fire. The Enterprise began moving. Accelerating, moving away from the Hatak fleet. What's happening? Riker demanded. Unknown, Data said. We are being pulled by a tractor beam, but the signature is not Goa'uld. It is familiar. On the screen, a new ship appeared. Asgard design. But massive, larger than any Asgard vessel they'd seen. This is Thor of the Asgard, came a familiar flat voice over the comm. Captain Picard, we are extracting you from the engagement zone. Do not resist. The Enterprise was pulled rapidly away from the Hatak fleet, its shields recovering as it left weapons range. Thor, O'Neill said with relief. Buddy, perfect timing. Colonel O'Neill, Captain Picard, I apologize for the delay. We detected Anubis's energy signature and came as quickly as possible. However, Thor's voice carried an uncharacteristic note of concern. I must inform you that the situation is grave. Anubis has adapted Goa'uld technology using ancient knowledge. He is more dangerous now than ever before, we noticed, O'Neill said dryly. We are taking you back to Earth. You must repair the Enterprise and prepare for Anubis's next attack, because he will attack again. And next time I may not arrive in time to save you. The Asgard ship jumped to hyperspace, carrying the Enterprise with it. Behind them, Anubis watched them go, his energy form pulsing with satisfaction. My lord, his first prime said, they escaped. Yes, Anubis replied, because I allowed it. I wanted them to know fear, to understand that they are not invincible. When I next attack, it will not be in some remote system. It will be at Earth itself, and this time there will be no escape. Earth orbit USS, Enterprise 2 days later the Enterprise hung in Earth's orbit, wounded. Hull breaches sealed with temporary patches. Shield generators operating at 60% capacity, weapons systems damaged. In the briefing room, the senior staff gathered. Captain Picard sat at the head of the table, his face showing the strain of the past few days. Damage report, he said quietly. Geordie LaForge pulled up a holographic display. Captain, it's bad. The modified weapons Anubis used tore through our shields like they weren't there. We have major damage to the shield grid, 3 torpedo launchers offline, and the warp core is operating at 80% efficiency. We need at least 2 weeks to repair everything. Casualties. 47 crew members dead, Dr. Crusher reported, her voice heavy. Another 73 injured, 15 critically. I've had to convert 3 cargo bays into emergency triage. 2 weeks, Picard repeated. And in that time, Anubis could attack at any moment with a fleet that can defeat us. Captain, Data said, I have been analyzing the weapons Anubis used. They employ ancient technology integrated with Goa'uld power systems. The result is a weapon that cycles through multiple frequencies simultaneously, faster than our shields can adapt. It is ingenious. Can we counter it? Possibly. If we integrate Asgard shield technology with our own, we might be able to create adaptive shields that can keep pace with his weapons. But it would require extensive modifications, and time we may not have. Thor's helping us with the shield modifications, Carter added. He brought some Asgard engineers with him. Working together, we might be able to finish in a week instead of 2. A week, Riker said, and if Anubis attacks before then, silence filled the room. Finally, O'Neill spoke. Then we evacuate Earth. Use the Stargate to send as many people as possible to safe worlds. Hope Anubis is satisfied with destroying our infrastructure and doesn't chase us across the galaxy. We are not evacuating, Picard said firmly. General Hammond has made that clear. Earth's governments won't abandon their planet. Then we fight, Worf said simply. Even if we lose, we fight. Captain, Counselor Troy said gently, I need to say something. The crew is terrified. They've never faced an enemy that could defeat the Enterprise so easily. Many are asking. If we should go home, if we're even fighting for, Picard looked at her. And what do you say, counselor? I say that fear is rational, but so is courage. The crew will follow you, Captain, whatever you decide. Picard stood, walking to the viewport that showed Earth below. 3 months ago, I wanted nothing more than to leave this universe, to return to the Federation, to my mission of exploration, to everything familiar. But now, he turned to face his officers. Now I look at this planet, and I see billions of people who depend on us. I see an alliance we've built from nothing. I see free Jaffa warriors who fight because we showed them freedom was possible, and I realize we can't leave, not yet, not while we're needed. Even if it costs us our lives, Riker asked. Even then, number one, because that's what Starfleet does. We protect those who cannot protect themselves. That principle doesn't change just because we're in another universe. The door opened. General Hammond entered, looking grim. Captain, we've received intelligence from the Tok'ra. Anubis is gathering his fleet. 50 Hattacks, all upgraded with ancient technology. They're preparing for a final assault on Earth. When? Picard asked. 1 week, maybe less. Then we have 1 week to prepare, Picard said. General, coordinate with your allies. Tok'ra, Free Jaffa, Asgard, anyone who can help. We'll need every ship, every warrior, every advantage we can find. Already on it, Captain. As the meeting broke up, O'Neill lingered behind with Picard. Captain, O'Neill said quietly, you know Q brought you here for a reason. Maybe this is it, the final test. Stay and fight, or go home and save your ship. If Q wanted us to leave, he would have sent us home already, Picard replied. No, Colonel, we're exactly where he wants us to be, facing an impossible choice. And I think he's waiting to see which way we jump. Well, O'Neill said, for what it's worth, I'm glad you're staying. Even if we all die, at least we'll die together. That's got to count for something. Indeed it does, Colonel, indeed it does. 5 days later. General George Hammond couldn't sleep. He'd given up trying an hour ago and returned to his office, reviewing tactical reports that all said the same thing. Earth was about to face an enemy it couldn't defeat. The door to his office opened, despite being locked. Q appeared, settling into the chair across from Hammond's desk as if he'd been invited. General Hammond, Q said pleasantly. Burning the midnight oil, as you humans say. Q. Hammond's voice was flat. What do you want? Oh, so hostile. Here I thought we'd established a rapport. I save your planet multiple times, bring you the Enterprise, facilitate a beautiful alliance. People have died because of you, Hammond interrupted. Good people. Men and women who had families, futures, lives. All because you wanted to run an experiment. Hutik's expression became serious, genuinely serious, which was rare. Yes, General, people have died, and that troubles me more than you might think. Despite what you believe, I am not heartless. I am merely practical, Hammond's anger flared. You call playing God with people's lives practical. I call ensuring humanity's survival practical. Q leaned forward. General, do you know what the Q continuum sees when we look at your species? We see incredible potential, courage, adaptability. The ability to overcome impossible odds through sheer determination. But we also see fatal flaws. You don't work together. You cling to old grudges. You lack the vision to see beyond your immediate problems. So you decided to teach us a lesson by throwing us into a war. I decided to give you a chance. The Federation humans, Picard and his crew, they'd grown soft, comfortable. They'd forgotten what it meant to fight for survival. And you Stargate humans, you knew how to survive, but you didn't know how to build. You reacted to threats, but never planned for a future beyond the next battle. And the Enterprise was meant to teach us both, exactly. Force the Federation to remember their warrior roots. Force you to think long-term, to build alliances that last. Bring two versions of humanity together and see if they could become more than the sum of their parts. Q stood, walking to the window that overlooked the gate room. And it worked, George. Better than I hoped. You and Picard working together. Starfleet and SGC fighting as one. Worf and Tilk, brothers in battle. Carter and LaForge pushing the boundaries of science. That's what I wanted to see. And Anubis, Hammond asked. Is he part of your test too? Q was quiet for a moment. Yes. Anubis is the final examination. He represents everything you've been fighting against. A being who claims power he didn't earn, who enslaves others, who sees mortals as tools to be used. He is the embodiment of every false god you've ever faced. And he's more powerful than any of them. Can we defeat him? That depends on choices you haven't made yet. Stop speaking in riddles, Q. If you have something to say, say it. Q turned to face Hammond. The Q Continuum has been watching this unfold with great interest. And we've come to a decision. We're going to give you a choice. Actually, we're going to give Captain Picard a choice, but it affects all of you. What choice? I can send the Enterprise home. Right now, this instant. Repair all damage, restore the crew, return them to their timeline as if none of this ever happened. They'll be safe. The Federation will continue, Picard will continue his mission, and they'll never know they were here. And Earth, you'll face Anubis alone. The Prometheus, your F-302s, maybe some Asgard support. It'll be a good fight. Heroic even, you'll probably lose. Earth will fall, billions will die, but that's the price of their safety. Hammond felt cold fury building in his chest. Or the Enterprise stays. They fight alongside you. Combined forces, combined knowledge, maximum chance of victory. But, and this is important, George, if they stay, some of them will die. Not all, but enough. The Enterprise will be heavily damaged, possibly beyond repair, and there's no guarantee you'll win. Anubis is powerful, and he's prepared specifically to counter the Enterprise. So they can go home and be safe, or stay and probably die saving us. In essence, yes, that's the test. Do they choose self-preservation, or do they choose to sacrifice themselves for people from another universe? It's the ultimate test of Starfleet's principles, the needs of the many versus the needs of the few. Why are you telling me this? Hammond demanded. Why not go straight to Picard? Because you deserve to know what's coming. And because, Cutic's voice softened, I wanted you to understand that I'm not doing this to be cruel. I'm doing it because humanity needs to prove to themselves and to the universe that they are capable of greatness. Real greatness. The kind that requires sacrifice. And if Picard chooses to leave, then you lose. Earth falls. And the Q Continuum will know that despite all their potential, humans ultimately choose self-preservation over altruism. It'll be disappointing. You're asking them to die for us, Hammond said quietly. I'm asking them to choose. There's a difference. Q moved toward the door. I'll give you until morning to think about this. Then I'm going to give Picard the same choice. And whatever he decides, whatever you decide, I'll respect it. That's the entire point of this test. It has to be a genuine choice. No manipulation, no tricks. Just a simple question. Do you value your own life more than the lives of billions of strangers? Q paused at the door. For what it's worth, George, I'm rooting for you. Both of you. I want you to pass this test, because if you do, it means humanity is ready for something greater, something even I can't fully predict, and that excites me more than anything has in millennia. He vanished. Hammond sat alone in his office, staring at the place where Q had been, feeling the weight of impossible decisions pressing down on him. And he knew what he had to do. 6 hours later, USS Enterprise briefing room, Captain Picard sat at the head of the conference table, surrounded by his senior staff. General Hammond was there via video link, along with SG-1. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, Picard said. General Hammond and I have something important to discuss with you. General, Hammond took a deep breath. 6 hours ago, Q appeared in my office. He made an offer. He said he can send the Enterprise home, fully repaired, crew restored, as if none of this ever happened. You'll be back in your own timeline, continuing your mission. The room erupted in excited conversation. We can go home, Lieutenant Morrison asked. Finally, another officer said with relief. Picard held up his hand. Let the general finish. Hammond continued, but there's a condition. If you go home, you leave Earth to face Anubis alone, and Q was very clear, without the Enterprise we'll probably lose. Earth will fall, The excitement died instantly. "Oh," Counselor Troy said quietly. "Q is giving us a choice," Picard said. "We can go home and be safe. Or we can stay and fight, knowing that some of us will die, possibly all of us. There's no guarantee we'll win even with the Enterprise, but we'll have a chance. Earth will have a chance. This is the test," Data said. "The final examination Q has been preparing us for. Do we choose self-preservation or sacrifice?" "Exactly, Mr. Data." Silence filled the room as everyone processed the implications. Finally, Commander Riker spoke. "Captain, I think we should vote. Everyone in this room. Whatever the majority decides, we follow." "Agreed," Picard said. "But before we vote, I want to say something." He stood, looking at each person in turn. 3 months ago, I would have jumped at the chance to go home. I resented being here. I wanted my mission back, my Federation, everything familiar. But now, he walked to the viewport showing Earth. Now I look at this planet, and I see something remarkable. I see humans fighting impossible odds with courage I've rarely witnessed. I see an alliance we built from nothing, Starfleet and SGC, humans and Jaffa, warriors and scientists, all working together. And I realize that what we've built here is more important than my comfort, my mission, or even my life. "General Hammond," Picard continued, "when I first arrived, you told me that Earth doesn't evacuate, you fight, and I didn't understand that. But now I do. You fight because this is your home. These are your people, and you don't abandon them no matter the cost." He turned back to his crew. "That's what Starfleet is supposed to be about. That's what the Federation was built on. Before we had warp drive, before we met the Vulcans, humans faced extinction more than once. And every time they fought. Not because they knew they'd win, but because surrendering meant extinction. We've forgotten that. We've become comfortable. But these people," he gestured to Hammond and SG-1 on the screen, "they remember. So here's my vote. I stay. I fight. And if I die knowing I did the right thing." Riker stood. "I vote to stay." Data rose. "I concur with the captain. The moral imperative is clear. We stay." Worf stood. "It is a good day to die, but better to die fighting for something that matters." "I stay." One by one, the senior staff stood. LaForge, Crusher, Troy, every single one voting to stay. "The senior staff has voted," Picard said. "But this decision affects the entire crew. We need to put it to a ship-wide vote." "Agreed," Riker said. 2 hours later, the results were in. Picard stood in the briefing room with his senior staff and Hammond on the screen. "The crew has voted," Picard announced. "Out of 1,014 crew members, 876 voted to stay and fight. 138 voted to go home." 876, O'Neill repeated. That's over 85%. "The 138 who voted to leave are not cowards," Picard said firmly. "Many have families in our timeline, children, spouses. They have every right to want to go home. So I'm making an executive decision. Q offered to send the Enterprise home. He didn't say everyone had to go. Those 138 crew members will be given the opportunity to return to our timeline before the battle." "Captain," Riker objected, "we need everyone if we're going to win. We need people who choose to fight, number one, not people who are forced to. Those 138 have served honorably. They deserve to go home to their families." "Agreed," Hammond said. "Captain, on behalf of Earth, thank you, all of you. I don't even have words for what this means." "Don't thank us yet, General. We still have to win." That evening, 10 forward Q appeared at the bar, settling next to where Captain Picard was nursing a cup of tea. Well, Q said. "You passed. I have to admit, Jean-Luc, I had my doubts. But 86% of your crew chose to stay and fight for a world that isn't even theirs. I'm impressed. Genuinely impressed." "Did you really expect us to leave?" Picard asked. "Part of me hoped you would. It would have been so deliciously ironic, the noble Starfleet abandoning Earth to save themselves. But no, I suppose I knew you'd stay. You're too much of a Boy Scout to do otherwise. The 138 who wanted to leave, will you send them home?" "Of course. A deal is a deal." They'll wake up tomorrow in the Federation timeline with fuzzy memories of a strange dream. They'll be safe. Q ordered a drink from Guinan, who appeared with one without being asked. But the rest of you, you'll fight Anubis in 3 days. And Q or no Q, some of you will die. Are you prepared for that? We're Starfleet. We're always prepared to die for something bigger than ourselves. That's what the uniform means. Then you've learned the lesson. Q raised his glass. To humanity, both versions. May you continue to surprise me for eons to come. They clinked glasses. Q, Picard said, will you help us in the battle? I've helped enough. The rest is up to you. But Jean-Luc, I believe in you, all of you. You'll find a way, you always do. And with that, Q vanished. Picard sat alone, staring into his tea, preparing for what might be the final battle of his life. 3 days later, Earth orbit. The largest fleet in Earth's history had assembled. The USS Enterprise, shields at maximum, weapons charged, crew at battle stations. The BC-304 Prometheus, humanity's first true capital ship, flanked by a dozen F-302 fighters. 3 Asgard vessels, including Thor's flagship. 10 free Jaffa hattacks, crewed by warriors who'd chosen freedom over slavery. 5 Tok'ra ships, smaller but equipped with advanced intelligence-gathering technology. And surrounding them all, hundreds of orbital defense platforms, upgraded with ancient and Asgard technology. In the Enterprise briefing room, the final War Council met. Captain Picard stood at the head of the table, flanked by General Hammond via hologram. Anubis's fleet will arrive in 1 hour, Picard said. 50 hattacks, all upgraded with ancient technology. Based on our previous encounter, their weapons can penetrate our shields, and our weapons are only moderately effective against theirs. Thor has upgraded our shields, Carter reported. We've integrated Asgard adaptive shielding with the Enterprise's deflector system. It should keep pace with Anubis's frequency-shifting weapons, but we won't know for sure until the battle starts. The free Jaffa ships will engage first, Bratak said via hologram. We will draw their fire, allow the Enterprise and the Prometheus to target their flanks. The Tok'ra will provide intelligence, Jacob Carter added. We'll identify Anubis's flagship and coordinate strikes against it. Our objective is simple, Hammond said. Destroy Anubis. He's the head of the snake. Cut it off, and his fleet falls apart. There's one more thing, Data said. He pulled up a holographic display showing complex energy patterns. Major Carter and I have developed a theoretical weapon. We call it an ascension disruptor. It generates a pulse that disrupts the energy patterns of partially ascended beings. You mean it can kill Anubis? O'Neill asked. Permanently? In theory, yes. The device uses ancient technology combined with Asgard power systems. If we can get close enough to Anubis to deploy it, it should sever his connection to the higher plane and force him fully into our physical dimension. At which point, conventional weapons can destroy him. How close is close enough? Riker asked. Within 50 meters. The room fell silent. 50 meters, O'Neill finally said. That's suicide. His flagship is going to be the most heavily defended ship in his fleet. Which is why we're not sending a ship, Picard said. We are sending a team. A small boarding party that can beam directly onto Anubis's flagship, deploy the weapon, and beam out before the ship explodes. Volunteers only, Hammond added. This is a one-way mission. Even if the transport works, the odds of survival are minimal. I'll go, O'Neill said immediately. As will I, Tilk added. And I, Worf said. Count me in, Riker said. Me too, Carter said. One by one, volunteers stood. Data, Daniel, Geordi, over 20 people, all willing to die to stop Anubis. Thank you, Picard said, his voice thick with emotion. All of you. You represent the best of both our peoples, and if we succeed today, it will be because of courage like yours. An alarm sounded. Data checked his console. Captain, sensors detect hyperspace windows opening at the edge of the solar system. 50 Hattack vessels. Anubis has arrived. Then it's time, Picard said. All hands to battle stations. May whatever gods we believe in watch over us today. Space battle begins. The Hatak fleet emerged from hyperspace like a golden nightmare. 50 pyramids, each one bristling with weapons, each one crewed by thousands of Jaffa loyal to Anubis. And at the center, Anubis's flagship, larger than the others, pulsing with dark energy. "This is Anubis," came the distorted voice over all channels. "Tauri, Federation, I have come for you. Surrender now, and I will grant you a swift death. Resist, and I will make your destruction last for millennia." "This is Captain Picard," came the response. "We don't surrender, and we don't run. If you want Earth, you'll have to go through us. So be it. All vessels, attack." The Hatak fleet surged forward. The free Jaffa Hataks moved to intercept, the crews shouting battle cries. They opened fire, their weapons, older, less powerful, barely scratching the upgraded Hatak shields. But they didn't need to win, they just needed to buy time. The Enterprise and Prometheus moved into flanking positions, their advanced weapons tearing into the enemy formation. "Fire!" Picard ordered. Phaser arrays and Asgard beam weapons lit up space. One Hatak exploded, then another. Then 3 more. Shields holding at 87%, Data reported. The Asgard modifications are working. Anubis's weapons are less effective.